home debut supported by Rothesay County Championship. So he's played the one toss and will bat first. Today, I guess the last round of paying tribute to the late World Tour MBE, known to many as fourth in and played over 100 tests for England as a key part of that side in the 90s and early 2000s. Today, we keep that in mind to our playing before we only see the players warming up early, showing up well for club bands, and you can get involved by going to the National Text to Donate campaign, which supports Thorpe's battery chats. All the details about the set a little bit later. Money raised will help to fund Thorpe's battery chat program, the other side will organise and cricket partners across England as well as the program which people experiencing mental health problems, the opportunity to get active with cricket, to build friendships, and to develop important self-care and well-being skills. These are the later and new campaigns as today we pay tribute to Middlesex World Tour MBE. Very good morning to you all. Welcome to this night's round. Welcome to the start of the 174th Canterbury Cricket, proudly sponsored by Online Chains, Middlesex and the Rothesay County Championship for the next 4 days. Umpires Paul Baldwin and Chris Watts. The winners to play in the house in Middlesex. And welcome up next first innings, Ben Dawkins and Ben Compton. Match referees these days, the scorers Will Hart and Don Shelley, the bench scorer, Ron Shah.
Hello, hello. Good morning from a very warm Canterbury. Even warmer if you sat in the BBC commentary box, aka the greenhouse. Ben Watts here from BBC Radio Kent. BBC London's Kevin Hand is alongside me. Good morning. Middlesex about to bowl the first ball of the day. And Ben Dawkins, the Kent opener, letting it go outside the off stumps. The off stump, rather, with Dawkins and Ben Compton back in the team after a finger injury. Nasty finger injury that he had. First game back in the team. Kent winning the toss, as you might expect, and choosing to bat first on a day like today. How are you, Kevin?
Well,
warm. You've been in here about 3 minutes and you're already sweating.
I'm melting. Although 2 trips up and down the stairs to go and get these waters wasn't the best idea.
True. Here comes Roland Jones and bowls, and it's angled out towards the tumbling gully. So 3rd against 4th in Division 2 this game. Nicely poised. Interesting table at the minute with obviously Durham top and Northants getting that win last week, but there's a little bit of a queue forming behind them. Busy at Canterbury this week as well. Schools day today, start of a Canterbury Cricket Week. There's the camera beer tent directly opposite us. I think we went for the wrong end of the ground, Kevin. So Roland Jones bowls down the leg side.
Ooh. That seemed a little bit.
It went quite a way down the slope, didn't it?
It felt like it, yeah. We're in a perfect line. That's the one thing we do have.
We do have a good view, must be said.
So, 3 slips. Backward point. That cut gully really in point, isn't it? Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. 6-3. There's a bit of grass, isn't there? And already, whether that was slope or seam.
Roland Jones bowls. A little bit of nip back. I think that's a very optimistic LBW appeal.
Nipping back too much?
Yeah, probably doing too much, yeah. Dawkins has jumped a long way across his stumps. It's jagged back a long way. I think that was probably doing what the last ball did, really, where the keeper's dived away to his left. Was going a long way down the leg side.
Have we got a stream on the TV here, or is it melted?
No, it's not, no. But if you are watching the live stream, the club live stream, hopefully you're hearing us loud and clear. Yeah, I would set one up, but my laptop would melt, so we'll maybe do it later this afternoon. As Roland Jones bowls, Dawkins again getting well forward to this one. A little bit of a leading edge into the covers. Fred Atkins from the Press Association and from the Spitfire is going to join us later on today. Best wishes to Molly Davis, who was meant to be our 3rd voice, but has got a frog in her throat today, so he's hoping to join us tomorrow. But yeah, Fred has opted to come later on today when it's going to cool down a little bit.
Oh, this isn't the day for a frog in your throat, is it?
Here comes Roland Jones, again, almost skipping out of his crease. Ben Dawkins to play this one into the onside. End of the over. Maiden over from Roland Jones. As you say, a little bit of grass on the wicket, but to be honest, wickets here at Canterbury probably need a little bit of grass just to speed them up a little bit.
Well, it is the Garden County, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
What would the Garden County be without a bit of grass? Well, it's a scorcher, isn't it? An absolute scorcher here. And delightfully, what is that going around the back of the ground? I really hope that's not what I think it is. Behind the side screen now, it looks like one of the, what do they call it, the septic tank things. Can you imagine being behind that right now? Ooh. Oh, dear. It's just gone behind the sight screen at the far end. It grabbed my, and I tell you why, because I walked in and I thought, great, it's Kids' Day. And it's a scorcher. The kids are going to love this. Ice cream, knocking the ball around in the stands, and they've got a few stalls up especially, haven't they? One of them being...
There was a chicken one.
Well, there's the chicken one, but you couldn't quite smell the chicken one for one of the other ones.
Oh, really? What was the other one?
Well, I'll tell you after this ball from Tom Helm. 2 slips, turning into a 3rd, and now a gully. All change at the last minute. It's not as though they've had 35 minutes to sort that out. What are we going to have out there? 3 slips in a gully, backward points. There's no mid-off, is that? Sit down, sir. Who's that? Somebody up in the... Oh, I forget now. Every year.
Frank Willie?
The Frank. There you go.
I hope it's not us.
They can't see us. We're at the back
There
of the
was
box.
a part of me that was worried about
I tell you what will be a nightmare, Ben, is if they say we need to shut the window because we're right in line.
That was my concern.
And if they tell us we've got to shut the window, we could be in serious trouble here.
Could be some health and safety concerns going on if we have to shut the windows.
Here's Helm.
We've got an update incoming here.
Short, pulled to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, good morning. It is absolutely scorching here in Canterbury. Perfect day for cricket. Kent have won the toss and have chosen to bat first here. We got, I believe, up to 1,000 school kids inside the ground. You might be able to hear the sort of hum of the chatter in the stands on the effects mic. Kent batting with Ben Compton at the crease. Back in the team after a finger injury. He's recovered from that finger break and is now out there with Ben Dawkins. Kent, unsurprisingly, choosing to have a bat first. Third against fourth in Division 2 this game. Kent against Middlesex. And Canterbury Cricket Week, the start of it as well. So lots of extra things around the ground. The beer tent down the far end will be very popular, no doubt. So should be a really good one. Commentary online via the BBC Sport app and website. Kent yet to score here against Middlesex, but batting first. We are a little bit too hot, but hey.
Here's Helm around the wicket. He bowls outside off stump, and he's punched to backward point. Compton happy to engage. Saw a fair bit of leaving from Emilio Gay in an England Test side yesterday, didn't we? And
it's been quite aggressive from Compton standards so far in this over.
Well, indeed, yeah. A pull and a cut.
And his first over back, yeah.
Yeah. It's an incredibly busy day here at Canterbury, which is wonderful to see. Absolutely wonderful. What an advert for county cricket this is. This is Helm around the wicket. He bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone through to the keeper once more. The marquees on the far side looking, well, full, probably not quite the right word, because I'd imagine they will be sweat boxes as well. They're those plastic kind of ones, aren't they? And inside of it, they get pretty oppressive, don't they? You got to open the back of them to get a wind flow through the back of it.
Yeah. I must say I'm already looking forward to tomorrow. I don't want to wish today away, but the jazz band is back tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Here's free drinks alongside it for the commentators. As here's Helm in bowls, full straight and driven. Deploy will get there at mid-on. There's no run. Scoreboard's reset
tomorrow,
itself.
It's going to sound like we're in the Caribbean tomorrow with the jazz band playing.
Okay.
Will
they offer a little bit of calypso in there?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope there'll be a bit of a calypso vibe. But yeah, they'll play before day's play and during the lunch break.
Bit of a nod to Harry Belafonte in there.
And they sound, I remember from previous seasons, they sound absolutely fantastic. So yeah, looking forward to that tomorrow.
Helm turns away from us, and 3 slips go down with the gully, and Helm bowls around the wickets. The left-handed Compton, who's forward, pushing into the offside. That short extra cover's the one that comes in. No mid-off, I was saying just before your update. That was the end of the over. The suggestion there is there isn't, well, I was going to say there isn't going to be much to drive, but if that ball is seaming and nipping a bit, you do want to blast the pads off and see if the feet are moving, but a bit of shorter stuff for Compton as well to deal with. Anyway, it's a maiden over for Helm. That's back-to-back maidens to begin the day for Middlesex. So yeah, out of the car, wander around. It's Kids' Day, absolutely brilliant. The hubbub, the noise, the excitement. Well, you can hear it on the effects mic now. It's wonderful. Then one of the stalls, as you walk past there.
This was the one that you got the smell of.
Yeah. Not quite a stall. It's a lorry.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
The recycling lorry. Here comes Roland Jones. Forward defending is Dawkins. I think they're sponsoring. Well,
doesn't that smell wonderful right now in a heat wave? In you come, kids. Here's the ice cream. Here's the cricket. Run around out there. Do whatever you want. The stench is unbelievable as you walk past that. Absolutely unbelievable. No. And in a heat wave today, that's going to smell gorgeous by about 3 p.m, isn't it?
Oof. Yeah, I think
everything's perfect for the kids, apart from they've put the waste management thing right in the middle of it.
I think they're the sort of sponsor of the week, the main sponsor of the week.
Yeah, they might have to sponsor us from afar, I think, on a day like today.
Here comes Roland Jones down the leg side. I would assume there isn't any waste in said lorry.
No, but you know what it's like. Even your own bin outside your house, you kind of open it and like,
even when it's empty.
I could do with giving that a bit of a wash. especially on a hot day. So you have to remind yourself every time, whatever you do, don't breathe in as you open the lid. Yeah. It needs to hope the wind changes over there. There's not much wind out there, though.
No, I haven't actually mentioned the changes for Kent. A couple of changes for them for this one.
All change?
With Grant Stewart and Ben Compton, obviously, coming into the team. As Roland Jones, forward comes Dawkins to defend that one. Harry Finch is the unlucky batter to not be included, despite a half-century last week in the second innings at Blackpool against Lancashire. Very unlucky Harry Finch not to be included in this one, I would suggest. And then Bertie Foreman is the other man who drops out of the side. Did suspect they would probably only pick one spinner, Kent, for this game, having picked two at Blackpool last week. So Matt Parkinson, the more senior man, gets the nod over Bertie Foreman. As Roland Jones bowls, it's driven by Dawkins. It was a little bit up here. She's taken the bottom hand off it. Wasn't overly convincing. Yeah, a few Kent supporters were saying to me they thought Foreman arguably out-bowled Parkinson last week, but maybe it's more of a match-up thing, that they've gone with a leg spinner rather than the off-spinner this week. But yeah, Grant Stewart back in the team as well, having not played.
Can't mention that name around Middlesex people.
Yeah, honestly. In fairness, he had a pretty ridiculous game at Blackpool last season. I was surprised they didn't pick him for that reason. But down the leg side again from Roland Jones. Has slid a couple down the slope so far.
To be fair, we've all had ridiculous times in Blackpool, Ben.
Yeah, I mean,
Matt Cole.
Who hasn't?
Did you hear about Matt Cole when he was up there last time?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
He's here day 3 and 4, isn't he?
He is indeed.
Where are you off to? Or are you just splitting it? You just both wanted to see me?
We just both wanted a bit of a slice of the action, yeah. Absolutely. Here comes Roland Jones. 3 slips gully. Kent still haven't scored yet. Left alone outside the off stump by Dawkins. So 3 straight maidens now. 2 for Roland Jones. 1 for Tom Helm. You're listening to BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, BBC London. And via the Kent Cricket live stream if you want to check that out as well.
3 maidens. I mean, genuinely, the day and age we live in with cricket, you do start to think, 3 maidens? When was the last time I saw 3 maidens start a match?
In a row.
Not even a bye. It sounds like a Monty Python line, doesn't it? Not even a bye, your leave.
Not even a bye.
Here's Helm around the wicket. 3 slips and the gully go down again. He's bowling to Compton once more. It's been exclusive for the bowlers and batters, the match-up so far. This is played defensively into the offside and there's no run. So the Middlesex side, Sam Robson and Ben Geddes, the openers again. Max Holden at 3, Lias Deploy, the skipper, at 4. Caleb Faulkner is at 5. Joe Cracknell, the keeper, at 6. Sebastian Morgan is the all-rounder. Ryan Higgins remains out injured with that wrist injury. Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm, and one change, Navia Sharma comes in for Ethan Bosch, the very exciting Navia Sharma. I don't know if you'll have had a chance to see him at all, but when Sharma comes on to bowl, he's only a kid still, so you can't expect too much, but you do sit up and think, will today be one of those days? As Helm is in, bowls short, and here's the first runs. It's hooked off the hip, down to long leg, and a single's taken, and a rapturous applause for the single in the 4th over. Look at that, proper cricket, Ben. No, it's lovely, isn't it? That's brilliant. Well done, everybody. There was a great applause for that first run. That's lovely.
Ben Compton underway.
8th ball, so Dawkins on to strike, the right-hander. All changed for the field again.
Yeah, it was a nasty injury, Compton. It was a compound fracture, a.k.a.
Oh, dear. Here's Helm to Dawkins, leg side and through to the keeper. Appeal from the slip cordon, well, Helm was at slip, so I think that's Geddes that stepped in there looking at his shoulders and height. Robson stands at second, his opening partner now. 3rd slip would usually be Higgins, so it's all changing there.
Is it Faulkner in there with the floppy?
It may be, yes, but I'm thinking it may also be Max Holden.
Good shout.
Faulkner is at gully, so it's definitely not Faulkner. As here's Helm. Passes the umpire, he bowls, just full of length. That's a lovely drive down the ground. Oh, and that's a great stop. I didn't think he was going to stop it, and he throws down the stumps as well, the skipper deploy. Setting the standards at mid-on. Lovely looking drive though, but they're watchful this morning. A look at the bat for Dawkins, but they are watchful, aren't they? That they're not going too hard at it just yet, I'd suggest.
Yeah.
2 balls to come of the over. Oh, big inhalation. What have you got?
Oh no, I've got some exciting news in a minute.
Oh, you're taking the breath already. You're going to hold it for 2 deliveries. In this heat, you'll have to be careful, Ben.
Yeah, steady.
Here comes Helm. He's past the umpire. He bowls just short of a length outside the off stump. Nips away down the slope, whether it was the seam or the slope. Either way, it is Holden. You could tell by well, he's thrown it up to Roland Jones at mid-off. So the backward point is Zafar Gohar. Leas deploy is at mid-on. Mid-wicket is Sebastian Morgan. And
yeah, looking forward to seeing Morgan bowl as well, actually.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, the young talent Middlesex have got coming through at the moment.
Correct. Sorry, Faulkner as well.
Exactly. Here's Helm, he's in, bowls outside the off stump. That again nips away, but starting on a much wider line and a much more comfortable leave for Dawkins. Kent, 1 without loss, and Ben. Have you exhaled and inhaled again since last week?
So
what is this gasp of excitement?
I've got the set list for the jazz band tomorrow.
Oh, so Harry Belafonte. If there's no Harry, I'm not interested.
Give me. Oh, sorry, I should say. Give me some loving.
Are we on the set list for tomorrow, or are you a little excited for a Friday morning?
Soul Bossa Nova, At the River, Material Girl, Deacon Blues, and Ain't No Mountain High Enough, pre-play. And then lunchtime, 4, is that a song? Watermelon Man, It Don't Mean a Thing, Just the Two of Us. This could be the start, Mr. Blue Sky and In the Mood, with Cantaloupe Island as the standby piece.
And is this playing all day through?
So this will be just playing pre-play and then at lunchtime.
Okay.
As Roland Jones bowls from the Nackington Road end to Ben Compton, tucked off his hip out towards mid-wicket.
I've gone early with the socks and trainers. They're gone. They're gone. It's way too hot to have socks and trainers on right now.
I should have gone with the sandals today, shouldn't I?
Oh no, you never go with the
flip-flops.
Flip-flops are only for the pool. Come on, come on, Ben. It's either
not when you went to my university.
Really?
Yeah, it's an all year round thing.
You went to Brighton then?
No, Loughborough.
Oh, oh well, yeah.
Gilets and flip-flops all year round. As this one's tucked away behind square by Ben Compton for a single.
That's the title of your autobiography, Gilets and Flip-Flops.
Oh dear. 1 more run to Compton, 2 without loss. Kent, Dawkins yet to score.
Do you know, I was looking forward to seeing you and Matt. I was thinking they're getting a big hug, these two. Big hug. There's no chance getting a hug in this heat.
Maybe not in this heat.
Stay well away. Yeah, it is. Genuinely, folks, it is like working in a sauna up here just to paint a rather sweaty picture for you.
Roland Jones bowling to the right-handed Dawkins once again then. Oh, that has gone so close past the outside edge. We had the perfect view of that.
Yeah, a little bit of seam movement there, you'd say, wouldn't you? Because it's up the slope as well. From
Dawkins has
Roland
almost
Jones.
played for it to come down the slope at him.
Well, you can't particularly, given that big LBW appeal, you can't leave that line alone, can you? So there's the game. That's it set up for the morning now. Can Roland Jones just leave it there? You don't really need even to drop in the odd bouncer. Just 6 on the spot, please, Toby. That's what he's made a career of, really. And he's found the spot.
Tall right-hander Dawkins comes forward, and again it has dropped away into the onside. They're going to come through for a leg by here. There was a misfield at square leg.
The other name in the Middlesex youngsters we were just talking about, who's missing, Noah Cornwell at the moment. Genuinely, Cornwell, Sharma, Morgan, Faulkner. There's a few of them. There's a couple of others as well. But
he got picked in the Lions squad, didn't he, off the back of his last performances?
And they've managed to nick Ben Geddes from Surrey. So, you know, that's can't claim him as the homegrown, but another exciting player at the start of his career, really.
I think he had a game on loan with Kent, actually. Geddes, a couple of years ago. Compton gets a bit squared up by that delivery, and it squirts out to second slip, all along the ground. So good start on the money here. Roland Jones and Helm.
Actually, I'll come back to the kids first before that. Yeah, speaking to one or two of the players, because you always do when you get one or two youngsters come through, you get excited, and then you get a clutch of them come through. And Middlesex had, 5 or 6 years ago, a group of youngsters that came through and perhaps didn't really manage to nail down their places in the side. Some have gone elsewhere. Martin Anderson.
Roland Jones bowls, tucking himself in behind this one, Compton.
Luke Holman, who is unlucky not to be in this side really as a batter or bowler. A genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, good player.
Yeah, he's a really good player, and Holman unlucky to miss out. Again, I'd suggest spinner's time of year as well. But they're speaking to one or two of the more senior players. They said, no, seriously, this group, they've got something about them. These young bowlers that Middlesex have. So Sharma and Morgan to keep an eye on, and Cornwell as well, and pushed poor old Ishan Kaushal out of the picture at the moment, so he's got to battle back in. But yeah, there's a good number of them jostling for positions as youngsters, as this ball's short outside the off stump, and goodness me, Dawkins has a real punch at that one off the back foot. Good pace, good bounce as well, taken over his head by the keeper in front of slip. So that's how far it went. Compton's wandering down to have a prod at the surface now, but I tell you what, that bodes well for Helm and Roland Jones and Sharma and Morgan. They'll all be rubbing their hands together looking at that. Long may that continue. Yeah,
I mean, Kent obviously winning the toss and choosing to bat first because it's going to be 30 degrees today, but actually bowling first at Canterbury is often the best time to bowl.
Helm in bowls and too wide, but it's gone again down the slope, hasn't it? That's taken nearly in front of third by Cracknell. He's had to go a long way there. Cap on, goodness me, he'll be sweaty under that cap already, won't it? Big old dive like that.
But yeah, it generally will get kind of flatter as the game goes on, and this top layer of grass will kind of wear down a little bit. So yeah, Middlesex actually first session often is the best time to bowl.
It does feel as though Helm and Roland Jones should be all over them here. There's enough out there. As Helm's in, he bowls and a little too straight and turned off middle and leg for a couple wide of mid-on, and Dawkins off the mark, which receives almost as rapturous an applause as the first run of the morning did, which really is lovely. There's such a little bit of excitement around the ground, the atmosphere around the ground, with the kids being in as well, members playing their part, well, members and non-members, knowledgeable with the first runs of the day. The kids are waiting for a 6, aren't they? Give us a 6, that's what we want, or a 4. They won't have seen it, they'll turn around and be told.
Yeah, true.
They'll be doing something else. His Helm, he's in, bowls, and a beaut, draws him into the defence on the off stump and leaves him through to the gloves of Cracknell, and the right-hander Dawkins walks down the pitch now to prod at the surface. Compton from the non-striker's end will come and meet him.
Yeah, that's nipped and bounced. That one from Helm. Tough start here for the Kent openers. I think Dawkins was 4 off about 40 balls last week at Blackpool, and is going to have to do a similar sort of thing, real dig in at the moment.
Helm hits the crease, bowls, oh, another beaut. Beats him all ends up on the off stump with that one. And Dawkins in line behind that one, thinking he had it all lined up. He wasn't even pushing at it, was he? He lines it up. I don't think he was playing the line because that left him considerably, so I think he just beat him by that margin. Compton's crouched down at the non-striker's end. What's up with him? Conserving energy already? Helm to Dawkins. It's the last ball of Helm's third over, 6th of the innings, 5 without loss, Kent, as Helm's in, bowls full straight and defended to mid-on. But that's where they need to be and just stay on that length, that line, as Bull's doing enough that the slip should be in play. And potentially LBW as well, as we've already had that one. Good shout from Roland Jones early on, but their disappointment, I think, gave the game away, or the lack of disappointment. When it was a good appeal, but the lack of disappointment suggested they knew something wasn't quite right with it. But 5 without loss it is. Dawkins has 2, Compton has 2, myself, Kevin Hand alongside Ben Watts. Bringing you cricket from the BBC here, from BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, Compton 2 off 12 Dawkins 2 off 24 so far. So Compton's on strike at the minute. Oh, has he nicked it? No. No, says the umpire.
Well, Roland Jones didn't appeal, he just celebrated.
There was just a yes, come on from Roland Jones, I think, that we heard on the effects mic.
Yeah, I think that's obviously bat on pad, isn't it? It's just offered a little noise. But
yeah, keeper threw the ball up in the air.
Well, they went with it, didn't they?
Celebrate, but
they went with it, but again, not too convincingly. In the, I mean, you'd all, if they genuinely believed he'd nicked that, they'd all still be in position now in disbelief, wouldn't they? So
yeah,
there's the answer.
They'd probably made more of a noise than they did.
Yeah. Well, they went with the kind of celebration to convince the umpire, didn't they? Obviously, he's out. Obviously.
Yeah, yeah. Roland Jones again. Compton using his bat to cover up his pads. Against that one on the stumps.
Yeah, oh, that was what I was going to say. Have we got the fan position wrong? Do we need to have it in front of us blowing into our face, which is blowing the fresher air into the box?
Oh, I mean, that's...
How were you at science at school? Any good?
That's a tactical one.
What do you reckon? Does that make more sense?
I think it's a good theory, yeah.
Is it a theory worth trying?
I think it's could be worth a go.
Rather than me trip it out of this, do you want to do it at the end of the over?
Yeah, let's do that.
When I take over the other one?
Let's do that.
Helm bowls and... Oh, sorry, it's you. Roland Jones bowls and it's pushed back.
Yeah, it is.
I was still thinking about... I was like this in science as well, yeah. That's why I don't know whether it's a good idea to remove the fan. But yeah, another forward defence from Compton.
Well, because we've both... At the minute, we're not really getting the full benefits of the fan because we've sat so far back in the commentary box to get out of the sunlight.
Yeah, it was well positioned to begin with, but...
Yeah, I'll give it...
We need a slight rethink from the skipper.
I'll move it. And yeah, I like it, though.
It's a bit like...
The vice-captain's come up to the skipper there with a very good idea that he's thinking, right, I'm going to give that a go next over. Here comes Roland Jones to Compton on the leg stump, and he's clipped it away into the leg side for a single. Down towards long leg. Getting up to 6 without loss in the 7th over.
So how have you been anyway, Ben? Good season?
Yeah, not too sad, thank you.
Not too sad, that's good to hear.
I can't complain at all. Can't complain.
And how's Matt?
He's very well, yeah. He went to Blackpool last week. Saw Kent get a victory up there. Crikey, day 2 for Kent last week was really quite something. Bowled Lancashire out for 87, and then Benjamin smashed it everywhere as it's left alone outside the off stump by Dawkins. And by day 2, the game almost looked like it was in the bag. They had a couple of days to bowl Lancashire out and managed to do so pretty comfortably in the end. So yeah, super win for Kent last weekend. Enjoying the World Cup?
Yeah. A lot of people worried about the size of it, but actually the way that some of the smaller nations have performed, it suggested that the expansion has been the right thing to do, and I agree.
Here comes Roland Jones, bowls. Oh, that's a Yorker delivery. Almost a kind of flamingo dance there from Dawkins as he jammed down the bat. Right, end of the over.
You're going to move the fan.
Let's try our science experiment.
Well, while you do, I'll come off my long run-up. I mean, you'd have to be a pretty short-sighted, inexperienced, not particularly intelligent administrator to think that reducing the number of teams would be a good idea, wouldn't you? Expansion, always the way in sport. Make it more accessible, more available. The more the merrier. And as we have a Division 1 and we have a Division 2, but yeah, quite rightly. Now, when you've plugged that in and unplug it for some reason, it's caused a little electrical bloop. We still got our red and green going on the ISDM.
I think we have, yeah.
Bizarrely, both when you unplugged it at the back of the box, which should have nothing to do, but does worry me slightly about the electrics here at Canterbury, and plugged it back in there was an electrical boop in our ear. Helms around the wicket, start the new over. It's left alone by Compton. And through to the keeper it goes. Oh, yeah, that's working, isn't it? That's a bit better, isn't it?
That's surely a better shout.
Yeah, because it's also bringing the fresh air in from outside. That it's right in front of the window now, isn't it? So I could be very wrong.
No, I
message in and say the theory's completely wrong.
I like it.
You need to put it back and have the fan blowing towards the window. But are we now blowing the hot air in to our faces from outside? This could be going on throughout the day, our positioning of the fan. Helm in bowls, and this is defended into the offside by Compton. 6 without loss. Still, at least we're not sat next to the waste management truck.
It is true.
I mean, the smell of the chicken.
That chicken's going to have to smell good.
It is. Even the ice cream's not going to taste great when you're smelling that today. Oh, an ice cream. Do you get free ice cream here, Ben? Do they send you up one?
Maybe we could, have a word with the press officer later.
Oh, no, I mean the ice cream van. Like at Wantage Road and at New Road. They send you up ice cream, don't they?
Or do they?
Helm's around the wicket. He bowls down the leg side. A cry of catch. Cracknell gets a glove to it. There's no disappointment. It might have just been the hip, which makes it an even better stop down the leg side with the slope. Cracknell.
The alternative at tea time is we buy like a 4-pack.
Of?
Like Fabs or something, the
Oh, I see,
equivalent
ice cream,
of,
sorry.
Like ice
right.
lolly type vibe.
My mind was going to a different type
Sorry.
of 4-pack.
Or that. Other ice lollies are available.
Helm, 2 slips and a gully and a leg gully. He's in bowls. Full and straight to Compton. It's defended to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, leg gully. Such a popular position now, isn't it?
It is. I was enjoying Jeremy Coney's theory about it.
Oh, yeah?
Where
was he on?
On Test Match Special.
Oh, is he on TMS this week, is he,
I think
Jeremy?
so, yeah. Yeah, talking about why it's become more popular. Batters basically trying to get out in front of their pad to avoid LBW. You see batters batting on off stump a little bit more to try and avoid LBW, and as a result, they're kind of playing a little bit more around the front pad and bringing that sort of leg gully into the game.
Helm, round the wicket, bowls, rapping on the pads. This one falls away towards square leg. 6 without loss. Dawkins 2, Compton 3.
So yeah, but I think particularly England are using it quite a lot as a sort of legitimate catching position.
What have you done to your arm? That looks like a seam mark. Is that a seam
I
mark?
don't think it is.
Have you worn a...
I did wear a cricket ball last week. I had a nice bruise on the bottom of my hand.
Yeah.
From last Saturday, from where I dropped one at short mid-wicket.
How much did it swell up?
Not too bad. It was just kind of a little bit of a shadow on the bottom of my hand. Everyone a bit purple.
Helm remains around the wicket. That's put into a channel outside off that Compton happily leaves alone. Feels like they could just be making them play on the off stump a little bit more here, Middlesex. It's either a little bit wide or a little bit straight.
In fairness, I think it's doing so much off the pitch. There's a lot of seam movement that it's, you could almost bowl it in the same spot and each ball's going to do something different.
That's it. That's the thing, yeah. Now, whether with that you need to go a little fuller, who knows? But 6 without loss. If it's moving that much, then batters will happily leave it on a length. As we've seen, the bounce is good. There's good bounce, there's good pace. Certainly 2 things that Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm would always want.
So Rowland-Jones once more to Dawkins down the leg side. Good footwork by Cracknell. Moving away to his left. Should be another update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment.
Another one?
The clock on the manual scoreboard and above the Les Ames stand is stuck.
Oh.
It says it's 11 o'clock still.
Oh.
It's stuck on as of, I don't know if it was 11 o'clock today that it got stuck, but it's stuck. The time is 33 minutes past 11 as per the electronic scoreboard over on the far side of the ground.
Which game can we get on the TV above us then? The test or the stream here?
Oh, we might be able to get the test match in fairness.
Does it have a remote control? Or is it manual?
I might need to plug it in first, actually.
Oh no.
Just use my...
Aha. Well done.
There you are.
You're not missing anything, folks, in the middle. The umpire's been having a chat.
There's discussion going on. Is Rowland-Jones going to bowl around the wicket? He's just positioning his leg gully and various other fielders. Yeah, good morning, Lucy. Glorious day here in Canterbury. It's the start of Canterbury Cricket Week. Loads of spectators and kids in the ground for this game. Local school kids getting a taste of the action. Third against fourth in Division 2. Kent batting first against Middlesex, having chosen to do so. Pitch is a little bit green on top, and actually it's been not quite as easy as it might be expected in these conditions to bat. Dawkins has got 2 off 28, and then Ben Compton, one of 2 changes, back in the team after a finger injury. He's got 3 from 22. Grant Stewart, the other player, coming back into the squad. They've picked just the one spin of Bertie Foreman missing out, and likewise Harry Finch. So Kent batting first, enjoying the glorious sunshine. A little bit hot in our commentary box at the moment, but it should hopefully cool down as the day goes on. Kent are 6 without loss. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Yeah, that one just hitting the pad of Dawkins and dropping away into the leg side. As Roland Jones is in again. Dawkins lets this one go outside the off stump. What is the latest in the Test match?
They've lost 2 wickets. Both overnight batters have gone.
Oh no! Margate's Jordan Cox.
Yep.
Now of Essex. Of course. For 27. Former Kent overseas, Matt Henry, in the wickets.
Is it not working?
No, it's working now. I've got it working.
Ah.
It's just an ad break.
Just can't see it from here.
Here comes Roland Jones again, down the leg side. Good take from Cracknell. So Henry's now got 5. So he's got Josh Chung out as well as Jofra Archer. So yeah, New Zealand staring at a pretty healthy first innings lead, courtesy of the Glenn Phillips 100. And just Fisher and Baker at the crease. Elsewhere, plenty of action elsewhere in the County Championship. As Roland Jones bowls to Dawkins. I thought he might have got a little bit of bat on that as he tried to flick it away leg side, but through it goes to Cracknell. Another maiden over from Roland Jones. He's bowled 3 of his 5 overs have been maidens, and he's only conceded 2 runs thus far. Kent are 6 without loss. So elsewhere, Essex batting first against Notts at Chelmsford at 27 for 1. Glamorgan batting first at Cardiff against Surrey at 17 without loss. Yorkshire at Grace Road against Leicestershire are 33 for 2. Batting first, Somerset 33 for 3 against Warwickshire at Taunton. So 3 early wickets for the Bears.
Helm around the wicket, bowls. Compton on the back foot, opens up, and well, he strokes it into the offside. I thought he was going to go a little harder. Maybe he was trying to time it as well, but in the end it's just a gentle ease in between points and the short wide mid-off for a single.
Hampshire 30 without loss at Hove against Sussex. Lancashire 26 for 1 away to Derbyshire. Northants 24 without loss at Durham. Then Gloucestershire 28 for 1 at Worcestershire. So everybody back in County Championship action. It was a bit weird how last round Surrey decided to play a few days ahead for everybody else.
Oh, it was because of the test at the Oval this week, so they had to have a week clear.
There you go. That makes sense.
Had to be brought forward a week.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Helm over the wicket, he bowls and beats the edge of Dawkins' bat once more. So we've got the Test match above us now. I've got the stream up to have a look at that LBW appeal that Roland Jones had. What would it have been, 2nd or 3rd ball of the match, wasn't it?
It was early doors.
It wasn't the 2nd ball because that was defended into the offside. He's batting Dawkins, or he was to Roland Jones anyway, with his back foot or around middle and off. Front foot's just about on middle. So even without having seen it, I suggest his trigger's probably taken him outside the line. As up on his toes, that's punched away effortlessly by Dawkins. Wow, he just lifted Rose with the ball and stroked that in front of point for 4. And Kent are 11 without loss. And there's the applause for the first boundary of the match.
The crowd reaction there, absolutely loving that. They've had to wait 9.3 overs for the first boundary of the game, but they rather enjoyed it when it came. And yeah, beautifully stroked. Dawkins, he's a little bit of a Zach Crawley clone. He's 6'5", long-limbed, and yeah, just got on top of the bounce there. Played away square off the back foot.
Helm in again, bowls a little tighter to Dawkins on this occasion, and as a result, he's tucked up by it, even though he thought about a similar shot. Yeah, as we suspected, the Roland Jones to Dawkins ended up a mile outside the off stump when he was... Oh, actually, maybe not a mile. Now I've looked at it, I've replayed it back again. Probably point of impact there is a little tighter on the pad than I realised.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
actually.
It was the inside of the pad, or the outside of the pad that it struck. So I don't know if I'll be able to freeze it in time. But I mean, look, it would have been a rough one, I think, for the batter early on. There's a lifting ball from Helm now to Dawkins through to the keeper, and there's no run. At very, very best, it was umpire's call, wasn't it? But the point that it was close enough to be umpire's call was... you could see why they were so enthusiastic, but they probably settled down thinking exactly that. It's probably just umpire's call at best.
Yeah, difficult when you don't have the benefit of the third umpire, etc.
Well, we were going through this last week at New Road. Such scrutiny now for the umpires. Helm in bowls. That was loose from Dawkins outside the off. He's outside off stump. He's somewhere between a cut and a back foot punch. I'm not quite sure which it was. And the ball, with a little bit of lift, beats the edge, and through to the keeper it passes. Right, here we go. Toby Roland Jones to Dawkins. I'll see if I can freeze frame it on the exact point. Not that it matters, because in the scorebook it does say not out, but for our own knowledge on this, you can rock and roll these quite well, can't you? Which is, yeah, that's not far away, you know. Yeah, that is not far away on the line of off.
Like you said, I think it's the trigger movement that's got him outside of off stump.
It's got him outside, but where he struck on the pad, I reckon that is hidden in line, you know. Because his, I mean, actually his back foot's almost on off stump, let alone middle and off.
Yeah.
So by the time he triggers, he is outside the line of off, but by goodness me, as Nick Compton once said to me of batting on off stump, you have got to make sure you know if that's under your under the line of your nose, you've got to get bat on it.
Yeah. Here comes Toby Roland Jones then to Ben Compton, the left-hander. He sprayed that down the leg side. Good bit of keeping.
It would have been umpire's call. It would have absolutely been umpire's call,
which
impact, was not out. Yeah, so it was just clipping. Yeah. It was just, you know, it was just in line at best. A fraction of the ball, I'd say. But when you freeze frame it on the replay, you can see all of leg, to be fair, and you know, a fair bit of middle. But that pad where he struck, it would have certainly been marginal there. But there we go.
Here comes Roland Jones. Full delivery. Dug out by Compton, into the leg side it goes, and they'll run through for a single. I ended up doing quite a bit of umpiring last Saturday, actually.
Oh, did you get sledged?
No, not really. I got out pretty cheaply, hence why I ended up doing quite a bit of umpiring. But yeah, so second half of a sort of 40 over innings.
Did you then give all your mates out so your failure didn't look so bad?
No, I was about to say I didn't really give anything out, which is generally my sort of modus operandi when I umpire. But there was a couple of run-out shouts, which, you know, were very close, and if I'd have looked back at them, they probably would have been out. But in real time, it's almost impossible to tell when somebody's putting a dive in, as it's left alone outside the off-stump, very wide outside the off-stump. You know, the fielding side probably thought it was out. Maybe it was, but in real time, it's just so hard to tell without the benefit of being able to take it upstairs and slow it down and look how well-timed the dive was or whatever. As it was, we were very much second best anyway, and I think if it had been a tighter game, maybe the home side would have been a bit more grumpy. But here comes Roland Jones again, 3 slips and a leg gully. Dawkins, lets this one go outside the off stump.
2 bits of news from that there, London, flashing up on my alerts on my phone. One is 35 degrees in London. So
is it
amber.
Kew these days that they have a temperature gauge that seems to be where all the hottest temperatures come from?
Yeah, sometimes Heathrow, don't they? They do as well. You know, what do they do? The tarmac, the heat of the tarmac at Heathrow. Amber extreme heat warning issued by the Met Office, 35 degrees. The other bit of news, which touched on something we mentioned earlier about the World Cup expanding, the London Marathon is to expand to 2 days.
It is going to be 2 days. I had heard the rumour. Yeah, they were talking about the possibility of it. This is defended away by Dawkins, and then they had a record number of applications, I think.
Yeah, so much like every other sensible sport in the world, looking to expand rather than contract and reduce and become more elitist. Because, you know, that's not a problem we have in cricket, is it?
No, absolutely not.
Ridiculous.
Honestly.
Oh, if I'm this grumpy in the heat at this time of the morning, can you imagine what I'll be like at 3:30?
When we put a bit more money in the meter.
Can you imagine if there was a power failure and we lost that fan? Oh, mind you, we wouldn't be on air then. We could go and find somewhere cool to sit.
Roland Jones bowls to Dawkins again, getting well forward and out of his crease and outside the line of off stump. Defends away, 12 without loss, Kent, after 11 overs. So slow going so far this morning.
Oh no, you've got batteries for those kits. We'd have to keep going. You put the batteries in and we'd have to keep going. Oh, goodness me. This is not a day for a power failure.
I had a bit of a shocker at Beckenham the other day because we were obviously in the marquee.
Playing.
We were.
Was it T20?
This was the Durham game, the 4-day game,
Durham.
and they had a generator which stopped working, and so we went off air temporarily. I ran to the car to get some extra batteries, and then realised I'd actually bought one of the. We've got a sort of mobile, big battery. It's a bit like a sort of thing you're temping with you to charge all your items and power everything. And I actually had that underneath the desk, and there I was scrabbling around for spare batteries, completely forgetting that I brought the other thing.
Are you a big camper?
Not really. In this weather, I wouldn't mind so much.
Oh, change of bowling. Sebastian Morgan is replacing Helm.
If it rains, though, camping's no fun.
Just the 5 overs for Helm. Maybe he'll get a change of ends. See if that changes his fortunes. Morgan has 2 slips, a gully and a short mid-wicket crouching down. He's right arm around the wicket to Compton. Brings that first ball back in. Compton defends. Because mid-off is so wide, Faulkner on this occasion, he has to charge around and a tumbling stop prevents the single.
May well be that because of the weather, because of the heat, they'll keep it to 5 overs bowls for the bowlers.
There is that. There is that. Although the old man, Roland Jones, has just bowled 6, hasn't he? So.
Good point. How much longer?
I reckon Matt Cole's a camper.
I reckon.
Yeah.
He's very much a walk in the countryside kind of guy.
Here's a ball down the leg side to Compton, down the slope it goes. 12 without loss. I do like having a go at Matt when he's not here. Nearly as much as I like having a go at him when he's here.
Can't defend himself when he's not here.
It'd have to be a big sleeping bag for Matt, though, wouldn't it? What is he, 6'7"? 6'6"?
6'6", maybe?
Must be a big caravan, big tent.
Toes poking out the zip.
Toes poking out the caravan. Steady. Here's Morgan. Around the wickets, 2 slips and a gully. And a gully as well, he's in. Bowls, and this is turned. Got a square on the leg side for 2. Compton moves to 7, overtaking Dawkins on 6. Kent 14 without loss. Barely a cloud in the sky. A few whiffs of cloud here and there. Whiffs, wisps.
Wisps of cloud, yeah, nice.
Morgan. 4th ball of his opening over. Smooth, steady, gentle approach, isn't it? But gets it through at a reasonable pace around the wicket to Compton, who eases it back. He's not one of the expressmen like Cornwell and Sharma. They're the 2 that will really push it through, and Helm still can.
Getting a bit of swing, yes, Morgan.
Well, he is, yeah. He's offering something different to the other two, isn't he? Which, again, would suggest slightly fuller length. Around the wicket, though, it's swinging in with the slope to Compton, and I'd imagine the setup of Compton will be delighted with that. Feels like over the wicket might be the better option to Compton. As he's in now, Morgan, and swings that again down the leg side. Everything from Compton here is set up for that ball swinging in and with the slope. So it's really going to have to do something pretty special to bring the outside edge into play.
Yeah, it feels like your most likely mode of dismissal from this angle is the leg gully.
It does, and they've got the leg gully there, excuse me, who they could bring finer if we went over the wicket, but that brings LBW back into play. So you'd have thought at this stage of the innings, fuller, straighter, or right arm over to the left-hander, and if one holds its line or doesn't swing, then the outside edge is in play. As here's Morgan around the wicket again. It's short, it's wide, and goodness me, it's got big on Compton, who has shouldered it over the slips, and it was a nothing ball and a nothing shot, but a huge outcome. The suggestion from Compton is that climbed on him far more than he expected. He was just gently offering almost a dab outside the off stump, an innocuous ball which didn't swing, it didn't come down the slope. But it did bounce, and almost out of nowhere. We've seen the taller, the quicker helm at this end, but that from Morgan was certainly unexpected for Compton. He survives with 4 over the slips. Shoulder of the bat. And Kent are 18 without loss as Compton moves to 11.
Yeah, I think you're right. He was just looking to kind of angle it.
Well, everything happened in slow motion until all of a sudden it bounced, and high up the outside edge it was gone.
And it went quite comfortably over the cordon. Right then, Sharma from the Nackington Road end getting ready to go.
Well, if this boy's in the mood, there's rarely any stopping. It's not that he's not in the mood, he's young. I want to take that back, because Sharma's very committed, very dedicated, very...
Got the white headband on.
Yes.
I noticed the entire Kent team warmed up with white headbands.
Oh.
Wasn't sure if there was some sort of practical joke going on there. But here comes Sharma on the stumps, and Dawkins defending this back up the pitch. Dawkins obviously an England under-19 teammate of a few of the Middlesex guys, like Faulkner and Morgan, pretty recent times. I think one of the Kent boys is in the squad. I think it's Dawkins, yeah, who's the next England under-19 squad, and their first match is next week. So after this match, he'll go away with the international youth team. Sharma bowls, and it's let go outside the off stump.
Good leave. Good leave that, because it did shape away slightly, and it wasn't that far from the right-hander as he left that alone. Had that have come back down the slope, it could have been fun. But that was a very, very good leave. Compton's down, tapping away at the surface on that one. Perhaps that's sending a message to his young colleague there that seemed up the slope. Had it have seemed the other way.
So yeah, it's a 3-match youth ODI series against South Africa that Dawkins is part of the squad for. Jack Nelson of Middlesex is in that group as well. As Sharma bowls, full delivery, driven away. A rare drive from Dawkins out into the covers. Yeah, Harmison and Flintoff Jr. both in that squad as well. Sons of.
Speaking of insides, Stokes is in the Durham side, isn't he?
He is indeed.
Can you imagine up there right now? I'm assuming Kevin Howes gone up to visit Martin Emerson, and Andrew Rad, Northamptonshire, the visitors for that. The cues for the interview.
Bowls here to Sharma. It's jumped away into the leg side. If there was a short leg, he would have had a comfortable catch off the inside edge and then bouncing off the pad.
How do we turn the TV down, Ben?
I think it might be your phone.
Oh, you're right. Who are we playing on my phone?
Who are you playing on the phone?
Oh, it's you and me.
Oh, there we go.
No, it's not actually. It is Durham. It's Durham, Northamptonshire.
Oh, well, yeah.
Oh, I see. I've clicked on to see what the score is, and the autoplay is gone.
Oh, okay, there you go.
43 without loss, Northants.
England 250 for 9, so they got a batting point. Oh, that's jumped off a length to Dawkins. Squared him up a little bit, that one from Sharma.
This is a 3-wicket morning. There's enough out there. That ball's seaming around.
Yeah, it really is.
With a quartet that Middlesex have, if Kent go in 3 down, I think they should be happy. If they go in any fewer than 3 down, they will be ecstatic.
Yeah, I mean, the run rate is what, 1.4. Had almost 13 overs. Last ball of the 13th coming up, and Kent are only on 18. But that just shows how difficult it's been. Dawkins has got 6 off 46 deliveries so far. Compton 11 off 31 has been a bit more fluent. As Sharma bowls. Again, he goes past the outside edge. Has he got the outside edge this time? The umpire, well, looked like he was nodding his head, but didn't raise his finger. So Dawkins remains at the crease, and Middlesex, second time in the morning where they've almost gone up in celebration for a catch behind. And it's been turned down. Maiden over from Sharma, 18 without loss.
That's the second, maybe third time this morning that Middlesex have celebrated without appealing. Yeah. You almost start to think, well, careful, lads, because the umpires might take exception to this, and on a close call.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Don't forget to appeal to the umpire.
Don't forget to ask very nicely.
Well, indeed. Yeah, they looked convinced on that one, though. I must say that was a more convincing celebre appeal than the others. As here's Compton facing up to Morgan. A little bit of width on that one. Now, that's what he went for the last over when it got big on him and went over second slip. On this occasion, it's a dab into the offside. Up the hill it goes, and the ball's retrieved. They've taken 2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky shot to be playing so far outside, or so far away from your body when we have had that variable bounce.
Well, the variable bounce will be the one of interest. I mean, we've not seen anything keep low yet, but we've seen good bounce, is what we should probably say. It's been good bounce. What you'd want as long as you don't have one keeping low, then you're happy, aren't you? Even as a batter, you're like, all right, we'll accept that. So here's Morgan in, bowls down the leg side, a little dabble at that as it goes through to the keeper. That's the big lament at the moment of English cricket, isn't it? That we don't have enough pace and bounce in our surfaces, even at test level. Lords and the Oval both have had fingers pointed at them in terms of the pace and the bounce. The Oval track at the moment, I heard the look at it was, well, if we'd have turned up and seen this pitch 20 years ago, 10 years ago, we'd have said this is a 3-dayer. They've left grass on it, you know, there should be assistance, but there's not the pace in it that there used to be at the Oval. And obviously that's been the problem for Lords for a while, which is why they've been trying a few things there. Morgan over the wicket now. This is the right call. No, it's down the leg side, the first one, appealed for LBW. But that's why over the wicket is the right call here. It was the wrong ploy to be around the wicket for the youngster. But this is absolutely right now. This will bring all modes of dismissal into play with the ball that is seaming for all and swinging for Morgan as well.
You know, I mentioned earlier on about everyone wearing their headbands in the warm-up.
Yeah.
I've been told what it is. So it is a charity thing.
Right. Here comes Morgan, bowls, and oh, that's worked fine. It's leg byes though. It's leg byes. It's a dab at a ball down the leg side from Compton, which gets away. Now, we mentioned that leg gully with him around the wicket. It does feel like that leg gully needs to be a tight leg slip here, because that one gets through nicely.
Yes, the pad. The headbands are a nod to the late great Graham Thorpe. So for today's fixture at the St Lawrence ground, Kent and Middlesex have teamed up with the charity Mind to mark Day for Thorpe. Money raised will fund Thorpe's Bat and Chat programme, delivered by local Mind and cricket partners, volunteers across the...
Morgan! Oh, I thought it had bowled him. Left alone by Compton. Back and across he went. Didn't offer a shot. Well, it didn't take the pad, or they'd be screaming as well. But for all the world, the way that came back, and this is why he has to be over the wicket right now to the left-hander, the way that came back, you expected to see the bails exploding into the air behind him. Goodness me, that must have been close.
Yeah, absolutely the right call to come over the wicket. But yeah, that's what the headbands were for in the warm-up. In memory of Graham Thorpe.
Morgan, 2 slips Gully, leg, Gully coming around to leg, slip now. Oh, that's close. That's very close. Full and straight. Was there an inside edge? Because they've settled down very quickly in that appeal. Quite full, pretty straight and straightening. But the
must have been bat.
Decision is not out. You'd imagine it must have been bat because surely they would have gone on longer with the appeal and there would have been more disappointment and disbelief. We've got a drinks break. 59 minutes into the play, and probably not a bad thing for Middlesex because a little regroup, although I think the two youngsters have bowled well here. I'm just lining up for you, Ben, the Sharma ball to Dawkins, which they Celebra appealed. The way that he sets up, he ends up playing at the ball a long way outside the off stump, doesn't he? That's the danger for him, and as that goes past the edge, it's certainly not bat on pad, so if there was a noise, it was only bat on ball. But in the umpire's opinion, there was no noise. Sharma goes up with the Celebra appeal. The rest of them all look pretty convinced as well, but the disappointment once again though was not particularly great.
Yeah, it was short-lived.
Yeah.
See if we can get a view of that LBW, because again it looked good.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what was wrong with it, or what could have been wrong with it.
Hence our thought that it must have been bat, because
unless it's pitched outside the line of leg.
I think it was full enough.
Yeah, it felt as though it was full and it was straight. Oh my goodness me! That has pitched.
Probably on off stump.
Yeah, and with the slope, swinging, seaming, straightening, the only thing can be inside edge there, surely.
Yeah, it must be. Must have been inside edge. Like you say, hence how the peel died down so quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kent have made it through to the opening drinks break somehow without losing a wicket. And Middlesex have inadvertently, despite losing the toss, been given the keys to have a go first with the ball.
They have, and there's only 24 on the board, but there's no wicket down yet, and that will, I think, from what you've said of Canterbury, you've got to make good use of it in the first innings of the match. So the opportunity's there for Middlesex. They could have had 2 or 3 in that hour, couldn't they? They've been very, very close. There's been one outstanding LBW appeal, but we fancy there's probably inside edge. The Roland Jones one was at best umpire's call. A couple of beaten the edge that they've gone up for, but the chances are there and they're being created. They've just not quite, perhaps not quite challenged the outside edge enough just yet for me. Now that's not to say that they're bowling too wide or too straight indeed, but yeah, with the amount of seam movement there is, you fancy that perhaps they should be going past the edge a little bit more than they have in this first hour. 24 without loss it is.
The Premier League fixtures came out today.
Oh, did they?
And credit to Aston Villa's admin, who said Aston Villa's delighted to announce that in our 2026-27 Premier League campaign, we will play fixtures against every team, home and away. Full stop.
Who's that? I was with Frank. No, he's not. Who's Frank's team? Is it Wolves? He's a Midlands man. I was with him last week for the Worcestershire game at New Road. A few Villa shirts were spotted throughout the game. Come on, you've teased us. Who's first? You've got to give us the first game, the big first. There's always one team first game, isn't there?
Who are Coventry playing Arsenal or Man City first up? Something like that?
Coventry have got Arsenal, yeah.
There you go.
Hull, Manchester United.
Here comes Sharma then from the Nackington Road end. Let go outside the off stump by Dawkins.
And City begin life without Pep Guardiola at home to Bournemouth, I'm reading on the BBC website.
There you go.
Oh, some good ones.
A game, of course, that cost them the title, effectively.
Liverpool's first game is away at Newcastle.
Ooh.
And Chelsea, Fulham. What a fixture list this is.
It's a good London derby to start. BBC London will be there, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's barely a bad game in that first round, is it? You genuinely look at all of them with interest to see what's happened there.
When does it start? What date?
Probably the day after the World Cup
Something
final.
in August. Oh, nips back too much almost, this delivery. That was from Sharma.
21st of August.
21st of August. So that's actually semi-respectable.
What, the start date?
Yeah, for the Premier League.
Is it usually earlier?
I think so, yeah. I think Premier League normally starts mid-August, and then the EFL starts the week before. And the EFL starts
I did think
later.
that was later, yeah. So Arsenal-Coventry kicks it off on the Friday. Hull, Manchester United, Everton, Crystal Palace. That's a bit meh.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ray. Middlesex snapper, Palace fan. Ipswich, Sunderland, meh. Brentford, Tottenham. There you go, another London derby in the opening weekend.
Sharma, 3 slips. Bowls to Dawkins, defends it back up the pitch.
Brighton, Aston Villa, potentially a bit meh, but then with all the carry on at all the other sides, and will Arsenal be as good as they were last year? Are Villa dark horses this season?
Ooh.
No Pep, all change at Liverpool. Goodness knows what will happen at Manchester United and Chelsea. Anyway, back to this, but yeah, first day of the season, that's an interesting one.
So 24 without loss, Kent. Back up and running after the drinks break. Should be an update for BBC Radio Kent in a minute. As Sharma's in and bowling. Again goes past the outside edge of the Dawkins bat through to the wicketkeeper.
You're on tenterhooks.
Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, good afternoon from a very warm and sunny Canterbury. Kent batting first here against Middlesex, third against fourth in Division 2 this week. The start of Canterbury Cricket Week has started positively, at least for the home side. They're 24 without loss after the opening hour of play. That's pretty slow going in terms of the run rate, just 1.5 runs per over they're scoring at the moment, but that tells you how difficult it has been on this pitch. That's got a little bit of grass on it. It's been a decent effort from the Middlesex seam attack, although they'll maybe think they've been unlucky not to get a couple of wickets so far, in truth. Ben Dawkins has survived a couple of appeals for caught behind, some LBW shouts as well. The young seamers, Sharma and Morgan, are currently bowling from the two ends after Roland Jones and Helm opened up a bye there to take Kent through to 25 without loss. Ben Compton back in the Kent team after a finger injury. He's there on 12 not out. Grant Stewart coming into the team for this one as well, with Harry Finch and Bertie Foreman missing out. So Kent having won the toss and chosen to bat first. They're 25 without loss. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Yeah, again, that one has leapt and really gone down the slope. And Cracknell had to throw himself away to his left to get a hand on it. Just the one by, but he prevented 4 of them potentially.
Bertie Foreman.
Bertie Foreman, yeah.
If ever there was a 1940s movie star.
Well, his name's actually Albert as well, so Albert Foreman, but Bertie for sure.
Bertie Foreman. You could have seen him in... What would it have been in the 40s? It was too early for the Ealing comedies, wasn't it? What the ones before preceded the Ealing comedy. I mean, that was the golden age of British cinema, wasn't it? Morgan's in, bowls, and forward goes. This ball pushed away into the offside by Dawkins, and no run before Grant Stewart and all those Hollywood lot took over.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want any of your water, by the way? I'm aware that it's a long way away from your reach.
It's too far to get it. It's the. No, I'm joking. It's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll put it closer to you.
Are you concerned?
I was about to offer you more because I've already drunk a pint, pretty much. So I was about to offer you some more water.
Of water, I hope, Ben.
Yeah.
Here's Morgan, bowls, short and wide and punched off the back foot by Dawkins. He's bowled well this morning, Morgan, but for me that's been a little bit too much the story for Middlesex. A little too short and a little too wide. And I have to say it worried me slightly when they started without a... was it a mid-off or a mid-on when Helm was bowling? I thought, well, you want to be putting it up there, don't you? But maybe they're going to put it up there and offer them the drive by not having the mid-off or mid-on there. But have they been a fraction too short this morning, Middlesex? Given the seam and the swing, they ain't going to get a better attempt at blasting the pads off. Here's Morgan, 3 slips in place, he's in, bowls, that's full straight and defended to mid-on. And no run. I was going to say it's the risk-reward balance of getting up to get the water from the front of the box, but the energy in this heat expelled to do so. Going down, having got up the stairs with the kit and then gone back down the stairs to get the water.
The water, yeah.
I did then come back up a hot, sweaty mess, as you pointed out to listeners. Thanks, Ben. Which then did make me think, was it worth getting the water for the amount of energy that just took in this heat? Here's Morgan, he's in, bowls, and better, full, driven through the covers, but I don't mind that, though. They've got a single, Holden's got a hand to it, and they'll get two, actually, as mid-off comes around, but that, for me, is where you want to see them playing this morning. I'm not particularly interested in the cuts and the back foot punches that I've seen so far as a bowler.
Yeah, it's probably a better length, isn't it? Get him playing the drive. Yeah, I was sweating after just setting the kit up for 5 minutes, to be honest.
I was sweating watching you set the kit up. It's a lean on the shovel day today, isn't it?
Mm.
You wouldn't want to be on the building site in this heat.
Quite.
Here's Morgan, he's in, bowls and width, which has been flayed at by Dawkins. It wasn't particularly short, that one. It was the width he went after, and he was in no man's land when he played the shot. It was loose. And
yeah, here we are complaining with the fan in the shade.
Watching cricket,
yeah,
and getting paid for it.
Mm. There's worse things to be doing in this heat. That'd be the only thing for some of the kids, actually, who are watching today. There's not a load of shade and
You don't mind when you're a kid, though, do you?
No,
It never really gets you like it does when you get a bit older. Here's Morgan, he's in, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump, 31 without loss. It's only when you realise the next day that you didn't put the suntan lotion on as a kid.
You're a bit pinkish.
That hurts.
Yeah.
But other than that, you don't mind the heat so much when you're a kid, do you? When you're outside, stuck in the back of the car, it was always awful, wasn't it? But you're outside with your mates and it's hot. You don't think twice about it at that age, do you? 31 for no wicket. Aircon was good in the hotel.
Oh, nice.
Centre of town, one of the newer hotels.
Good work.
I did think if I was in one of the older hotels for this week, it could have been excruciatingly hot. But the aircon was... I wouldn't want to have been in a Worcestershire hotel this week, if that makes sense. One of the really old ones in Worcester, with a fan in the room, no aircon. Oh, goodness me. It was hot enough as it was last week. Can you imagine what it would be like this week?
I remember staying in a pretty old-fashioned one in Blackpool.
Old-fashioned hotel in Blackpool?
On the Friday before Christmas, a couple of years ago.
Is anything else available?
Nope. Nothing.
Before Christmas?
Before Christmas,
What,
yeah.
and you were hot then?
No, I'm just thinking if I...
Oh,
hello.
That was a late withdrawal from Compton. Well, he's pointing at
something.
something.
There wouldn't have been any aircon there, but yeah, it wasn't very late.
Is he saying there was a bit of chatter in the fields?
No, I think it was more likely that somebody was moving behind the side screen, to be honest.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's a good side screen, though, to say somebody's moving behind it.
It is a pretty big side screen, isn't it?
I wonder, was it just a late word from the skipper? He's looking in that direction, because he can't be looking over at that tent over there. So he's looking in the direction of deploy. Is there a bit of chatter? Look, he's pointing.
No,
What's he saying?
I do wonder if it is somebody.
Ah, right.
There's somebody with a red cap on.
Yeah, there are some just to the side of the sight screen, but goodness me, that is wise to be.
I would agree.
Sit down.
It's very much in your peripheral vision.
There's a reflection on a red car over there as well, and I wonder the way that they're walking back and forth past it, does that reflection appear and disappear,
Maybe
it's
that.
He's finding it distracting.
Because I think the gentleman with the red cap may have just come from said vehicle.
All right, well, deploy's on his way over, and he's pointing at the ball, and he's telling them all to clear off, I think. They're very wide, though, in defence of them. You know, the sightseeing's a sight screen, so...
There definitely is a reflection coming off that car windscreen, though.
I suppose what he's saying is you shouldn't be walking behind the sight screen when we're playing. There should be a steward there saying, hold on a minute, a couple of yards either side of the sight screen, no movement, please. And I think they have all been cleared. There we go, they're off.
Sharma sprinting in. Oh, a bit of outside edge from Compton, but soft hands. It goes low to third slip.
It was quite nice to see the delivery by Sharma, though, without the batter getting involved. He just stepped away, so he had a really good, true look at the ball on this pitch. And it was pace, bounce, through to the keeper. It was such a late...
Yeah, really did duck out late, Compton. By the way, Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us. Send us an email. Let us know where you're listening from.
That's going to be risk-reward, isn't it? You got the energy to send the email, we might not read it out.
If you're listening to somewhere from somewhere even hotter than the UK right now. Sharma bowls, it's angled down towards the gully.
I think there'll be many places hotter than the UK right now, but if you're listening from somewhere hotter than the commentary box, here at Canterbury right now.
We need a temperature gauge in the commentary box. Really nice, Nav.
It is getting hot in here, Ben.
Don't say the next line.
I was going to say, but please don't.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
One for 50-cent fans. It's not even one for the kids anymore, is it?
I think it's...
That's one for you.
I think it's Nelly, actually.
Is it Nelly?
Here comes Sharma. Let go outside the off stump.
We used to say that's one for the kids, but...
Yeah, it's more my generation.
That's...
It's more the 30-somethings.
What are the 30-somethings? Generation what? What are you referred to as? Millennials or...?
What's the one before that?
I don't know. There's something in between millennials and... Are we called boomers? I think I'm a boomer, am I?
Probably. It's the kids that are born after the millennium that...
Is that Gen Z?
Yeah. They would say anyone born before the millennium's old. Here comes Sharma. Let go outside the off stump. I remember when it was the first sort of Premier League player that was born after the millennium first came on the scene. Someone like Ryan Sessegnon for Fulham. It's a bit of a guess, but for some reason that name rings a bell.
Oh, hold on. Danny Knights, who's undoubtedly Gen Z from Middlesex, says, yes, you are a boomer. There we go.
There you go. 31 without loss. Kent. Compton. The left-hander. Waiting for Sharma. Plays this out towards point. One bounce into the hands of our second fielder with the floppy white sun hat on. It's definitely a floppy white sun hat kind of day. Max Holden's got it right, if you ask me.
In a rare moment of being nice to Danny Knights, he's the least Gen Z you'll meet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tom Helm's got a floppy on, actually, at slip.
He's never outraged by anything, Danny.
Last ball of the 17th. Down the leg side from Sharma, end of the over. Kent 31 without loss, maiden over.
Apart from my puns. Danny produces the stream at Lord's for the Middlesex home games and indeed the Middlesex women's game, which is where I'm leaving you for on day 3. You've got the delights of Jamie Reid. I've been called up big time. Knockout game on Sunday against Warwickshire for Middlesex women in the T20 as they continue to defend their crown. So it's a big game at Radlett.
Good team, Middlesex women. Good team.
Well, they're almost tier 1.5. They're, I mean, last year they came up against a tier 1 in the final in Yorkshire, but trounced them. As here's Morgan in, bowls full down the leg side through to the keeper, 31 without loss. But yeah, trounced everybody else, but then faced effectively a tier 1 side in the final, even though they only had tier 2 status at the side.
Yeah.
And they trounced them.
Yeah, fair play to them. They beat Kent in the first round of the knockout T20 this year, and I remember seeing that draw thinking, oh, Kent got a bit unlucky there. Very, very good side, that Middlesex women's team. Got some quick bowlers as well.
Morgan bowls outside the off stump, through it goes.
Of course, our, friend of yours and mine, Harry Podmore, part of their coaching staff, isn't he? Part of the Middlesex women, I think he's the bowling coach for Middlesex women. Harry Podmore.
Oh, Potters, yeah.
Yeah, former Kent seamer.
Well, former Middlesex seamer, I think you'll find.
That's what I mean.
Part of the championship winning side.
Former Kent and Middlesex seamer. Got Kent promoted in 2019 or whatever it was. Part of the One Day Cup winning team, 22.
Morgan. Oh, beautiful swinging ball on the off stump. Thick edge all along the floor to backward point. But that's one of the better balls of the morning, and that's where Middlesex, for me, should be consistently probing. And an hour and 18 minutes into the morning session, that is what This pitch and ball are screaming out to me right now, but why have they not had a few more of them there? And I am being hyperly critical, but only for the benefits of the listener who's not here watching and those who just tuned in.
Compton and Dawkins have done well not to get out, in fairness.
But have they had enough balls on that length this morning?
Maybe not the length.
Here's Morgan, another one right there, and it takes the edge again. Swinging away, down past, or fine off backward point, and they'll get a couple here. Dawkins moves to 16? No, he moves to 14. 33 without loss.
Yeah, maybe
the best consecutive deliveries of the morning so far.
Yeah, like you say, maybe some of the other bowlers, given the sort of sideways movement, got sucked into bowling back of length a bit too much.
As I said, it concerned me when there wasn't. I can't remember whether it was a mid-off or mid-on. I can't remember who was on strike at the time. May have been Compton, so there was no mid-off. In comes Morgan. That one's slightly shorter and sitting happily in behind this one. Dawkins defends into the offside. Yeah, that's slightly fuller length. Swinging away, bringing forward onto the front foot. There's good bounce in this pitch and there's good pace, but I wouldn't say it's express pace to rush them on the length that Morgan has just bowled. So that's why it feels, with the movement there is, fuller and straighter, and the ball at the moment nibbling is going to give you the chance of just something happening. I don't particularly feel as though you're going to go searing past the outside edge regularly. As Morgan is in, bowls, and this one starts wide and continues wider down the slope. Compton leaving well alone. He has 13, Dawkins has 14, 33 without loss. And an over to get excited about. And now the Brains Trust come together, deploying Roland Jones and Holden. And I mean, it does feel like a Roland Jones morning, and I wonder, do the next spells just need to be a change of ends for Roland Jones and Helm? The slope would suggest that he was at the right end for Roland Jones, the Nackington Road end, effectively the pavilion end when you think of the slope. But I do wonder, do they just think maybe change of fortune? They didn't bowl badly, Helm or Roland Jones. Just could it have been? Could they have, you know, there weren't enough plays and misses given the amount of movement there was.
Yeah, could they have, as you say, bowled just a fraction fuller. Sharma's in to Compton. Plays that one with the hands away from the body a little bit. Forward of square into the offside, no run. Yeah, Dawkins last week at Blackpool got 54 from 118 deliveries, and as I say, at one point he was 4 from 40. Kent were bowled out for 178 before Lancashire were bowled out for 87 in their first innings in that one. So he's shown he's quite a gutsy player so far, Dawkins. And then we know Compton is a nuggety, old-fashioned almost opener. Playing this one defensively back up the pitch. I was told that Dawkins, because he went away and played a bit of club cricket actually while the first bit of the blast was on, because he wasn't in the Kent side, and he actually got back-to-back hundreds for his club team in the Kent Premier League, one of which was on a good pitch at Bexley, I'm told, and then the week after at Tunbridge Wells was a really challenging wicket, and actually Bromley were bowled out for 90 in the second innings in the run chase, and Dawkins getting 100. I think he was the only one that got sort of above 20 in the game, as Sharma bowls well wide of the off stump to Compton. I think Gus Atkinson might be. Is Gus Atkinson playing for Surrey today? Obviously Stokes is playing for Durham, which is something we've mentioned already, but yeah, Atkinson's playing for Surrey and has just got a wicket. Glamorgan are 38 for 3 in Cardiff. Essex 66 for 2 at Chelmsford against Yorkshire. 50 for 4 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Somerset recovering a little bit from 33 for 3 to 70 for 3 against Warwickshire. Hampshire 55 for 1 at Hove against Sussex. That's all the latest scores from Division 1 as Sharma is coming around the wicket to Compton. Oh, that leaves him. He had a little fiddle at it too, Ben Compton.
Bounce again there for Sharma. He was halfway forward, wasn't he, Compton? And there he is. trying to line that one up once more, and that's why that length and just a fraction fuller, because even on that length, not in disparity of that ball from Sharma, but actually credit to it, that's when the ball goes past the edge at that height, you're usually saying, well, they bowled a pretty length. Well, actually, that was a relatively full length with good bounce.
Yeah, I think it was.
But that's where that length and fuller is where Middlesex needs to be. Helm's warming up again at slip. I think you're right about the short spells today.
Sharma again to Compton, manages to fend this down. I just was referring back to last week, Kent's game at Blackpool, and Lancashire getting bowled out for 87 in their first innings. They're 70 for 5 at Derby. Their batting lineup continue. In fact, it's at Chesterfield this week at Queen's Park. Glorious week to be playing at Chesterfield. Kent famously went there a few seasons ago and it was sunny all 4 days and we didn't see any cricket at all because it was too wet and didn't dry out, despite there not being any rain all week, basically. It was in September. Here comes Sharma. Round the wicket to the left-handed. Compton makes a late decision not to play at that one. Kent at 33 without loss. Another maiden over. In fact, Sharma's bowled 4 overs, 4 maidens. Hasn't conceded a single run now, Sharma. So, credit to him. He's running in and giving it some welly from the Nackington Road end and has been pretty much on the money. So, yeah, Lancashire's batting lineup struggling once again. Northants 64 without loss. Away to Durham. Gloucestershire 60 for 2. At Worcester. And England were still batting in the Test match the last time I looked.
Helm's back after 2 of the better consecutive deliveries of the morning from Morgan. Right arm over, 2 slips and a gully. He's short wide and punched a point.
It was a fairly well controlled stroke from Dawkins. So what did Morgan bowl? Just 4 overs?
Yes. Could be a change of ends as well for Morgan. Something else to think about. The swing was with the slope, which means the setup for the batters. He didn't get money to go straight, or to straighten indeed. So try a change of ends. As here's Helm pushing back and there's no run. i.e. that with the slope it was always swinging away from them and down the slope, so they were setting up early against him, I think. But he's still got those 2 of interest.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's bowled badly so far today. Morgan, the only one really who's gone for runs, but some of those were off a sort of thickish outside edge. Dawkins out there for 67 balls so far for his 14.
Running in again. Here's Helm. Bowls full and straight and clipped. Leg stump half volley, really. It wasn't full and straight. It was from one extreme to the other. It was from the top left corner to the bottom right, wasn't it? That one. If you were thinking in goalkeeper sense, football sense. We'll see how it goes in penalty shootouts this over, shall we? We've gone top left, bottom right. What's a good length in a penalty shootout sense? I suppose it's just to the keeper's right hip, isn't it? Which is a really bad penalty in actual fact.
2 down the middle.
Yeah. Here's Helm, bowls and short and wide and punched for 4 off the back foot by Dawkins. Moves to 22. 41 without loss.
Yeah, in fairness to Dawkins, the ones that have been there to put away, he's done so. 4 boundaries in his 22 so far.
Well, the biggest danger on that length to the batter is that extra lift that we saw. Was it Morgan in particular?
Yeah, he got that one to Compton that really lifted, didn't he?
Helm with 2 slips and a gully. He's heading in now to bowl. Back-to-back boundaries. And there we go, full straight on that off stump. This has got a chance, not out. That's the length that Helm wants to be on. 3/4 of the way up the off stump, it's the back leg that Dawkins stretches out, so suggesting that the bounce saved him, because the line and length were perfect on that from Helm.
Yeah, original thought was that looks pretty good. And then when it didn't get given, I was wondering if it was height. That's maybe saved Dawkins there.
Oh, goodness me, that was close. Just seen the replay.
I'm going to say, I'm not convinced it was height. I've had another look at the replay.
No, here's Helm in bowls, full straight, and this time he's got a good stride in forward and gets in behind that, pushing back to mid-on, a fraction too full on that. But for me, on this first morning, as a seamer, you've got to be a fraction full rather than a fraction short. And that perhaps is just a little bit like Worcestershire on that foot. Goodness me, that was plumber, wasn't it?
I mean, I'm struggling to see what was wrong with it, Vince.
Yeah, unless there's bat involved. There was a little inside tickle on that, but...
I mean, Dawkins...
Boy, oh boy, how is that not out?
Dawkins is obviously batting on off stump, but it's hit him straight enough, for sure.
First morning at Worcester last week, for me, that was where Middlesex won the game, and it was, I say won the game, but really set themselves up to win the game. And that was Robson and Holden digging in like you couldn't imagine. Holden's 12 from 100 was the... Yeah, I'll come back to that.
Compton facing Sharma, yet to concede a run, Sharma, and that one really zipping through.
That's done a bit, hasn't it? Compton's down the track again. That has seamed some, albeit with the slope, but from around the wicket, that has jagged away. But yeah, Worcestershire missed a trick for me last week at New Road. And Middlesex just need to be careful here not to do the same. That impact is definitely in line, unless there's... I mean, you can see all of off stump.
Yeah, straighter than I
and the ball was straightening on him.
And it didn't look as high as I originally
Unless
thought
there was an inside edge. It's the only thing I can imagine, an inside edge.
Maybe that's what saved him. Sharma bowls again, Compton lets it go.
Well, there was no great disappointment again from Middlesex, and that one for me was the kind of one where you could sit there and think, come on, how was that?
Yeah, likewise the one for Compton that we reckon he must have edged as well.
Oh, dear me. I mean, unless there was an inside edge, it's as plumb as you can imagine that.
Yeah, I think Middlesex will be wondering how on earth they haven't got, like you say, 2 or 3 wickets in the hour and a half we've had so far this morning. The 20.2 overs. Sharma yet to concede a run from 4.2 overs. Is that down the leg side? Well, it is down the leg side, but it hasn't brushed anything on the way through. Good take by Cracknell, moving away to his right. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Hi Lucy, yeah, still Kent going along okay here. Haven't lost any wickets. Middlesex bowlers bowling well and certainly testing them out here. A few shouts for LBW and caught behind and whatnot, but Ben Dawkins still there with Ben Compton back in the team for this one after a finger injury. Compton, the regular opener for Kent, and he's pulling this one away in the air, in fact, and has got away with it. He's going to get a run. Compton to move on to 14 off 52 deliveries. Slow going for him. Likewise for Ben Dawkins, although he did hit a couple of boundaries in the previous over, a little flick off his legs and then a lovely back foot square punch. He's hit a couple of those. 4 boundaries so far for Dawkins in his knock. So Kent to 42 without loss, having chosen to bat first. Gloriously sunny day, start of Canterbury Cricket Week. Loads of school kids in for this one as well. The home team doing the business at the moment, with Grant Stewart coming back into the team along with Compton, Finch and Foreman missing out. 3rd against 4th in Division 2, and it's been a good contest so far. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website from a sunny Canterbury. Kent 42 without loss. So a rare opportunity for Sharma to bowl at the right-handed Dawkins here. Seaming back in towards him. Sends this up towards mid-on. Yeah, I mean, been peppering away at Compton for the last over and a bit or so. Really good stuff from Sharma. 1 ball away from the end of his 5th over, and he's conceded just a single run, and it was hardly a convincing one from Compton. Thanks to James, by the way. Your email to kentcricket@bbc.co.uk says, loving the cricket, getting me through my A-level mock revision. Don't envy the problems with the heat in the commentary box. Keep up the chat and the fluids. James from Peterborough. That's very wide from Sharma. It had to be given. It was almost off the off the strip. As he banged that one into the pitch a little bit. Dawkins has got hands on hips. Oh, you absolute legend. Thank you, mate. Nick, the press officer, has just come and joined us in the commentary box. And I was mentioning ice lollies earlier on.
You're a bad man, you.
And
I purely said the free ice cream that you get from the ice cream van at the ground. You've made the press officer go and get you one.
Left alone outside the off stump by Sharma. Kent are 43 without loss.
No, you can't do that. Just as I was about to take a bite. Oh, look, he's taking a bite.
Oh.
It ain't going to last long. You need to put your phone away, mate. That'll be melted on your lap in seconds.
Just happens to be the end of the over, and I'm ordering lunch.
Oh. Oh, it's not the Carvery today, is it? Please tell me it's not the Carvery today.
No, it's not the Carvery.
That was the only... Carvery was always great at Canterbury when we used to get it. The only thing was, when it was very, very hot, the last thing you wanted was the Carvery.
Good point, good point.
Here's Helm. He's around the wicket to Compton, which is how he began the day. 2 slips, gully, backward point, covering a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Helm is in to bowl, which he does outside the off stump, left alone.
Kev, what's your meal deal of choice? Putting you on the spot.
Have I just seen over your shoulder you've gone for chicken and avocado?
I have put chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich. Yeah, chicken salad would be great.
And then you want some crisps?
No, you've got to go for the yogurt, haven't you? Got to be healthy. You're one of the protein yogurts. Vanilla, strawberry. They come in the meal deal, don't they?
They do, yeah.
Here's Helm around the wicket, bowls down the leg side, through it goes.
Do you want some more water or something else?
Oh no, you got to go. Do they have kombucha in the meal deal at that Sainsbury's? Kombucha.
What's that?
The fermented stuff that's good for your stomach.
Oh.
Ginger and lemon kombucha. If they have one of those, if not, any one of the fruity smoothie things, please. This is great. Do we get this every day? To the listen, more to the point, to the listeners get this every day as we go through our meal options.
Well, I've done mine without telling you on the commentary, but...
Well, you did ask me on the commentary before. I didn't want to appear rude to the listener and to deny them, you know.
Just thought the listener needed to know what your meal deal of choice was. Mine is a lot less healthy than Kevin's.
Helm, body's a temple. Helm around the wicket, he bowls, and there you go, in the channel, just outside off stump, just full of a length, and through it goes. Now, for all the world, he had to play at that because of the seam movement that we've seen, and with the slope. Can come back down the slope easily.
Sorry, I wasn't watching.
What were you doing, Ben? You were unwrapping your...
I had hundreds and thousands in my mouth. I'm wrapping my eyes already.
Helm is around the wicket, he bowls, and this is left alone again on a length, just outside the off stump. There or thereabouts, probing. 2 balls to go the over, and then Ben's in trouble because that lolly will be close to melted by the end of the following over. You're never finishing that in 2 deliveries. Then I'm just going to sit back and enjoy mine slowly through the next over.
If I do, I'll have brain freeze.
It's lucky there's no spinner on at the moment. That would be a nightmare. Kent, 43 without loss, have him on the toss here at Canterbury. And Helm is around the wicket. He bowls just full of a length and defended to mid-on. Straight enough that, again, this is where I'm not quite sure around the wicket's the right idea here to Compton, because he's smothering that into the onside and he's judging well to leave the ones that are in the channel, whereas over the wicket I think the area of doubt would be far greater for Compton. But 'tis the modern way to come around the wicket early, but I just think in this setup, with the way this ball's seaming, particularly seeing one go back up the slope from anybody here, which is it was always the great Mercer trick from the nursery end at Lords, as Helm comes in, bowls short, wide and cut. 4 more. Given the treatment, a bit of a drag down that, and Compton moves to 18. Kent 47 without loss. And that is the end of the over, mercifully, because my ice lolly is melting rapidly. And Ben, meantime, has finished his.
After you said you won't finish that in 2 balls, it's like challenge accepted. Matt Fisher's still going, by the way, for England. Giving it a bit of late order slappage, tail wagging type stuff from the from Surrey's Yorkshireman. A little bit less so that kind of batting here at Canterbury.
Can't have been Manny that went from Yorkshire to Surrey, or vice versa.
Yeah, back in the Test team after 4 years, I think his last Test appearance was, Fisher or something. Sharma bowls, Dawkins drives straight back at the young bowler. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 2 so far, 4 maidens. Fisher's on 40 from number 10. Sonny Baker still there with him. New Zealand's women playing in the Women's T20 World Cup against Ireland today. After Scotland were narrowly beaten by the West Indies yesterday, only by 7 runs. As that one goes past the outside edge, actually went up the slope a little bit, that one. Yeah, Darcy Carter, who is from the county of Kent, got 59 opening the batting for Scotland in that one. Rare occasion where the Bryce sisters didn't get any runs. Yeah, decent start from England in the Women's T20 World Cup, although Nat Sciver-Brunt being injured for a couple of games is not ideal. The skipper. So no gully or leg gully now for Middlesex, just the 3 slips. But there is a short leg in for Dawkins as Sharma is pushed away by the teenager out towards cover.
But you hear the excitement of the slips there. Batters in the slips. All right, Helmet, Slip, Robson though, and Geddes second and third. Cratnell, full ball, forward defence, mid-off. But that's where you're most in the game. And that's where the excitement was. Like, yeah, that's asking a question. Beat the inside edge, you're screaming LBW, it straightens. There's the outside edge. We've seen that bit of bounce. The one that did bounce and bring the only genuine edge of the morning was short. And when it bounced more, it went over the slips.
Sharma bowls, Dawkins pulls. And the short leg fielder ducking.
It was short and wide, wasn't it, for Morgan, but it picked up outside off. And away it went.
Yeah, just for a single there. Didn't time it immensely, Dawkins. Do you know, I'm starting to feel a lot cooler. I think somebody's put some new batteries in the clock as well. The,
what time does it say now?
In the Les Ames stand, it says 1:45.
So it's fast.
It probably is a minute fast, actually.
They're too good. 2 new to batteries.
Sharma to the left-handed Compton. Tucks himself in behind this one to play defensively, back up the wicket.
Actually, they always disagree here, the clocks, don't they? One of them says 42, the other one says 44, does it?
Yeah, at least 43. Yeah, I'd say 44. It's a long way away and it's a small clock, but...
Yeah, lunch is soon. He's going to have to be quick with those sandwiches, isn't he?
He's just nipped to get us a nice lolly. Now he's going to be back in there getting us lunch. Oh, goes past the outside edge. I wonder why my...
What length was he on there, Ben?
My headphones went a bit funny there.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, my headphones just went a bit funny. I think it was collided with the fan.
What length did he just bowl there, Ben?
Kind of good length, probably.
Just full of? During forward?
Yeah.
And what did he do? Beat the edge.
Compton sort of playing inside the line of it.
I mean, 48 without loss.
Sharma bowled 6 overs, none for 3 from his... Yeah, 6 overs, 4 maidens. So for going, okay. I'm going to see a bit of spin. Interestingly. I mean, why not? Ball only 23 overs old, though. Kent 48 without loss. Yeah, it's been good stuff from Sharma. Short leg and a slip in for the slow left arm.
Interesting move. But there is some seam movement out there, as we've said. So, slip and a short leg, and Sharma's left arm around. Zafar Gohar is left arm around, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, no run again. Yeah. Well, so how long was that helm spell? He bowled 5. Here's Sharma. Oh, he dropped short and he's pummeled over mid-wicket for 4. Well, mind out the kids. I think it could have easily gone for 6, that one. That's the 50 up, a real drag down from Sharma on that occasion.
Yeah, it does read length pretty well against spin. Dawkins.
To be fair, I think you or I could have read that, Ben.
Favoured shot of his.
As soon as it left the hand, you thought, uh-oh. But then bad balls bring wickets as well. 52 runs from 140 balls this morning.
Yeah, Bethel bowled a couple of interesting deliveries that got wickets, didn't they?
Gohar in bowls, and that's better. Dawkins not particularly forward, so a good length delivery and pushing back up the track. Could have been in big trouble if that did anything at all there. It wasn't particularly the way to play that ball from Sharma.
He's trying to play it.
Gohar.
Trying to play it off the back foot, ideally, isn't he?
3 gone of the over. Gohar bowls. There he goes. Pulls him forward on that one. It runs off a thick edge to backward point. And that's the fine balance as a batter, is you go back trying to give yourself that little bit more time, but you go forward like that and you're searching for it. You're not quite there if the spinner's on his correct length. You're feeling like you have to be on the front foot, but you're never feeling like you're fully in control. Gohar again, bowls, and oh, there you go. Now that dies, but outside the off stump. It's played off the back foot, which is what allowed him. But it was outside the off stump, which is what allowed him to play off the back foot. Had that have been on the stumps and he'd played off the back foot, that would have been big trouble.
Yeah, just a 2 over spell for top man.
2, thank you. Gohar bowls, and this is short again and pummeled. It was as much leg side as it was short. The first one was a real long hop. This one was a fraction short, but it was leg side, and that's what allowed Dawkins to rock back very early and decide that this one was going as well. 56 without loss, Dawkins 31, Compton 18, and I suggest, as strange as it may sound, that the first over from the spinner perhaps summed up the entire Middlesex morning. A lot of promise in there, but just not quite consistent enough. But that's no real reflection on Gohar as he just comes into the attack. He's settling into it, finding his way against 2 set batters.
Well, after that 2 over spell,
this is what I was saying. Bring him to the other end and see what happens, because it's just not happening from down below us for Helm. But
what can he do from the Nackington Road?
Yeah. Good move by Deploy this. Oh, sun's gone in. It's not going to change the temperature much.
I think it's more that it's kind of moved round and we're not getting it glaring into our commentary box as much as Compton's defended away. Yeah, maybe a wisp of cloud has got it at the moment as well. It's defended away by the left-handed opener.
Oh, it's back down below as the sun. Nackington Road End still has a cloud. No, that's gone as well now. Momentary respite from the sun for the fielders.
Yeah, come this afternoon, it'll be much cooler in our commentary box. I feel much cooler for that ice lolly, to be honest. So thanks to Nick.
Is that your call for another one?
No, can't have 2 ice lollies before lunch. Pulled away by Compton. Yeah, I mean, if there's a day for it. Single to him, moves on to 19.
On a day like today, how many ice lollies do you think you could eat before you felt sick?
Good question. That is a good question.
It's almost soothing, isn't it, to have an ice lolly on a day like this?
Yeah, the fact that I ate that in about 2 minutes flat and didn't get a brain freeze.
Yes. Well, it was, yeah. It was same here, within the time of an over. So
Here comes Helm. Just a couple of slips to the right-handed Dawkins. Rides the bounce of that one. Plays off the back foot. Into the offside.
I think they'll be having a rethink at lunch, won't they, Middlesex? It's not so much a rethink, but there's got to be a bit of a chat. The team huddle before they come out. Come on, lads. Blast the pads off immediately after lunch. Don't let these two get in. Because if what you were saying, I don't doubt it, Ben, is correct, in this instance on this pitch, and your best chance is that first morning, then, well...
Helm to Dawkins. Oh, a little bit of extra bounce there, cramped him for room. Again, like you say, Kev, could he be bowling a fraction fuller than this? Dawkins is, you know, 6'5".
Well, it doesn't feel like...
And will play off the back foot all day.
It doesn't feel like the fastest surface in the world, so...
No, it's not.
That kind of ball there is not going to terrify you. What is going to terrify you is one gets big on you, but if you're set up on the back foot anyway, as he was for that.
If it's fuller and it's nipping, then that's what's going to cause damage, you would have thought. Helm bowls. Another short ball, bottom edge, I think, from Dawkins. It's gone through first slit, down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Cracknell diving in front of the fielder.
Yes, funny, he gets a bottom edge on it, but in a way he got away with it because that was short wide and there to be cut. It was almost too short to cut. He was trying to get up and over it. And in doing so, he got the bottom edge on it.
Matthew Fisher's got 50 for England from number 9 in the batting order. 291 for 9. 100 runs behind. Here comes Helm to Dawkins, defends. Kent 61 for 1 at the end of the 25th over of the morning with 10 minutes to go until lunch. Yeah, England at one point were 238 for 9. And they're now 291 for 9.
Possibly the most interesting thing this morning is the fact you don't know what kombucha is. Have you never had a kombucha?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, well, if they've got them in the meal deal that we're getting for lunch, then you may have to order one tomorrow.
Is it some sort of smoothie thing?
No. It's like a fermented ginger and lemon. You get them in all sorts of flavours.
Sounds nice for the weather.
Well, it is. It's almost like a nice replacement for a beer on a cold day if you're thinking, I really don't want alcohol.
Yeah.
Here's Gohar in, bowls, and back and across goes Compton. He's left arm over to the left-hander, so again, the setup's there. And when I say he goes back and across, he was virtually on the next track, wasn't he? He defended that one, Compton. So he's on the walk there, so what will Gohar try and draw him into? Short leg, crouching down, slip in place as well. Gohar in, bowling with that slope. It's turned to mid-wicket. Finger spinner. Interested as well in that extra bit of bounce that we've seen this morning. Again, not the quickest of surfaces, and that might not be the bad thing for the spinner either, that if there's a bit of bounce and it's not the quickest, the ball might stop a little on a batter. As forward goes Compton, smothering this to cover. Thou shalt not pass. The Compton mantra, especially in the 10 minutes before lunch. Richmond club cricketer, of course, Ben Compton. That was where it all began, wasn't it? As here's Gohar, better length, well smothered again into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. 2 left of this over. He might get one more before lunch, mightn't he, Gohar?
Quite
should do. Actually, yeah, he should. 2 balls left to this, come on.
Played a bit more for Sevenoaks Vine in recent times, Ben Compton.
Here comes... Oh, Gohar, and there we go. Bit of bounce, leading edge all along the floor on this occasion to backward points. Compton looking to close the face to the onside, and he comes and prods at the surface, but exactly that. If either it gets that extra bit of bounce or the pace of the surface, it just doesn't come quite on for the spinner, then it could be good news. He's in again now, bowls, and swept. Very straight ball, and swept fine for 4. Exaggerated from Compton. 65 without loss. He was in position early there to move to 23 from 69, Dawkins 35 from 87.
Yeah, it wasn't sort of the most aesthetically pleasing sweep shot. He almost kind of rotated on it.
I think his mindset was so set up for defence, but when he saw the line of that one, he thought, oh, this is mine.
Sort of did a little pivot.
Yeah.
And shovelled it round the corner for 4 runs.
It feels like the temperature's eased. Does the sun come around the back of the box and it gets a little less oppressive?
Yeah. Afternoon and evening, it's much cooler.
We'll be asking for the heaters, will we?
Much cooler. Here comes Helm to continue from the Nackington Road end down the leg side. I think it was a good idea of yours to reposition the fan.
Thank you.
That was a good tactical manoeuvre.
Does that mean you buy the ice creams for the afternoon now that I came up with a good idea about the fan?
You keen for a
Because your side have won the morning session, do I have to buy the ice cream? Is that how we do it?
You keen for a Mr. Whippy this afternoon?
Can't be bad if your side were getting a hammering, wouldn't it? If you don't buy who buys the ice creams on who won the session. Could be inexpensive. 4 days that. At Worcester, they lost all the sessions apart from the morning of the final day.
Helm, left alone. Was it left alone or fiddled at by Dawkins?
Well, it kept a fraction low, that I thought.
Yeah, I thought so.
Came back in with the slope, so it can, when coming back in, keep a fraction low. It started wide enough that he got away with it, but he was in no man's land there, wasn't he? It was
a bit of a nothing shot.
Yeah, I mean, I say he was in no man's land. He was definitely on the back foot, but it was neither a defence nor a dab.
So yeah, the Fisher-Baker partnership, 53, and Baker's got 4 of them so far. That's what you like. Proper cricket. Oh, down the leg side. Dawkins misses out on that one. Taken by Cracknell, moving away to his left. And said partnership may well have just come to an end. Yeah, Baker, I think, has been removed for 4, so England 291 all out, exactly 100 runs behind. At the Oval.
Yeah, not terrible 100 runs behind. Obviously double figures would have been nice, but...
Yeah, going to have to bowl well in the second innings to have a chance at a 4th innings run chase. Although, as this one's let go outside the off stump, the Oval tends to be a decent wicket to bat on in all 4 innings.
Yeah, and the game's well advanced for 3rd morning, isn't it? So there's plenty of time to go. Let's keep it tight. But it is a young and did I read that it's the least experienced in this England Test attack in history?
In terms of the number of tests, probably, yeah.
But even the number of first-class games.
Yeah, that's a good point. In terms of Baker and whatnot. Driven by Dawkins. Away to long off for 4. Over-pitched by Helm.
It was over-pitched, but I'd like to have seen more of that this morning. Driven straight at the mid-off. Just felt like the biggest answers that the batters had to come up with were on that length. And how many times have they been drawn into that shot? You know, that's where, all right, you over-pitch slightly, the batter's in the game, but if you're only a couple of inches back on that and the ball moves a little, and the batter's in trouble. And even on that length, if the ball seams, the batter's in trouble.
Dawkins facing up to Helm. Full delivery again, almost Yorker length that he's had to dig out.
He nearly made a mess of that, didn't he, Dawkins? He said it was almost Yorker length, and he played it as though it was a Yorker when it wasn't. So he ended up jabbing the bat down on it, inside edge onto the pad, and the ball deflects away backward a point. But that would have been an ugly dismissal had that have got through, because, you know, a Yorker as such, you're playing it almost off the back foot, aren't you? Because you're getting your front foot out of the way and trapping the bat down. But that was a ball that really probably could have been forward to. Dawkins, 69 without loss. 27 overs bowled. What would Middlesex give for Zafar Gohar with 2 minutes to lunch to make that breakthrough to take off with them? He's in now, left arm over to resume battle with Compton, who faced him exclusively, I think, in that last over. None for 12 off 2 for Gohar, because he got that bit of tap from Dawkins, who went for 2 fours, dropping short in his first over. He's in now and bowls to Compton. Lovely line and length again. Turn to backward square. Maybe a Sharma doing the fielding. Those marquees are pretty packed now, aren't they? They'll just be getting sweltering now, you'd have thought. This would be the time of the day where the heat will be really getting trapped in them, as here's Gohar bowls and plunging forward outside the off-stump Compton defence. Third ball of his third over. The left-arm spinner, one test for Pakistan. Qualified for England now, though. Here he comes. Bowls and... oh, a bit of bounce. There we go again. Short leg in play. And, well, that's a couple now that he's got to bounce that have caused some discomfort and doubt for Compton. One a leading edge towards backward point and one just in front of the short leg. And that bodes well for Middlesex in this match. Gohar steps in, bowls, and now he's outside the line of off, but it was that awkward looking sweep shot seemingly played at the very last moment. He was barely in position for it at all. He wasn't in position. He was almost halfway down for the sweep when he was struck, but wide outside of the off stump on this occasion, whereas the other one was much straighter, which perhaps allowed him to adjust as late as he did. Gohar's in again, bowls and turn to short leg, a dot ball, and that ends the morning session that belongs to the hosts who won the toss. But after the first few deliveries seemed, they may have been wondering whether they've made the right decision. But 69 without loss at lunch means that is Kent's morning. Middlesex have a bit of a rethink to do at lunch, I think, about lines and lengths and tactics. Tactics were particularly wrong, but I think they've got to go out with a clear intent after the interval, which perhaps this morning it can be understandable because you don't know what the pitch is going to do. But I don't think they adjusted quickly enough to, for me, what they needed to do this morning. 69 without loss, Ken. Yeah,
I think, what was it, 24 without loss after the first hour, and we had that first drinks break. And Kent have very much been in survival mode, and then we saw Dawkins hit a few more boundaries and find his rhythm and start to pick off some bad balls. In the second part of the first session, he's 39 not out at lunch, the 19-year-old, and then Compton, classic sort of Ben Compton, I'm going to stick around and bat for as long as I can sort of knock so far, 23 for him from 75 deliveries. So Kent 69 without loss at lunch. Kev and I will take a break and be back with you in around about 40 minutes time after I've done an update, couple of minutes or so, but on the live stream on BBC Sport Online. You'll hear from us again in a bit. Oh yeah, it's been a good day for Kent so far. In fact, I'm just seeing the massive school children that are here at the St Lawrence ground for the start of Canterbury Cricket Week, out there on the playing surface and on the boundary, and enjoying a little bit of softball cricket after Kent managed to get through their first session without losing any wickets. So it's been a good watch for the youngsters so far, with Kent 69 without loss. A little bit slow going, a little bit patient in the opening hour, particularly when Kent were 24 without loss and it was moving around a little bit, the ball on the playing surface, a little bit of extra grass on top to try and help what is generally a little bit of a slower wicket here at Canterbury. But Dawkins hitting a couple of boundaries, the teenage opener, 19 years of age, the England under-19 international, hit 2 boundaries off an over from Morgan the seamer, including a lovely square punch off the back foot, and then hit 2 shorter balls off the spinner away into the leg side when he was introduced, Safa Gohar. So he's on 39 not out. Ben Compton back in the Kent team after a finger injury that has kept him out for a number of weeks. He's been very stoic as usual, 23 from 75 balls, coming back into the team along Grant Stewart for this game. Kent understandably winning the toss. Middlesex had the chance to get some wickets, but Kent have managed to survive so far. 69 without losing a wicket. A good start to the game for Kent. We're at lunch now, so commentary will resume again on the BBC Sport app and website in around about 35 minutes' time.
introduction for the outfit that is very successful afternoon session. Changing starts with a regular off the outfit. That's you. Dawkins will be taking strike for the first over of the afternoon session of the Canterbury Tony Rothesay.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to Canterbury. About to get underway after lunch. Kent 69 without loss. Dawkins on strike, 39 for him, 23 for Compton. Ben Watts here from BBC Radio Kent. Kevin Hand for BBC Radio London.
What's left of me? Melting.
Melted away. So Roland Jones to start from the Nackington Road end, as he did with the new ball. That's a decent one. It's nipped back to Dawkins. Oh, the umpires had a big, long think about that one.
Actually, a bit like the fourth ball of the morning. He does get a long way across, doesn't he, Dawkins? From this angle, that looked out for all the world.
Certainly looked close. And you could see the umpire having to think about it.
I'm going to go with the carbon copy of the fourth ball of the day. He was a mile outside off, that's what I'm going with. Because he is still batting on off stump, isn't he? So that fourth ball of the morning, though, in my opinion, it was umpire's call. Marginally umpire's call, and the umpire's call was not out.
Roland Jones to Dawkins again. Another big step across his stumps to defend this one. Back up the pitch. A couple of slips in a gully. Point cover, mid off, mid wicket, long leg.
What are you looking for?
I was looking to see if there was a third man.
Ah. Thought you distracted yourself mid-sentence.
Keeper up to the stumps here, Cracknell. Edged and short of first slip, just short of Tom Helm. But I like that move from Cracknell to come and stand up to the stumps instantly. Dawkins being pegged to his crease a little bit has nicked it.
It's almost the butterfly effect, I guess, isn't it? That if he was stood back, he'd have taken that catch. But if he was stood back, would Dawkins have got out of his crease and not edged it?
That's a good point.
So
that is a good point.
Low in front of Helm, slightly to his left or gun barrel straight. Keeper will dive across and take that.
Roland Jones bowls. Plays inside the line of this one. Dawkins. Yeah, seeing the...
miles outside?
Yeah, he's walked, taken a big step. It's taken a big step. You can see why it's not been given.
Yeah, it's hitting outside. May have even hit back pad. Which was...
Look closer in real time, thrusting. I think. In real time, they look closer.
It feels like we're in line here. Well, we are in line, but yeah, if your left arm over, we're in the perfect line.
Roland Jones bowls. Short and wide. Cut for 4 by Dawkins. 5th boundary for him. Moves to 43 from 98 balls. Kent on to 73 without loss.
Well, Roland Jones was the most consistent of the morning, wasn't he? I mean, look at that scoreboard. Roland Jones, 6.5 overs, 3 maidens.
None for 7.
None for 7. He's just been hit for his first boundary, so he was 6.4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 3. But short and wide feels like the story of the morning for me, for Middlesex, though, as a whole.
Just a bit too short. Oh, off the inside edge this time. As he pressed forward Dawkins, down it goes towards long leg for a single.
Now, the reason that you don't bowl at the stumps regularly is because batters will score runs off the stumps. But the risk reward in this, the likelihood that a short wide ball is going to bring you a wicket, but the likelihood that a short wide ball is going to go for runs, whereas the likelihood that you bowl at the stumps, yes, they're going to go at a quicker rate. Yes, they'll be driving at you a lot, but your percentage chance of taking wickets is going to go up considerably with a ball that's seaming around as this one is. But it was swinging as well for Sebastian Morgan this morning, and it's Morgan that's throwing the ball immediately after lunch. And I think that those two were the best two of the morning, weren't they, Morgan and Roland Jones? Morgan only had 4 overs. He went for 16 runs, but he was putting it up there a little bit more, and he had those 2 deliveries that found the edge, which...
Yeah, a couple of boundaries came in the same over, didn't they, from Dawkins, who's got 9 boundaries in total now. But
well, I think at least one of those boundaries came off the edge.
Yeah, it was a sort of thick outside edge.
Was there 2 of them? Anyway, here's Morgan. He's in, bowls, and there he goes, straight on the spot, swinging on the off stump. Over the top of it, Dawkins defends to backward point. Angle bat, he makes the handshake there, which we all know. The ball is swinging away from him with the slope. Well, it's almost Roland Jones at Mercer at Lords, isn't it? The away swing bowler at the nursery ends. The pavilion end here with the ball, with the pitch sloping away. Key thing for Morgan is, can he get one to straighten as he's in now, bowls, and outside the off stump. Starts wide enough that Dawkins is able to go back and across and ease it to the vacant third man for 4, and they probably need to plug that gap because, as I said, of the runs that have come this morning, there have been a few that have been run away, and
yeah, sort of backward of point. It's been quite a...
Well, you're looking to protect the good ball when you put a deep third in, aren't you? When you've got a long leg in, you're protecting the bad ball. So, I guess the thing with that as well is if there's no long leg, the bowler might not bowl straight enough because they're worried about being clipped. So you have the long leg, it just gives them that assurance that it's all right if you go a little bit too straight, we've got a protection there. But yeah, the way the ball's swinging away from the right-hander. Dawkins is on 48 now as Morgan's in. Bowl swim, straight, swinging with the slope, but starting 2 leg side, and a muted appeal from behind the stumps, nothing from the bowler. Good start this for Kent, 78 without loss, but they haven't particularly gone anywhere yet. We're in the 30th over. I said to you on air earlier, I felt it was a 3-wicket morning, but even on lunch, reflecting on it, it felt like it could have been a 4-wicket morning, that for Middlesex, as Morgan comes in, bowls, and Butte, absolute Butte. Jaffa beats him on the off stump. That's one of the balls of the day so far from Morgan. Squared up Dawkins. Down the pitch he comes, and that is why, right on cue for me this morning, with that ball in hand, Middlesex, they'll be kicking themselves not to have had 2 or 3, but they could have had 4, I think.
Yeah, definitely. He's been doing enough this pitch.
Yep.
Enough balls have threatened the batters. Had enough appeals.
It's Morgan that seems to have threatened them more than anybody else. He's in now, bowls, oh, short and wide, and swinging hard at that Dawkins through to the keeper. I think his eyes lit up and perhaps he got a little bit too carried away with it and tried to give it the kitchen sink. Through it passes to the keeper, swinging down the slope again.
England have got a wicket.
Oh.
Jofra Archer getting Latham caught behind.
How many?
8 for 1.
Oh, there you go. So effectively, what, 110 for 1? Yeah. Morgan, bowl, short, wide, left alone, through to the keeper. 78 without loss. Dawkins 48, Compton 23, and yeah, it's either plunge forward and defend or leave well alone outside off stump. Haven't been able to consistently hit that handkerchief often enough for me so far today, Middlesex, and that's where you eventually get your reward. Compton to have strike on 23.
Yeah, even Roland Jones, who, like you say, economy rate-wise, barely gone for any runs.
I think, to be
There's
fair,
a fair
Roland
bit that
Jones
sort of nipped down the slope and was going down the leg side.
Yeah, but he's constantly been there or thereabout on that knee roll, hasn't he? You know, he's had 3 decent LBW shouts now. And probably quite rightly, none of them are out. You know, the one that was umpire's call, you just about give the batter the benefit of the doubt, don't you?
Here he is then, Roland Jones to Compton. Full and wide outside the off stump, which Compton lets go.
I feel this was a matchup we didn't see much of this morning. So those 3 maidens to begin, 2 for Toby, and he was bowling to Dawkins at the time. And he hasn't been back since that spell, so he had a 6-over spell, of which the first 2 were exclusively at Dawkins. It felt like the majority of that spell was against Dawkins for Roland Jones. This will be interesting to see against Compton. Local rivals in years gone by, Sunbury versus Middlesex. Sunbury versus Middlesex, Sunbury versus Richmond, sorry. Compton once was. Roland Jones in bowls, that one's pushed back by Compton to the bowler, there's no run.
Isn't it? Just
we could have a switch of ends, I think that might even help us. We could switch ends,
we can switch ends if you want.
We could switch ends.
Rotate the strike.
Exactly, yeah. We've got our field position right, and our field is the fan. We're content with that. That bit's right.
We'll try a change of ends.
Yeah. Well, it keeps awake a bit, won't it? Change ends. Because you end up talking about the slope from one end as well, then, rather than from both. As here's Roland Jones in his 8th over. He bowls, and over the top of it, it's run backward a point. Be a couple here, you'd think, for Compton. He'll turn for the second as Holden retreats. Sorry, it's Faulkner loses his cap and retreats. They've both got a flock of hair flowing from the back of their cap. Faulkner and Holden.
A bit too much hair for this heat, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Mind you, you've always been a short hair man. I could never see you with a mullet.
No, it wouldn't be my thing.
Roland Jones from the Nackington Road end. Hits the crease now, he bowls outside the off stump, that's left alone by Compton, through it goes. Yeah, we saw good bounce in this pitch, didn't we? But it's not of huge pace, but there's just a few that get big on the batters, which is enough, I think, for the bowlers to be excited about, and with the seam movement as well. But for Zafar Gohar, it certainly felt as though he was in the game, wickets-wise. Just before lunch, he took a little bit of tap as well. And I think as much as anything, it's the bounce. Yeah,
Dawkins hit him for a couple of boundaries, didn't he? But Compton, there was one in particular that bounced and almost went to short leg.
Roland Jones past the umpire, bowls on the back foot. Compton defends into the offside. What's his key area, Compton? Does he prefer it front or back foot?
Probably back foot, probably the sort of cut and pull.
Yep. So on the first morning of the match, where do you want to probably bowl to him?
Nice and full. Get him across him towards the slips. Try and get him to play.
Got a second bite at it now just after lunch, Middlesex. Roland Jones is fresh still. He only had that one spell to start this morning, and here he goes again, the old fella. Perhaps protected a little bit in this heat today. Up to the stumps now, he bowls, and straighter on this occasion, but Compton in behind it once more. And a dot ball it is, 80 without loss. I do wonder if Roland Jones would benefit from a change of ends, particularly to the left-handed Compton. But
yeah, sort of try and push it across him, but maybe nip it down the slope.
Yeah, it feels like Compton's well set up to him at the moment, but I've seen a little bit of seam. The seam movement has certainly been with the slope for Roland Jones. I don't particularly remember too many coming back up the slope. He's got the odd one to straighten a little, but at Lords, at times that you'll see Roland Jones bring one back up the slope. Not so much happening today to put that doubt into the left-hander's mind. 80 without loss.
Morgan then from the pavilion end. Oh, beauty. Goes past the outside edge of Dawkins. Lovely smooth action.
Yeah.
From the youngster.
Well, these two could set the tone for the session here. You know, it's quite clear what Morgan's doing. Just full of a length and regularly beating the bat. Roland Jones just full of a length and trying to get that, particularly of, well, both really. The right and left hander bring that knee roll into play.
Yes, the right-handed Dawkins on strike at the moment as Morgan bowls to him. He's defending on the front foot, leaning into it, but that's a much better length.
Well, it is, and you start to think, all right, let's count them now. There's 2 good balls in a row.
Perhaps the consistency has been lacking.
I think so, yeah. I think that's what it is. They haven't consistently hit the right spot this morning, the handkerchief.
Morgan back at the top of his mark again. And just jogging in. But once more, another good delivery on that spot. Dawkins, though, is going to get 50 here. Bit of an outside edge. Controlled enough from Dawkins. Throw comes in, 10 boundaries in his half century, which has come off 108 balls. Patient start in particular from Dawkins. Then hit a couple of boundaries off a Morgan over, hit a couple in a Zafar Gohar over as well, but it's just generally picked the bad ball pretty well.
Well, he's played that well there down to the vacant deep third, which again is protecting the good ball, because that's 3 on the spot for Morgan, but the right-hander gave himself every chance and got in position there to give himself that chance.
So 50 for Dawkins, comes down the wicket. The exaggerated forward step in his trigger movement, swinging away.
Did Morgan go wide as a result?
Probably.
Did it put the bowler off as it perhaps wanted to? Just put him off at what had been a very good line and length for 3 balls, and then the 4th was that little bit wider, and Dawkins happily says, I'll leave that alone. So perhaps good cricket from the batter. Well, no doubt good cricket from the batter. He's faced 109 balls and he's on 50.
Yeah, still 19 years of age. Turns 20 in October, Dawkins. He's defensively out towards back point.
It's 5 on the spot from
back on
Morgan. We'll forgive him the ball before, whether he was put off by the batter's charge, and you credit the batter then. But 18 years of age Morgan versus 19-year-old Dawkins, and at the moment it's Morgan who's looked, again in this over, the most likely of the Middlesex lot.
Yeah, good contest so far between bat and ball. Middlesex unfortunate not to be in the wickets. Morgan bowling to Dawkins. Oh, leading edge, balloons up, gone. Easy take at cover, and finally they do get a little bit of fortune coming their way. It's a much deserved wicket for Morgan. Dawkins has battled hard for his 50, but he was looking to try and turn that away into the onside, and he's got a leading edge, ballooned up, easy catch for cover. Kent, 82 for 1.
Well, you say a little bit of luck's gone their way, Ben, but that's 5 balls on the spot, and then the 6th one is a little straighter, and he plays the wrong shot. He closed the face with the ball swinging and that slope. So he's threw it too early. He's got the leading edge to cover, but the point is that 6 on the spot, and if you leave the ball on the spot, the right spot, often enough, then batsman error comes into it as well.
100%.
But if you're only hitting the spot occasionally, then your percentage chances of picking up that wicket fall dramatically. But you've got 6 on the spot from Morgan, and the over ends with a wicket. There's no great rocket science to that, I'm afraid, and that surely has to have been the chat from Middlesex at lunch, that, lads, top of off. There's enough in this surface if you do the basics right. And he's done the basics right, Morgan, and he's got rich reward at the end of the over. Well bowled, young man. He's picked up the 19-year-old, the 18-year-olds, and he has Middlesex's first wicket.
Sam Northeast heading to the crease. Clearly a fan favourite for the locals.
Well, I was thinking, I saw a few autograph sheets. Not something we talk about much anymore, but Kent have clearly printed them off in this match with the faces of the players on it, and kids, right, go and get it signed end of the day or whatever, or at whatever point, because they won't be here at the end of the day, the kids, will they? But I was thinking, who would you go for from the Middlesex side? If someone was to say, which autograph should I go for Middlesex? I'd say Faulkner, Sharma, Morgan, Leas Deploy. Between those 4, there's every chance 1, 2, possibly even 3 of them will play Test cricket. Ben Geddes will hope to. Sam Robson has, and Roland Jones has, so they're not too bad ones to fetch as well. Holden, if he can keep his consistency together, then he will come back into the reckoning of being an international player. He's been under 19 captain. He's been a Lions player throughout his career. And he obviously is a gun player around the world in the shortest format, but he hasn't quite made that step up to be really in the reckoning for the Test side yet. Here's Roland Jones beginning the new over. Bowls to Compton. He's right on the spot. Compton's forward defending to mid-off and immediately sets off. How many times have the batters walked straight to the spot and started prodding at it, which suggests they are not happy. We'll count on over here from Roland Jones. He's not been far off all morning. Roland Jones, he set the tone in that opening spell, going for no runs, couple of appeals for LBW. Here he comes again. 2 slips, well 3, third is slightly wider, there's a backward point, cover and a mid-off. And Roland Jones is past the umpire, he bowls just full of a length outside the off stump, that's left alone by Compton, starting wide enough that that's not going to come anywhere near back to trouble him. But that's the thing, we haven't really seen anything come back. That's what's not helped Toby, I think, in particular this morning. It's all been coming in, whereas at Lords, so often he'll get them to go back up the slope, and the batters really are left in extreme doubt as to how to line him up. At the moment, he's bowling very well, but they're equally lining him up well. Turns at the Nackington Road end. Still a good length run up for the former England Test bowler. He's in now and hits a good length again. Forward goes Compton, and that's what I mean. Just there, Compton's backing himself that even if one nips away from him, he's lining it up well enough. The ball's not going to come back in and beat that inside edge, and he's going to be LBW. And if he is, has he got the line out of the hand right? But otherwise, he's smothering it on or around third, fourth stump. As it reaches him, as here's Roland Jones turning away from that canvas. Is it canvas or plastic? What would it be? That tent over there as Roland Jones bowls. That's in the channel, and that one comes back. It did for Cracknell, only to the extent that he didn't gather it cleanly, but he did stop it. He had to, having taken a step to slip, it was almost muscle memory, I think, this morning for the keeper, wasn't it? He's then gone back the other way and has had to stop that one. So 82 for 1 it is, and Roland Jones will step in to bowl the 5th ball of the over, which is onto the legs. It would have been hitting the top of leg, no doubt, but pitching outside, it falls away for a leg by backward a square, and it's 83 for 1. So Northeast comes on to strike for the first time just before Ben will be doing his update for BBC Radio Kent in a few moments. Who's that walking behind the bowler's arm down there on the field of play?
Is it Matt Quinn? Possibly.
We wouldn't get away with that if he was the other side of the sight screen. Stewards will be, they can't walk behind the sight screen. You can walk in front of it though. In between deliveries, of course. Northeast first ball, the right-hander settles down as Roland Jones runs in. 2 slips and a gully go down as well, and Roland Jones bowls full straight, and off the toe end of the bat, it's worked into the onside by Northeast for a single wide of mid-on. 84 for 1 it is. Northeast has 1, Compton has 25.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Fred Atkins from Press Association and from the Spitfire will be joining us very shortly. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent as well. In fact, I need to give the scores from elsewhere as well, actually. Yeah, glorious day here at the St Lawrence ground. Kent 84 for 1 have lost their first wicket of the day. They were 69 without loss at lunch. Ben Dawkins, since the interval, has gone through for another half century as that's overpitched to Northeast. The new batter has tucked it away into the leg side for a couple of runs at least here. In fact, they're going to come back for 3. Northeast moves on to 4. Dawkins out for 50, got a leading edge to a delivery from Morgan and was caught at cover. Compton still there on 25, not out. The pitch has offered enough for the bowlers so far today. Middlesex unlucky not to get more than just the 1 wicket. Kent have had to battle hard so far for their 87 for 1 out there, batting first, opting to do so mainly because of the sunshine, you would imagine, and the heat here in the south east. In Division 1 today, Sussex bowling first at Hove against Hampshire, who are 95 for 3. The visitors there, Haynes with a couple of wickets, 1 for Price as well. And then Surrey are away at Glamorgan at Cardiff and having some joy with the ball. The home side are 78 for 5 now. Gus Atkinson, left out of the test side for this game, has got a couple of wickets along with Sean Abbott as well. All 3 of those matches available for you to listen to via the BBC Sport app and website. And that one from Compton was left alone after the 3 off the first ball of the Morgan over for North East. Swung back. It wasn't that far away from the off stump, really, all in all. Fred Atkins, thanks for joining us in our sweat box of a commentary box. How are you?
Very well, actually, Ben. I was lucky to avoid the morning session in here.
Left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, the sun has moved round, so it's not at least glaring into the windows and creating that greenhouse effect. But
it's been an interesting morning, hasn't it? I know that if you look at the score and you saw it was 64 without loss after 2 hours, you might think it had been tedious almost, but it wasn't at all. It was a lot of movement out there for the bowlers, and as Kevin was saying, it's quite surprising that there weren't more wickets going down.
Yeah, at one point they were only going along at like 1.5 and over, Kent. This one's defended away by Compton, but like you say, it's been perfectly watchable, just because you feel like every ball's an event. There might something.
There was something happening all the time, and so, okay, some of the movement sometimes was taking place after it passed the batter, but it was certainly keeping the wicketkeeper busy. And I'd say it was a pretty good entertainment for a very healthy crowd here.
Yeah, the camera tent looking particularly busy over on the far side, and loads of school kids in. It was great to see them as Morgan bowls into the pad of Compton, probably sliding down the leg side.
I did wonder, it sounded slightly woody as well.
About on it, as you say. Yeah, it was a picture at not tea time, the lunchtime, the interval, just seeing all the kids out on the outfield on the playing surface, having various little games of softball, cricket.
Well, it's easy to forget when you're my age just how much you enjoy not being at school.
Yeah. And how much of a, how cool it is that you get to go on the pitch and play during the interval. I remember, doing that as a kid. There's Morgan bowls. Oh, inside edge from Compton into the leg side, straight at square leg. So no run available. 87 for 1 at the end of that Morgan over. North East's got 4, 25 for Compton, and then Dawkins the man out for a half century, the 19-year-old.
It's interesting, Compton back in the side today, straight back into the side as soon as he was available. So after Kent had been on a pretty decent run, actually. It was the last time he played was that defeat against Worcester at New Road, which might have been the instigator for turning off all the social media comments.
Yeah, and then obviously since then, Kent have won 3 or 4 matches.
Yeah, so there's a certain amount of conjecture saying, why would you change your winning side? And there's always a case for if you can strengthen a side, you would change it. So
yeah, I must admit, I thought maybe Compton would come in for one of the spinners, and it would just be the one change.
As it is, there was an appeal there. Again, I thought there was a certain amount of wood in that. Well, leg byes are being signalled. It's going to be
leg byes, yeah. I think probably sliding.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think that was going down. I also think he's got a fair way forward without having the replays in front of us. It did look like he got a decent stride in.
Yeah, obviously Grant Stewart's come into the team for this one for Bertie Foreman. And then
yeah, I think whoever was going to come in.
Finch.
Finch, I think, can count himself pretty unlucky that he's not been retained. He made that pivotal, was it 86, 84, something
84,
like
I think, yeah.
84 at Blackpool, which really got Kent out of a jam. As Roland Jones comes in again from the Nackington Road end, and Compton just get a single for that one. It's sort of just prodded out onto the leg side. I'm thinking if that had been the first over of the day, I don't think he would have taken a single there, Compton, but he's got his eye in now. And that it wasn't really a risky single by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, we're just talking about Finch saying a bit unlucky not to get retained. He was really important innings. Dawkins, of course, played. If you talk about context, the first innings at Blackpool was obviously a lot more difficult for both sides than the second. And Dawkins had a really good knock first time out. Was really the only batter to get on top of the bowlers. As Roland Jones comes in again, and that one is just prodded forward by Northeast, and no run is taken. And it was interesting, wasn't it? Because they picked 2 spinners, and yet it was a game dominated by seamers. It was only towards the back end of Lancashire's second innings when spin really played a part. I felt that both Bertie Foreman and Matt Parkinson were getting quite a lot of turn at that stage, and they wiped out the tail, taking the final 3 wickets. But up until then,
yeah, only 3 bowlers got used first.
Up until then, it was really all seam from Kent, certainly. So Roland Jones comes in again. And this time, Jen is a sort of stifled appeal. The bowler's not interested. It's just more of a groan than an appeal, to be honest there. So we talking about spin. Of course, spin was a factor in the first innings for Lancashire. Liam Livingston came back after 5 years that he hadn't played. Then he took absurd figures. He was spinning it both ways. And I just felt that, I wouldn't say that Kent were lucky to get him, because obviously you get a player out on his merits, but if he'd stuck around for any length of time, that could have been a very different outcome. So Roland Jones comes back in again. Northeast will prod that one. He might get a single on a misfield here, and he will do. He'll prod it towards backward point. I think it's Zafar Gohar there, is it? That's fielding that one. He just seemed to dive over it almost. I don't really think there was a single on there.
Yeah, we were talking about day 2 at Blackpool earlier on, and the way that Kent just took control of that game, particularly with, like you say, Finch's knock in the second innings, but then the brutality that Chris Benjamin batted with as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know that in the end, the man of the match vote wasn't particularly that close. Hassan Mahmood won it, but got 76% of the votes or something.
Yeah, he got 9 wickets in the game, didn't he?
But Benjamin was outstanding in that second innings. Here comes Roland Jones again. And that's going to be flicked by Compton. I don't think it's a sort of stifled appeal, but I think it was possibly pitching outside leg. And leg byes is signalled. So Kent move on to 91 for 1 at the end of that over. Didn't really see much of a belief that that was going to get given in the fielding side there. It's always the case, especially when it's a hot day as well. The appealing can take an air of desperation on at times, I think. But it might be a bit early.
Enough appeals. They've had enough opportunities for maybe caught behind or ones that have wrapped the pads.
Dawkins was living dangerously a bit, wasn't he, as well? I mean, it's the way he scores sometimes.
Yeah, obviously a little bit of the Zach Crawley about him.
Off. He made a century. And car alarm went off. Apparently he hadn't noticed it at all. I asked him about it afterwards, and he said he just was such in, you're in such a zone when you're playing. Well, I guess that would depend on the batter. I can imagine that with the 2 out there at the moment, I imagine Ben Compton.
Yeah, Compton definitely would have stopped.
Would definitely have pulled away.
Like he did earlier on.
Roland Jones comes in from the Nackington Road end. Northeast just drives that one back past the bowler. That'll be fielded. There won't be a run there. So, yeah, Compton seemed to have an altercation with an insect or something earlier on. He was swishing away something from his grill.
Yeah, we couldn't quite work out if it was somebody walking behind the side.
I think there was a problem at this end. There was a problem with people moving around in the upper deck of the Woolly stand. Because although we are basically right behind the wicket here, and the Woolly stand's a little bit further around, there's enough. It's enough in his field of vision. Here comes Roland Jones again. Northeast is wrapped on the pad. There's a big appeal there, and the umpire is unmoved. Suspects that was going down leg.
I think he might have been outside the line of off stump actually. Northeast almost sort of held the position and turned round and looked at his stumps as if to give the umpire a clear indication where he'd planted his front leg. Looks like New Zealand have lost another wicket as well in the Test match, actually.
Interesting earlier, wasn't it? 2 ex-Kent players Jordan Cox went for 27. He was removed by Matt Henry, both of whom have played here in the past with a certain amount of distinction. So Roland Jones comes in for the third ball of the over. And again, North East gets a stride forward. This time the shout is sort of stifled. That, I think, was going a fair way down. Or probably was a fair way outside off stump, that one. There might have been a couple of noises there. So Roland Jones goes back to his mark.
Sorry, Kevin and I are getting very excited because a second fan has appeared.
Oh.
In fact, it's being unpacked as we speak. Fresh out of the box.
This is terrific news. I can say it's not so bad here now that the sun's gone down. Certainly earlier it was difficult. Here's Roland Jones again into North East, and North East just lets that one go outside off stump through to the keeper.
Yeah, still a little bit on the stuffy side.
Yes, it's the sort of day where I think this is actually the worst of it. The worst of the 4 days is going to be today. I was looking at the weather forecast.
Yeah, it's slightly cooler tomorrow, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to be about 2 or 3 degrees cooler, but that's going to make a fair difference. Certainly for players, spectators as well, you'd think. There are repeated messages to stay hydrated being read out over the PA as Roland Jones comes in. Fifth ball of the over, I should say. And that one squares North East up a bit. I suspect that might have been slightly high.
Again, he's made a big sort of trigger movement to kind of jump outside the line of off stump.
Did that jag back a bit as well?
Yeah, I think Roland Jones has got it to nip back down the slope a fair bit today.
So there is plenty out there for the bowlers, and you just wonder, talking about the context of that Ben Dawkins innings up at Lancashire, you wonder if a stand like that opening stand might be very, very significant at the end of the 4 days if it goes that far. Here's Roland Jones to complete the over, and that's a nice run. It's not even in my top 20 dreadful days for England.
There's been far.
We've had entire series that have been infinitely worse than that.
Yeah, quite.
Specifically, most of the recent tours of Australia, in fact, have been
definitely
very bad.
Morgan bowls. Oh, edge from Compton, but deliberately played. Wide of slip. Down towards third man to the boundary. Quite a late adjustment of the hands from the Kent opener. Brings up the 100 as well. 103 for 1.
Good applause from the crowd here. Over 1,000 school children in today, we're told, and even without the school children, you'd still be looking at pretty healthy looking attendance here.
Yes, good point actually. We'll probably be able to see that after tea when they all go home at the end of the school day, etc. As Morgan comes in again to Compton, down the leg side this time. Goes back to what Kevin Hand was saying earlier on, just the lack of consistency. Morgan, in fact, has probably been one of the most consistent of the bowlers, but just straying in terms of the line so far in this over.
It's a relief ball as well, isn't it, in a way, for a batter. You're not going to concentrate. You know it's going leg down leg side. You don't have to worry too much about it. And of course, being red ball rather than white ball, you're not under any pressure to score.
The new fan being constructed as we speak behind us as Morgan bowls a short ball. Pulled around the corner by Compton. He's going to get 4 more for this as well. Bit of a drag down from Morgan, and well, this has probably been his poorest over so far, really. A bit too wide to Compton for the first one. Spread it down in the leg side, the second ball, and then that one's too short, and Compton has just helped it on its way around the corner. Wasn't really a full-blooded ball stroke. It was more of a sort of guided ball stroke.
Steer, if you like. He's pivoted quite nicely. And just for a second, I thought it might appear in front of that fielder, in front of the Hoppers tent down there. But it's gone for 4.
Yeah, he's moved on to 35 now from 101 deliveries, Ben Compton. So a patient innings from him, certainly prior to this over. He's turning this one away out towards mid-wicket. Morgan lands it back on a better spot.
We've got a couple of decent 4-day games here with Middlesex in recent seasons. Last year, It's the year that Tawanda Mie, Ben Compton chased down 311, I think it was, in the 4th innings. Kent won, I believe, by 8 wickets on that occasion. Then there was a thriller at Lords that Middlesex won by a couple of wickets on the final day.
Morgan just losing his run up.
Just wonder if he's tiring slightly.
Yeah, maybe so. Obviously, there was the infamous Division 3 decider.
Yeah.
Here back in the day.
That was a very,
was that
very
2020?
good game. 2021, that was the back end of lockdown. It was the only year that we had 3 divisions, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ollie Robinson get runs?
He did, yep.
Short ball guided by Compton. Might be 4 more, actually, down towards third man. Goha's chasing after it, but not going to get there. He's just used the pace there of Morgan Compton and guided it down through a vacant gully. So far in the over, 4.4.4. Getting up to 111 for 1.
And it is the sort of spell, sort of over, might convince the captain to ask his bowler to just take a bit of a rest. 12 coming from this over, and the run rate's now up to 2.9. As you said earlier, it was barely over 1.5 for a lot of that first session.
Yeah, like you say, I think maybe Morgan just tiring a little bit in this over. He's lacked his consistency with it we've seen from him earlier on in his spell. Compton plays off the back foot, this time in front of square. Will just get 1. No, he's going to get 2. So a profitable over for Ben Compton. Moves on to 41. And the Kent score jumps up to 113 for 1. And you suspect that might be the spell for, as I said, Morgan. After taking the wicket at Dawkins earlier on in it. First one of the day. 38 overs gone after Kent won the toss and chose to bat first. And Middlesex will feel they're a bit unlucky to only have the 1 wicket to their name.
You might be able to pick up on the effects, Mike. Sounds of some of the children, 1,000 school children in today. A lot of them are hunting selfies and autographs. And they're not too worried about who they're asking. Apparently, if you've got a Kent top on, they think that the groundsman has been signing a couple. Nick Dillon of the media team has had to sign a couple as well. So Roland Jones comes in. Northeast just fends that one back straight to the bowler. No run.
Oh, Nick's very much in our good books after bringing us ice lollies earlier on.
Yeah. Well, they do look after you here. Days like this, cricket can be difficult if you're in a, if you're in a press box that's not ventilated or it's not sheltered from the sun. I don't want to make it sound like working in an Amazon warehouse.
Yeah,
or anything,
we were making this point earlier on that we're not on the building side today. That's a tough place to be.
Yes, it would be. Yeah. There's Roland Jones. Second ball of the over comes into Northeast. And Northeast again just prods that one back to the bowler. No run taken. It's a bit of a breeze here, which is the one thing that is keeping it slightly cooler than we might have expected. Told it's going to drop a couple of degrees tomorrow. And for the rest of the game, it's still going to be north of 25. I think pretty much the duration of the 4 days here, assuming it goes that far. Was Kent at Lancashire didn't go the 4 days. Here's Roland Jones again from an Accrington Road end session just after pulling up his half century, actually. And Roland Jones, it looks like as he changes, going around the wicket now. So in he comes to Compton, he's going around the wicket, and Compton has a nudge at that one and just about gets away with it. Missed by not very much, but not an awful lot of noise from the fielders for that one. It was a decent delivery, wasn't it, from Roland Jones?
It was, Fred, it was. How are you?
I'm living the dream, Kevin. How are you?
Well, you've got up and down the staircases. It's as I've been saying, today's a day where you think there's a lot of energy getting up and down these staircases in this heat.
It is. So it's not the most accessibility friendly of venues. If
it's hot.
Basically, well, at any time, really. There's not really any... well, there's no lift up to the press box. I don't think there's a lift up here either. So Kent 114 for 1. And it looks like Morgan's going to continue from this end.
Yeah, to the right-hander. 2 slips and a gully and a dabble. Oh, that went away from him, Northeast. He plays away from the body, through to the keeper it goes. 11 to his name. Now he's got it going, hasn't he, Morgan? I wasn't particularly a fan of the last over to Compton for the 18-year-old to be bowling that straighter line to Compton with that dedicated a feel. He bowled 2 good balls, didn't he? One got an edge, pass slip, having just taken our second, and the other was run through that region for 4. As here's Morgan in again, bowls a little straighter, and behind this one, Northeast defends and there's no run. I did think that if you've got a line like that you're bowling to Compton, your man to bowl it is Helm. Whereas Morgan, the ball's doing enough, the pitch is doing enough, and the bowler himself, the 18-year-old for me, Fred, is doing enough today. He's bowled really well. So no need really to mix up what he's doing. But yeah, I can understand fully the tactic to Compton that they went with. But I'm quite hopeful from Morgan's perspective that the right-hander stays on strike in this over, because the field is orthodox to him as this ball's full leg side and turns to mid-wicket. Unlike young Mr. Dawkins, he didn't go too hard at that Northeast, and he resisted the temptation to whip at it, which would have brought the leading edge into play as it did for the 19-year-old opener.
Just a little bit of caution from Northeast as well. He's probably fair to say that he needs to score.
Well, yeah, and caution on this pitch as well. You can't close the face with the ball swinging as it is, and against the slope also. And that was Dawkins' downfall as Morgan approaches. He bowls just full of length. It's edged. Oh, it's gone through the gap. Down to the vacant deep third, and it's going to be 4 more. That is a gap that they've got to plug down at deep third now, surely. I'll draw up the wagon wheel. It's not going to be as many as I probably think it is, but there's been enough, let's put it that way, that protect the good ball, especially with the ball swinging away from the right-hander, drawing him into the drive, protect the good ball.
And I don't think that missed by much, did it? It was maybe less than a foot over the top of the cordon.
Do you reckon it went over gully? I didn't actually. I have to admit, I didn't see.
I think the fielder, from what I could see, wasn't far away. So
yeah, he was on the stretch for it, wasn't he, with a 45-degree angle bat as his. Another ball full straight, and this time full enough that Northeast is able to just nudge it fine at the mid-wicket, closing that face, but not whipping at it, as I say, which he was resisting the temptation earlier in the over. He takes 2, which ticks him to 17, 120 for 1. I get the feeling as though this could be Morgan's last over, but he's bowling well at the moment, and it feels, with Morgan in the attack, that Middlesex are closer to a wicket than they have been at any other stage.
He's certainly got a chance with the way that he's playing. He's not had a great couple of overs from a runs point of view, but he's not been at all bad in terms of the wicket threat.
Well, as I say, that previous over for me was as much about the field and the tactic as here's Morgan in bowls. Outside the off stump, and Northeast dabbles again. Through it goes to the keeper. Well, can the skipper get one more over out of the youngster? He's only 18. And that's the 6th over of the spell in this heat. Sharma's warming up, but actually Sharma takes off his cap and he's ready to go at the Nackington Road end. I feel as though he's got to give, well, there's high fives for Morgan. I think he's done, but another over at Northeast could have been real fun. But equally, if they're coming up with a ploy against
you never know,
Compton, then Helm's the best man for it.
He did look as though he was being congratulated there. Little handshake, little sort of word of encouragement. But so we've got Nav Sharma at the Nackington Road end coming on. Got a bit of a story here, which I'll try and cram in during the deliveries. I last saw Nav Sharma bowling for the England Lions against South Africa at Beckenham, which I was covering a couple of weeks ago. On the way home from that, I was listening to you and Adrian Harms.
Oh, dear Lord. Carefully, you fall asleep at the wheel.
The reason I was listening...
Dangerous driving you could get done for that, putting me and Harmsy on.
A lapsed Arsenal fan. And it was the day of the Champions League final, and I was a bit stressed out, so I turned over for the cricket instead. And I was listening on the way back, and I actually extended my drive home because I didn't want to arrive in the middle of the penalty shootout, so I actually found out from Adrian Harms that Arsenal had lost on penalties.
Oh, there are worse ways. The soothing tones of Adrian Harms broke the news to you.
As Sharma comes in, it's prodded back by Compton for no run. It was a surreal afternoon because the umpires kept asking for updates on what was happening in Budapest. And I had to interview Henry Crocombe afterwards for the ECB Reporters Network. And the pavilion was right by a television. There was obviously quite a lot of alpha groaning going on from people that were watching the football. So I was trying to think of something sensible to ask this potential a bowler who is basically right on the cusp of the England setup. And yet all I could hear was people groaning in the pavilion while I was asking him these questions. As Sharma comes in to Compton. Not a bad one from Sharma. Compton left it alone. And they just drift through to the keeper. No run. So Crocombe, of course, didn't make it into the 11. And I think there was a bit of consternation at Sussex that he wasn't actually released for the fixture. I'm not quite sure who it is that Sussex have got in Division 1 today, but certainly they are doing very well, aren't they, this season? I think they're 1 point off the top, which, given the circumstances that they're operating under, is a really impressive performance so far. Sharma is coming in from an Accrington Road end to Compton. Compton just prods that one straight back to Sharma, no run. So 3 of the non-test host sides currently at the top of Division 1, which is quite encouraging for... I was going to say, Middlesex are sort of in between, aren't they? They play at a test ground, but they're not... I wouldn't put them in a bracket with people like Surrey and Nottinghamshire.
Well, no, I mean, as Middlesex themselves describe themselves, they're in a unique position. They're the only county without a ground, which means they don't have money-making facilities.
So Sharma comes in again, 4th ball of the over. Again, it's a decent delivery. That one.
This is a good start.
Just outside the off stump. And Compton, I don't think he was close enough to it to generate too much excitement from the fielders. But
yeah, but Sharma's got something. He's got a groove here, and that's...
He has, yeah.
That's all you really ask for on a day like this. Settle into a groove. Just settle into it. There's enough in the pitch. There's enough in the surface. Helm's warming up, and you'd assume that he's replacing Morgan. And as I say, I'm quite content with the field that they've set for Compton. In the previous Morgan over, but I felt that it was a Helm tactic rather than a Morgan tactic. Especially that Morgan's bowling so well as well, it almost knocks him off his line.
Well, here he is for the 5th ball of the over into Compton. This one's a little bit more down the leg side, and Compton just steers that. A sort of backward square area for a single.
But yeah, going back to what you were saying, Middlesex's great problem is that, they're a very small county in an office out the back of Lords.
It's weird, isn't it? Because I mean, it's not small in terms of support. You turn up to Lords, but
how many of those are MCC members?
Yeah, but at the same time, they're MCC members. But you wouldn't have thought it was beyond. If you are in the MCC, dare I say, you're possibly not in the lowest of income brackets. So.
But how do you generate the money from the MCC member? Yeah. I'm playing devil's advocate here for the point of the listener, for the benefit of the listener. How do you play? And it's been the age-old conundrum for Middlesex. This isn't me knocking what you're saying at all, Fred. This is the rather interesting debate out of it, which actually we very rarely come to on air. But how do you get the money out of the MCC members if you're Middlesex? Because the MCC are doing a great job of getting the money out of the Middlesex. So you're asking to spend twice, really, aren't you? So.
You are. I mean, it's just one of those things. There are people that are skilled at fundraising, budget builders, that kind of thing. As Sharma comes in for the last ball of the over, North East doesn't get the contact that he wanted on that one, and it'll be fielded for a single on the leg side. It is an interesting question. I know that you can host events. I know that they've teamed up with Lashings, for example, that they're hosting a load of events at the pavilion there this season. But of course, everybody, so if you do that, you need to hire the long room, which you have to pay the MCC for. Everybody needs a cut. So we're going to have a hydration break here.
Do they need a commentator? Well, no, I mean they brainstorm and try to come up with as many ideas as they can for it, because Middlesex and the thing is, it's here to stay.
But the other thing is, what are you buying? What
are they buying?
What are the investors? What have they bought? Because they're not getting the ground. So you've essentially got a franchise.
Well, the sponsorship of merchandise and
you have, but. I think if you think you're going to sell, I don't know.
Well, Fred, I mean, listen, this year, Middlesex Surrey at Lords, prior to the IPL, the biggest domestic match in world cricket, I'm not sure there was 11,000 in this year for it. There were some reports early that it was 12,000, but then I've heard other reports saying that it was a lot less. So whether it was 10,000, whether it was indeed just 4 figures, but for a game that was regularly 28,000 to be down to that, it's not even half full, and that was always my problem. That was my biggest problem, that you had 2 glass half full competitions. And from what I understand, the sales of 100 tickets this year are very poor. So here's Gohar, left arm over, he bowls to the left-handed Compton, who pushes into the offside. I'm not against this, but I would have liked to have seen Helm bowling to the field that they'd set to Compton from Morgan. As here's Gohar, who bowled nicely in the little spell he had before lunch, and back and across goes Compton. How is that? Maybe felt that it beat the inside edge and hit high up, but he was a mile outside the off stump. But yeah, if that's true, that the 100 sales are also down this year, and you've got Middlesex, Surrey selling at 11 or whatever it is, was 11,000, then one of them's got to go, and it ain't going to be the Blast, is it?
Well,
here's Gohar. He's left arm over with a slip and a short leg, and this is turned to mid-wicket. And again, the unique Middlesex problem's probably one of the best examples of that, Fred, because the MCC now run things in terms of the T20 and marketing, the beer sales, the food sales on the day, as his Gohar bowls, and this ball's dabbed into the onside and there's no run, unless things have changed this season. And Middlesex get paid by the MCC to play those matches at Lords. So it's like, here you go, this is what you play at Lords, and we'll give you this much for it.
A certain element.
But if it's less than 16,000 on the gate, the MCC are losing money. As this is down the leg side from Gohar to Compton through to the keeper, and there's no run. And the biggest game of the season, the biggest game every year for everybody, was 11,000. So they're 5,000 away from breaking even on that game, MCC. That's your problem. It's a big problem now, and that's where the conversation is going to turn to next. It's how do you solve the problem of the 2 glass half full competitions? And it's not even, as I said, not even half full. As Gohar's in, bowls. This is a forward defence from Compton, wide outside the off stump. It may well have struck the pad first, but he was a mile outside the off stump.
I think that was missing by a good
122 for 1. I've given you all, well, not all the information, but the headline information I can. Fred, over to you.
My point on that would be that I think people forget. I think people at the ECB forgot just what a phenomenal success T20 cricket was when it was first invented. I wouldn't say the game was moribund. It was a viable sport. But all of a sudden you had grounds that hadn't been full in years for county cricket suddenly selling out. So we're talking about Middlesex, Surrey. So you go I think the best place to watch T20 now is somewhere like here or at Sussex, as Sharma comes in from an Accrington Road end to North East. North East will prod that one on the offside and there won't be a run. Sort of grounds where a crowd of 4,000 really feels like a full house. It feels like a bear pit. There's a lot going on. Whereas when you go to the Oval, you can get a crowd of twice that and it feels empty. And people, I think, don't perhaps give enough credit to what T20 did for the county game. They thought, right, we've had this success. Now, how can we be more successful still than this? Not crediting that was a bit of a miracle, in my opinion. As Sharma comes in, and North East has a bit of a waft at that, goes straight through to the keeper, didn't miss by much.
The person who phrased it best for me in that sense of what you just said, on that particular note, was the former Middlesex chairman, Mike O'Farrell, who said to me in an interview on the BBC that in all his years in business, he's never known the concept of improving your product by creating a rival product and putting it on the shelf next to it. That's not going to help the sales of your original product. And what if the other product doesn't sell as well? Well, it hasn't sold as well with the punters. You know, we know that from, and that, well, we kind of know it because they haven't released ticket sales across the competition so far. But
as Sharma comes in again, North East just wafts that over the slip cordon. 4 runs signalled by the umpire.
It was just wide of Geddes. Yeah, I reckon it was wide of Geddes. I reckon a 4th slip might have been able to pluck his hands, thrown his hands up to that, maybe, but I think because it was in the air and wide of him, he didn't even move, Geddes.
That's certainly sort of this pattern that we're we're talking about continuing in Middlesex. Possibly not bowling optimally this morning, certainly. They've had a few chances, though.
But just going back to finishing that note, you know, they have now, with the new product, raised 28 million each for the old product. So at this stage, if they hadn't, you'd scrap the new products, wouldn't you? But they have.
Yeah. Probably, yes. Here's Sharma, and that one, Northeast will just steer toward a point that'll be fielded. No run there. I think it was Zafar Gohar picked that one up. Yeah, I think they're stuck in the sense that the reason why I say it needs to be a face-saving merger is what corporate life is like. Losing faces.
Well, as I always said, that the best thing they could have done with the 100 was, one, make it a T20, but two, have it an amalgamation of, for example, Kent and Surrey. I
don't think that would go down well here, to be honest.
Well, I know, but I mean, if they were to amalgamate those counties for that competition,
I think if there's a reference point there. It's a bit of a shy at the stumps from Gohar. They go through for a single from that ball from...
it's a bit of a yes-no tobacco point, wasn't it? But they got there in the end.
Yeah, I think he would have been okay. Yeah, we're just getting a bit distracted by the T20 talk.
No, go on.
So the reference point, the Southeast Stars were essentially an amalgamation of the Kent Women's and the Surrey Women's
It's problematic,
side.
but...
I just don't think you'll get any kind of attachment to it. I mean, I imagine there are people probably listening to it right
I think you'd
now.
get more than you would the 100. If you were to say, right, okay, Hampshire and Sussex, you're together. Middlesex, Northamptonshire and Essex, you're together.
So Sharma, and again, another decent delivery from Sharma that Compton just evades.
It'll be a bit like the North-South that they had for a little while, which I thought was quite an interesting concept. And it's a shame they've got rid of it. But, you know, obviously putting Gloucester and Somerset together similarly is problematic in the sense of loyalties. But if you're splitting the fixtures across the grounds, although I'd imagine if Kent and Surrey were put together, you would struggle to, you know, if you're trying to sell it out, you'd struggle to say, well, let's skip the Oval and its capacity.
I don't see that one flying, to be honest with you. I understand it from a sort of logical business sense, but there's an emotion to it that just wouldn't work. As Sharma comes in again, final ball of the over, Compton just leaves that one at the end of the over at 128 for one.
I'm talking in terms of the 100.
Yeah.
So instead of having the 100
that,
where you've got nobody, say that rather than this draft system, which again seems like a nonsense to me, there's no identity to it. Rather than have this draft system, each of the counties, you can only pick from that area. So you're an area and you're dedicated to that area. If you're London Spirit, I mean, all right, Essex and Northamptonshire being pushed in with London Spirit, you'd have to name change, wouldn't you? But, you know, Surrey and Kent, you can only pick from those counties, the players who are on the books for those counties. At least that gives that competition some sort of identity. No, I'm not suggesting that Surrey and Kent merge for the Blast, absolutely not, nor Middlesex and Essex.
Yes, don't email us about that.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting at all. But for the 100, to give the 100 some sort of identity, then do it on geography rather than a draft.
Well, definitely that would help, I think.
Here's Gohar, he's left arm around, bowls, and forward goes North. He's pushing into the offside. Then the other thing to do with that is take it abroad. You know, they won't do that now. Maybe they'll have to take the Blast abroad instead. But
no one seems to have bought into it, do they? No rival federation seems to...
No. I mean, here's Gohar. He's in, slipping a short leg, bowls. This is driven to mid-off, and they have a quick single. You know, almost like
Dubai
a reverse charity shield.
Yeah.
So where there was talk of starting the championship overseas or playing the One-Day Cup overseas, well, why not take the 100 in October overseas? And at the end of the season, when we're all so upset that the championship season's over, well, hold on a minute. We get to go and watch them all playing in this, all right, for the purists thought, Mickey Mouse competition, but you get another season of English cricket, another month of county cricket, don't you? As such, all the players go off and play in this competition for a month. As here's Gohar bowls, this is Runaway down to deep third, and they will get 4. Compton moves to 46. He's faced 121 balls, and this partnership moves to 51, of which North East has 23, Compton 21, and it's coming only 52 minutes, 71 balls.
That's a good round of applause for that partnership coming up. There's a nice shot. Always when it goes up the slope, you think they feel it's got a chance. going up towards the Ames Pavilion there.
The biggest problem with that now, although it might not be that big a problem, because if they can't sell those matches at Lord's, the Oval and all the other places in the 100, then it doesn't really matter where you play it, does it? It's here's Gohar bowls, this is eased into the offside and there's no run. So if you were to say mega TV deal in October for all those owners, we'll stage it in Abu Dhabi or wherever, Timbuktu, but you'll get this mega TV deal where you have no competition from Test cricket, no competition from the Blast, the counties. You'll get a focused audience. Here's a reverse sweep. Oh, put down at slip. It was a difficult chance to his left for Helm, going towards second, and it spills out, and at the second attempt as well.
I just wonder from the lack of reaction whether it was a bump ball, because there wasn't any kind of groaning.
Oh, it could have been,
the fielders.
Yeah,
it was
could have been.
Very un-Compton-like shot.
Yeah, it could have been. 1-3-3 for one, and Compton's forward again. He has looked a little uncomfortable at times to Gohar. There were a couple of attempted orthodox sweeps where he almost plunged last minute into a position to play them. One of them he got away fine because it was a very leg side ball. The other one wasn't so much leg side, and he got stuck in a horrible position. 133 for one, North East 23 and Compton 46. And as I say, just go and finish it off on that. In October, well, that's marketable. We'd all sit there and watch it because we've got no other cricket in October, and we're desperately upset that September has been and gone.
I do seem to watch a fair bit of cricket that takes place in empty stadia. With various franchise tournaments.
But that's happening in the Blast and the 100 anyway, so
yeah,
you may as well.
Properly empty stadium. Not,
yes, you may as well. But at least for the identity to fans, because everybody still looks at it a bit gimmicky and a bit Mickey Mouse at the moment, don't they?
So Sharma comes in, and Compton prods that one out on the leg side. No run taken. 136 for one, Kent, currently. Been an interesting conversation about the 100. I'm sure that it's been getting a certain amount of engagement from people. I will make way for Ben at the end of this over.
Although I think Ben will be wanting this seat, so
we'll do a bit of a.
I'll go.
We'll do now. A bit of a shuffle.
I'll go now while Sharma bowls this ball.
I'll just call this last one and then make way. So Sharma goes to the Nackington Road end. Compton, the man to face. And Compton, well, thought about getting a single from that one. Decides against it. And at the end of the over, the score is 136 for one. I will make way for Ben Watts.
Fred Atkins, thanks very much for coming up and joining us. Kent's 136 for one. Yeah, Fred of the Press Association and also the Spitfire. Kent cricket coverage. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London. Spin to continue from the pavilion end in the Canterbury sunshine. The last of the school children who have been here for the start of cricket week. Maybe leaving the ground as we get up towards 3 o'clock and end of the school day. Let's go her bowls to North East. Turns this away on the onside. There's a short mid-wicket fielder. Picks up and rubs the ball. On his long sleeve top. 24 for North East so far. Go her left arm spin. Bowls to him. Drives out towards extra cover. Does the fielding.
We've got a fan each now, Ben.
I know, look at this.
I did say to the very kind chap from Facilities and Health and Safety, I think it was, who brought it up to us. As much the positioning of the fan has been the talking point of the positioning of the field this morning.
Driven back down the ground by North East.
We are going to have to reset our field here, I think. I think rather than having a fan behind and a fan in front, it's a fan each in front of us.
I think we need 2 slips.
Yeah.
We need to get an extra man in. Sounds like a plan. Go continuing there. North East showing some signs of trying to be aggressive against the spinner, but blocks this one in front of his leg stump, back up the pitch.
Oh, it is beautiful when that fan hits you, though, isn't it? It's going back and forth between us at the moment.
Yeah, we've got it on.
When it goes to you, it's agony, and then it comes back, it's like, oh, it's nice. And then it goes to you, and it's agony. It's a bit like the commentary, actually.
Here comes Gohar again. In and bowls. North East drives up the pitch. Fielder comes around from mid-off to do the fielding, but has to move all the way around the ball because he picks it up and throws left-handed. In the end, that's a well-judged single by Sam Northeast. 25 to his name. Compton on 46. Feels like he's been in the 40s for the last half an hour, to be honest. Ben Compton. Had that profitable over against Morgan before I came off commentary, and he's been becalmed, although he's edged this one, or played it deliberately, possibly. Wide of the first slip fielder to bring up his half-century, Ben Compton, from 128 balls. 8 boundaries for him in it. And back in the team after a nasty finger injury has kept him out for a number of weeks, and back to doing what he does best, grinding out the runs for his team at the top of the order. Ben Compton, Kent, 141 for 1. The end of the over as well from the spinner Zafagoa. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 22 from him. How many overs have we got till tea? Still quite a few, actually.
Oh, we've got 18 overs to tea.
Plenty of time.
We'll be melted by then.
Plenty of time until tea time. When, well, we might have to go for round 2 of the ice lollies. Or ice cream variety.
Sharma is in bowls. Oh, I don't think there was anything on it. It's spilled by Cracknell down the leg side, but there's no great excitement or indeed disappointment to follow. So nothing on it. But the slope in play again as that jags away. 141 for 1. And Northeast 25, Compton 50.
Yeah, glorious day here to start off County Cricket Week. Over 1,000 school kids in attendance as well, who will just be heading off for the close of play, certainly for school at least. But we've still got plenty of overs here, 49, just under 50 overs left on day one. Kent are 141 for 1 here, and after the loss of Ben Dawkins, the opener at the start of this session, for a half-century score, Kent have progressively moved the score on a half-century stand at the moment. Between these two, Sam Northeast has offered 25 of them. The new batter coming in at number 3, and then Ben Compton has just gone through to a half-century of his own. He's been out for a number of weeks with a finger injury, and he's come back in the team and very much doing what he does best. Ben Compton at the top of the order for Kent, providing that platform for the team to score, and he's got 50 from 128 balls. And at the moment, it's Northeast on strike for Kent. So, yeah, certainly early on, the ball was moving around a lot here at Canterbury. A little bit of greenness on the top of the surface. Middlesex will feel unlucky not to have more wickets. But Kent have ground their way to 141 for 1. In Division 1 at Cardiff, Glamorgan 140 for 6. So, well, in fact, they're effectively 7 down because Ingram has retired. Not out as well. So a good day so far for Surrey, and then for Sussex likewise, having taken 7 Hampshire wickets, 142 but for 7 the visitors to Hove, and 3 wickets there for Tom Price, the seam bowler. So Northeast defends that one here. Commentary of all 3 matches available via the BBC Sport app and website. And while I've been doing that update, Kevin Hand has repositioned our slip cordon in the commentary box so that we do indeed have a fan each. Might even have to take a picture of this, put it on social media somewhere for the 2 fans in action.
It's probably lucky the mic was off on my response to that one, actually.
Sharma from the Nackington Road end, a little bit of nip back down the slope.
Oh, my one smells all new, but it smells a bit like Madame Tussauds is being blown into my face, the plasticky smell.
There is a marked difference in colour, isn't there? Mine's a sort of off-white. Like
someone's been smoking next to that for like the last 20 years, haven't they?
Mine's off-white like the Kent strip, and yours is bright white like the Middlesex strip.
Ah, yeah, you see. Last ball was a no ball, 2 added to the total, 143 for 1. It's a very healthy score on this track, isn't it? Sharma's in, bowls and full straight, pushed to mid-on, no run. The ball now into its 47th over. Oh, that's good. Is that better for you?
Yeah.
It's better for me.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, goodness me. That's made the world of difference, hasn't it? What would we have given for that first thing this morning? And indeed just after lunch. But thank you, Kent, for resolving that. Actually nicer than air conditioning, I find, as well, isn't it? Air conditioning always gets to my bones.
Let's say air conditioning can almost be too cold, can't it?
Yeah. Last ball of Sharma's 10th over. He's right arm over, he bowls, and 2 full that one. It's driven back, toe end of the bat, just straight of mid-off. No timing on it, though. It's just a shove with the toe end. So a single more it is. Northeast to 26, and he keeps the strike. Compton 50, and Kent 144 for 1. Oh, it's almost as though we consider ease now. We're relaxed. Might stay here tonight, actually. Oh no, I've got aircon in the room.
Yeah, I was going to say. What's your social media these days? Kevin Hand Sport. There we are.
What's that? Twitter, Instagram?
Yeah.
Blue Sky?
X or whatever it is called these days. If you want to get in touch with us, Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk on the emails. Let us know where you are listening to us in the world.
Are you an Instagrammer?
Tell us how warm it is.
Ben, whatever you do not take a picture of this.
And and on X at BBC Kent Sport, if you want to get in touch. I don't really use Instagram all that much. I mean, I use it to browse, but I don't really post much on there, to be honest. I'm more of a words kind of guy rather than a pictures, probably.
You could try to paint the picture for the listener of what I've just done, but equally, good luck in holding on to your career if you do. Position the fan appropriately, dear listener. Let's put it that way.
Helm's coming back into the attack. Bowling from the pavilion end, Sam Northeast, who plays it defensively, back up the pitch.
See, this is the time now where to Compton, if he gets the left-hander on strike, you'd imagine they will go to that tactic that they went with Morgan. I understand why they did it, because it was a swinging ball, and it was only 1 over, so let's not jump up and down about what happened in 1 over of a day overall where Middlesex haven't got it quite right. But yeah, an over or 2 perhaps from Helm here to Compton and see how he gets on, but I wouldn't mind them trying that tactic.
Yeah, had that 2 over spell earlier on, defended away by Northeast from a roundabout off stump.
Was that pre-Gohar?
That was...
I think he came back for a second in the morning, didn't he? And then Gohar quickly replaced him for a couple before lunch.
Correct, yeah, that's it. That's the one. We should see if we can find the hottest temperature where somebody is listening to us today. We had James getting in touch from Peterborough earlier on. As Northeast turns this one away out towards the fielder at mid-wicket. For us, for no run rather.
And what was it in Peterborough?
He didn't say. I didn't ask, in fairness.
What is the temperature here, actually?
I think it was meant to be 30 degrees today.
Is that
Canterbury?
It does feel about 35.
Well,
but then this press box on any given day feels about 35.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the trees at the Nackington Road end of the ground. There is a little bit of a breeze out there. 29, my phone is saying, for Canterbury at the minute, as Helm bowls. 61 all out at Derby. Derbyshire are already 14 for 1 in reply. Mitch Stanley taking that wicket.
Apparently there's been a few problems on the stream today. The streaming PC is basically on fire.
Oh yeah, apparently they had to get a brand new fan to cool down the PC because it was
at Lord's,
it was overheating.
At Lord's in that press box, it can be like a fridge because they've got to keep the equipment cool.
Yeah,
the stream.
that makes sense.
Computer, yeah, whichever room it is in here, it's clearly not doing too well.
Yeah, I heard they had to get a brand new fan just to try and cool it down.
Kent 147 for one. Sharma bowls. This is turned down to long leg by Northeast for a single. He's on to 27.
Yeah, we're always here on the BBC Sport app and website. If the live stream from the club which goes down, which you can hear our commentary on as well.
In the car, it's the radio commentaries. To be honest, bearing in mind that I work half the year on the stream and half the year on the radio, I've often got the radio commentary on because I haven't got the time to sit down and watch the stream, because if I'm not at the cricket,
you're on the move.
I'm usually doing something.
Yeah.
Because you're at the cricket so much. So it is nice to have that option to have the radio commentary all the time.
Yep, 5 Live Sports Extra, of course. You can hear round the ground snippets from across the games. Our good friend Kevin Howes heading it up.
He might be your good friend. Good old Housey.
Yeah, he's a wonderful chap.
Sharma's around the wicket now to Compton, and forward he goes, defending. I think this is a good move as well. He's bowled nicely today, Sharma. Quite got it right, but I mean, look at that economy. None for 19 from 11.
It's not too sad at all, is it?
Yeah, for a youngster on a day where it's not particularly going right with the ball. Again, I said it of Worcester in the first session last week. They've not done that much wrong, but they've not done enough right. And that certainly was this morning. This afternoon, they've been better. But they are playing catch-up. They've not reaped the rewards of that early movement. Sharma around the wicket, he bowls, and good again. Problem is, that ball now is 49 overs old as Compton defends it to mid-off, but that was the kind of line and length that if he bowled that this morning, boy oh boy, yeah, which way is that going to go? Up the seam up the hill or seam back down with the slope? Just wasn't enough of those questions asked this morning for Middlesex, and now, well, they've got to put some wickets on the ball quickly, but as we know, one can turn him to 2 and all of a sudden 150 for 3, and you just get a little bit of a grip on things. 160 for 4, you think, all right, hold on, let's...
Yeah, I think that's been why it's been so important that Northeast has settled so well at the crease since he's come in, really, because after the loss of Dawkins, if, as you say, Middlesex has taken a couple of quick ones.
Are the kids off? They've gone, haven't they? It's got quiet. I've just seen a few of them leaving on the far side.
There's a few in yellow T-shirts away at kind of square leg. There's Gohart bowls to Northeast. Turns this one away into the onside. There's a short mid-wicket and a deep square. Quite a wide mid-on, mid-off. Short extra and then a more orthodox cover. Back at a point slip and a boundary rider out a deep point for the left arm spinner to the right-handed Northeast. He's forward and playing defensively on his return to Canterbury week, if you will. Sam Northeast back with his home county after a few seasons away. The likes of Hampshire and Glamorgan, and flicking this one around the corner. The 36-year-old turns 37 in October, gets a couple of runs here Northeast, and the 150 comes up for Kent.
Yep, well batted, won the toss, backed it up with their own performance. They've not done anything wrong today, Kent. Youngster Dawkins closing the face on one. Or it was still a bit too early in the innings. The ball was still doing too much swinging for Morgan as it was.
Yeah, on breakthrough. Northeast drives out towards wide mid-off, tumbling stop. And a single taken. Good bit of work in the field.
Did we ever settle on whether that was a catch, the reverse sweep off Zafar Gohar by Compton? Fred was suggesting maybe a bump ball because the disappointment didn't seem too great. But the way he went after it and had 2 grabs, I guess.
Yeah.
You don't have the time to think, oh, it's a bump ball, I don't need to have the second grab. You just go for it instinctively, don't you? So could have been a bump ball.
He was on 46 at the time, Compton.
Should I scroll back on the stream? See if it was working.
I think he was on 46 for a while, in fairness. You might be looking for a little bit. It's turned away by Compton. Short leg in play. Slip and a short mid-wicket. Just the one man at cover now for the left-hander. don't think there's a fielder out on the offside, deep either. So backward of squares. Compton comes down the pitch. Don't see that all too often from Ben Compton, him using his feet against the spin. And it's not going to go all the way for 4, actually. Lewis Deploy has set off after it. Wasn't necessarily timed all that well by Compton. There was enough direction in the sense that it was straight back over the bowler's head, and the mid-on fielder was fairly wide. That meant he would...
Down to long leg. We could well see the bumper theory now for a bit from Helm at the Nackington Road end.
I don't think it'd be a worse ploy. Earlier on, they were sort of bowling back of length rather than properly short, when you were suggesting they might need to bowl a bit fuller. So a bit of the short stuff. See if these two can...
16 overs or so after tea to the second new ball becoming available. But how much will it help compared to the one this morning on a pitch that's had a day of belting sunshine? 2 slips in a gully now is the field for Compton. Oh, as Helm gets him with an absolute beaut. Absolute beaut. Well, he's got him with proper line and length bowling. And well done, Helm. I was suggesting that maybe the short ball theory might come in here against Compton, but it's good, honest line and length that Helm strikes with. Cracknell with a catch. Just a little nick through to the keeper. Neither back nor forward. A little dabble on the top of off stump. And 158 for 2. And boy, oh boy, did Middlesex need that. But a great innings from Ben Compton. Shake of the head, but he's done a proper opener's job as he comes off here. It was tough going this morning. That ball was going all the way around, and for as much as Middlesex maybe could have pushed it up there a little fuller this morning, and certainly a little straighter as well, it was still tough for the batters. Daniel Bell-Drummond makes his way to the middle. You're having a look at it. What are you wondering, whether he could have left it? From around the wicket, I think the angle was there that he had to play at it.
Unfortunately, it's a bit jumpy on the stream, so hard to tell. But yeah, Compton sort of dragged himself off a little bit, didn't he? Begrudgingly dragged himself off, almost disappointed at himself. I think it was looking at where he's played it.
Could have left it.
I'm not sure he could have done. I think it's a good delivery. He's forced him into offering the bat at it.
Yeah, I think right arm around to the left-hander. Yeah, there's every chance that comes back.
Get their rewards. Be a tent on the Les Ames stand, still nice and busy. And the members seating away to our left as well.
Helm bowls. Oh, that gets a little bit of bounce. Doesn't rush him, does it? Doesn't get big on him as such. Off the splice, you'd suggest, into the offside one. 61 for 2, Northeast 36, Bell-Drummond 2. Live cricket here from the BBC, brought to you on the BBC Sport website and app. From myself, Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, and from Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent.
You can hear us on the Kent Cricket live stream as well. I'd imagine the upper Frank Woolley away to our left is nice and busy. Likewise, good view this week from up there. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Let's get in touch with us via email. Or you can message at BBC Kent Sport on X, on social media. Messaging earlier on saying it was a tough call on Harry Finch to leave him out of the side today. I'd imagine it was a tough decision, really, from a head coach point of view. And the captain, Bell-Drummond, who's pivoting on this one and pulling in the air into the onside. He's not going to get 4. Fielder setting off after it from mid-wicket will retrieve it. So manages to get a couple, Bell-Drummond. Wasn't entirely convincing the way he played that one. There's this one from Zafagoa. He's defended away out into the offside. Yeah, I know we may well have had a listener. Those Kent supporters that are currently away at the World Cup. A slice of home in amongst the hustle and bustle of that competition as it's defended away back up the pitch. Zafagoa, the left arm spinner to Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent captain. A couple of dot balls since the 2 from the opening ball of the over. Bell-Drummond again is well forward and defending into the onside. A little bit. Some encouragement from Tom Helmet slip. Oh, we've got somebody walking behind the bowler's arm. Daniel Bell-Drummond is shrugging. I don't know if it's a spectator or a steward behind us. It is a gentleman with a beer in hand who has been moved. It's quite sort of translucent rather, the side screen at this end. That's directly behind the bowler's arm. Goha bowls once more on the leg stump. Bell-Drummond defends on the front foot. Final ball of the over incoming from Zafagoa. Bell-Drummond just defending that from deep in the crease and having to almost stand on the ball to make sure that it wasn't going to roll onto his stumps. Was that a front foot? No ball there. It was indeed from Zafa. So a couple of runs. I mean, I'm very easy.
Top 3 ice cream flavours. Mint choc chip.
Yeah.
Oh, is that in there, is it?
Yeah, I think it is, probably.
Helms in, bowls, and through to the keeper. That passes no run. Not particularly one of my favourites. However, on a day like today, the crisp coolness of the mint.
Good shout. Don't mind a stracciatella, which is basically vanilla with mint choc chips or shards in it, isn't it?
Yes.
Anything with a bit of choc chip in.
One of the ones in one of the ice cream parlours in London, I think, won Ice Cream of the Year with their version of that.
Oh, really?
Which is very good.
Excellent.
Can direct you there next time you're in Central.
When I used to go to France on holiday as a kid, I used to search out the places that did cinnamon ice cream.
Ooh. Helm, bowl, short, he's hooked. Mistimed completely, but all along the floor to mid-wicket by Bell-Drummond. What part of France did you used to go to as a kid?
Sort of the west, southwest, so kind of Brittany.
So they could turn it around towards us at any moment.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, good.
I think it's like a static one.
Yeah. It's got it coming up here on the device as well, as you have done. So,
yeah, it looks like, I think he's just completely gloved it to me. Punched it to the wicketkeeper.
Oh, so the stream has missed the cutaway, the wicket by the looks of it, has it?
Yeah.
Helm in bowls, and this is played defensively back up the track. But the match day sensors have the wickets, don't they, on the websites?
Yeah, that's where I'm getting it from. I think Northeast turned round and was querying it with the umpire as if to say, you sure that came off glove? He wasn't sure if it came off pad, the way it has moved quite so much, really. It was a big deflection. So yeah, Ekant Singh coming in ahead of Chris Benjamin as per the card. The other Kent under 19.
Helm. Oh, bowls a bumper now. What has that hit? Helmet, I think. Singh has tried to duck it, and I think it's just deflected off the top of his lid, and they'll have to have a concussion check, but it was merely a glancing blow for Singh. But boy, oh boy, is Helm putting it up them at the moment. I don't know what it was, but when he was bowling from this end, it just felt, get him up the other end. Whether the slope they're lining him up at all from the Nackington Road end.
It's inadvertently flicked a header for 4 runs.
Oh, yeah, maybe he has gloved it. You're right. He kind of got the bat out of the way, but left the gloves there, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
He tucked the bat behind him, and you laugh, and the stream's on at the moment, but Tony Bell-Drummond won't be laughing at all. But it's just one of those, isn't it, where, get the bat out of the way. Oh, forgot about them. The gloves stayed where they were.
Forgot about the glove.
But it was the bat came out of the way. It was almost as though move happens. And that's, again, where bowler probes, and we go back to that Morgan wicket of Dawkins. It was the 6th ball. And it was the most leg stump of the 6 deliveries, but he'd kept it there or thereabouts. And then the batter error came in as a leading edge went to gully.
Yeah, it was getting that away swing, and Dawkins was trying to play it through mid-wicket. That big pronounced movement.
Now, I said for Middlesex they needed 150 for 3 to become 160 for 4. Well, 70 for 3. This is still the moment.
North East forward playing in front of the pad with the bat to the left arm spinner.
Try to make up time, and you've got to be greedy here as the side. You are playing catch up. There's a little bit in it out there, clearly. In 8 overs, could you even have them 5 down at tea?
Zafar tosses this one up, bowls to North East, driven out towards extra cover. He's got it in the gap between 2 fielders who are setting off after it. Not going to get there. North East has timed that immaculately well and gets 4 runs for his troubles. Zafar frustrated that despite having virtually 3 fielders in the kind of mid-off, short cover, extra cover area, that North East has still managed to pick the gap there and takes his score on to 40. Kent up to 174 for 3 now. Having at one stage been, prior to the couple of quick dismissals for Helm, 158 for 1 they were, Kent. A few overs ago before the Compton departure. Zafar bowls, North East, unconvincing defensive stroke. Just flicking his bat at the ball, almost got turned around by the delivery from Zafar. Just gone for 38 from his 9.5 overs so far, the left arm spinner. Navya Sharma just on for 19 from 11 overs. Quick single here for North East. Left-handed throw coming in from the mid-off fielder. And they will make it home. Toby Rowland-Jones, 12 overs, none for 18. The most economical of the Middlesex bowlers. 2 for 35 for Tom Helm. 1 for 49. Feels a bit harsh, really, on Seb Morgan. For how well he bowled at times. Here comes Zafar bowls. Oh, a little bit of spin there. Down the slope and away from the right-hander. Through to the wicket-keeper. Bowls again here, Zafar. Just playing away from the body a little bit there, Ekansh Singh, who is yet to score. Played out towards backward of point, where the fielding is done. And into the over. Tea now at the test match on day 3. New Zealand's 94 for 2, having been 10 for 2 in the early stages of that. So a useful partnership being put together by Henry Nichols and Ravindra. Essex 184 all out at Chelmsford against Notts. Glamorgan still 6 down against Surrey. Yorkshire 185 all out against Leicestershire. Somerset 208 for 9 against Warwickshire. Hampshire 191 all out against Sussex in Division 1. As Helm will continue.
He's in now, bowls, and up on his toes. North East defends to cover, no run.
Derbyshire 45 for 2 at Chesterfield, after Lancashire were 161 all out. Northants still yet to lose a wicket at Chester Street, 178 on the board. Vasconcelos 100 in that one. And then Gloucester Shear 169 for 4 away to Worcestershire. North East at the minute being put off by something.
Helm passes the umpire, he bowls, good length ball. North East is forward, defending back to the bowler. And it was a suitcase of bottles, wasn't it, of red wine? Or so they say. Score in the test. Can you see it from there?
94 for 2 at tea.
Two is the key, isn't it?
Somebody's playing balls at the minute on the during the tea break. I'm sure this is pre-recorded.
Helm is in, bowls and hits the splice of North East's forward defence once more. He's bowling beautifully from the Nackington Road end right now. Helm, isn't he? It's a marked difference from what was happening down below us, where, again, not doing much wrong, but wasn't getting much reward. He's getting full reward at the far end, and it does feel as though he's got his tail up a little bit more. Economy of 2.5, 2 for 35, Helm. Long been the man that was meant to be the spearhead of Middlesex's attack. Post Roland Jones and Murtagh. He was the heir to the throne, as here's a bumper through to the keeper to finish the over. A maiden from Helm, 2 for 35. From 14, 5 maidens, and that looks good for Helm. Can he turn it into a 3 or a 4 day spell?
What have we got? 6, 7 more until the tea break. Just looking at the cup of water that you collected earlier on from the bar down a couple of games. Easy drives with a high front elbow off the back foot up towards mid-on, no run. Just going to see if Joey Everson playing for Leicestershire today. If he's done much bowling. Yeah, 7 overs, 1 for 19. Akash Singh is forward, playing defensively. Everson, in fact, getting the wicket at Johnny Bairstow. Bowled for 17 in that 185 all out for Yorkshire. And then Leicestershire now batting after tea. So, yeah, Everson, who was left out of the game against Durham at Beckenham, effectively for Singh. Last week a little bit different with the makeup of the side Kent picked, but today it's effectively Akash Singh and Grant Stewart who would be keeping Everson out of the team. Helm to continue, 179 for 3, Kent.
Here he comes. We've got a lovely view of the line of Helm, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander here, and he very nearly takes the top of off stump as he goes past the inside edge, jagging it back down the slope. It's not... How has that been cut off? Long leg must have got around. Slip set off, but there's no way Slip caught that. By signals, which we quite clearly saw from here. Beat the inside edge and oh so close to taking the off stump of North East, which for Sam Robson stood at slip, and Geddes, who's just retreated. Indeed, Robson's at second slip. Geddes, who's just retreated from slip. They'll both be looking at that, thinking already about how they've got to line this pitch up, which will be a lot like Compton did. And Dawkins alongside him. Similarly, North East now, who's forwards this one, defending from Helm. It's line it up as best you can and hope. Do the basics right and hope it's your day.
Yeah, nip back down the slope, didn't it, from Helm, and was
well,
too good for North East and too good for the keeper.
But that ball in itself, now in its 59th over, bearing in mind this ball's softer, the seam's not as pronounced.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's why it was a 3 or 4 wicket morning session. Now, it was a 3 or 4 wicket morning session at New Road last week, and Middlesex really made it count as Helm's in, bowls, and this is eased into the offside. There's no run. They were 1 down at lunch after that Holden. I'm not quite sure we finished the Holden thing. Holden, 11 or 12 from 100 balls. It was the lowest number of runs, the fewest number of runs from 100 balls faced in the county championship for 10 seasons.
Really?
Since Hasib Hamid scored 11 or 12. I can't remember which way around it was now. I think Holden was 12 and Hamid may have been 11 from 100 in 2017.
Good stat.
Andy Zaltzman popped in for the day. Here's Helm. Oh, now he's bowled short and swaying inside. Northeast was leaving it alone, but at the very last moment decided, it seems, actually I'll uppercut it. And he very nearly nicked it through to the keeper. He was so late on it.
I was almost envisaging a replica, in a way, of the Bell Drummond dismissal. I thought he was going to end up punching it behind.
It would have been so
the gloves.
It would have been so fitting to say that it was such a late decision to play at it, that it caused it to be posthumous.
Pretty cramped for room as well.
Helm bowls, and he bowls him! That one comes back down the slope, and look at Helm's celebration. That's what it means. He's bowling beautifully. This is some spell from the Nackington Road end, from the tall Middlesex seamer, who's getting rich reward for a dedicated line and length. And at the moment, Kent, for all the resilience of this morning, they're finding that this Helm spell is something that they cannot respond to. He has 3 for 35 in his 15th over, but all three of them coming in this spell, and Kent are 181 for 4.
Yeah, I was about to say that, as you pointed out a moment ago, 59th over, Northeast on his way for a well-made 42 from 86 deliveries. But given how old the ball is and the nature of the pitch, the nature of the hot day for the fielders out there, this is quite the sort of effort that Helm has summoned up with this older ball to really bend his back and to run in. And he's bowled a bouncer one ball at Northeast, and he's followed it up with the full one the next ball and knocked him over.
This is the Tom Helm that should be in the England Test side. You know, they're talking about the most inexperienced Test bowling lineup they've put out. Helm for years has been there or thereabouts, but has never quite been able to nail down his place in the Middlesex first team through injury and sometimes form. But this Tom Helm is the Helm that, you know, Middlesex, when they first found him, and for years England looked at him as well, thought this is the Helm that should be regularly in that England Test team.
Well, I'm thinking he had a game on loan at Leicestershire earlier on in the campaign.
He did. He was sent out on loan, exactly that. But
yeah,
he's back in now. Noah Cornwell's out injured at the moment. Ethan Bosch, the overseas.
Just trying to get a replay of that, by the way. I think Northeast maybe was a bit unsettled by the short one previously and was
tentative.
I thought he would be positioned. He got in the wrong position, really.
Felt like he could have been further forward to it. Oh, you've got an update imminently, haven't you?
I have, but he made a real mess of the stumps.
Well, the
Perfect
celebration
sight as a bowler.
The celebration from Helms. A joy to behold, and you see a fast bowler running in, double fist bump halfway through his follow-through. He was over the moon with that wicket. And here he comes to Benjamin. His right arm over. Benjamin nearly played at that outside the off stump. He nearly jagged down on that ball to punch it through the covers, which would have been, you fancy, a big error. It's a wicket maiden. Helm has 3 for 35.
Yeah, the visitors fighting back here thanks to a brilliant spell from Tom Helm. He's just knocked over Sam Northeast for 42. The experienced Kent batter sharing in a really good stand with Ben Compton, the opener, who made a half century as Ben Dawkins did earlier on. But Kent have been reduced to 181 for 4 by 3 quick wickets from Helm. Bowling Sam Northeast in this over. The off stump flying out of the ground dramatically. Daniel Bell Drummond effectively punched one, gloved it to the wicketkeeper from a delivery that he thought about trying to leave alone, and it eventually just cramped him for room. That after Compton had been dismissed by Helm, caught behind for 53. So despite decent efforts from the first 3 Kent batters, 50, 53, 42, and then the skipper Bell Drummond out for 5, they have 2 fresh batters at the crease and have got to start again here with the young 19-year-old Ekansh Singh facing Morgan. Chris Benjamin coming to the crease off the back of that dramatic 70-odd ball century against Lancashire at Blackpool last week. He very much likes to try and put pressure back on the bowlers, but there is something still in this pitch, despite the ball being almost 60 overs old for the visiting side. And having not had the luck earlier on, maybe they are starting to earn it now and to get their rewards. You can hear how lively they are in the field out here, the Middlesex bowlers. Speaking of getting rewards in the field, Sussex have done that at Hove today, bowling Hampshire out for 191. In the end, 3 wickets for Tom Price, but the wickets shared around, a couple for Jack Carson, 2 for Tom Haynes as well. They will be batting after tea very shortly. And then Surrey have still only got Glamorgan 6 down. A little bit of a fight back from the home side through Chris Cook, who's on 70 and not out. 2 each for Gus Atkinson, Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott in that one. Commentary of all 3 matches available for you via the BBC Sport app and website, as this one's flicked away by Ekansh Singh. A little bit leg side from Seb Morgan, and a leg glance by Ekansh Singh away to the boundary to take him on to 7. And Kent score 185 for 4.
God, that was more a tome than an update. Do you have a longer one at 4?
I just have to do all 3 games at
Oh, I see. What was the other one? Sussex and who?
Sussex and Surrey.
Ah.
Because our drive show is shared in the afternoons. So yeah, have to look at the scores from elsewhere.
I wondered what you said there for a moment. Shared.
Shared. Oh, that one squares up Ekansh Singh a little bit. I think it's hit the thigh pad rather than the pad, as it squirms out towards backward of point.
We're going to have to listen to that back at tea on the street. Thought you were being disparaging about your drive time show. Who's it shared with then? Well, Surrey and
Sussex, yeah.
Oh dear. It's a big old patch, isn't it?
It's a big patch, yeah.
From Folkestone to...
From Folkestone to, I think, to Fleet, actually. I think you can hear it in North Hampshire. So that one's off the thigh pad once more and drops away to the left of the wicketkeeper. Oh, in fact, the umpire scrubbed that off, saying Ekansh Singh has not offered a shot at that delivery. I thought, if anything, he was trying to get his hands out the way. Feels a little bit harsh. I had one of those in our club game, actually, at the weekend.
From Folkestone to Fleet.
From Folkestone to Fleet.
That sounds like Matt's autobiography.
Yeah. Here comes Morgan again then. Still to Ekansh Singh. And he's got himself quite a long way across the stumps there to flick through square leg. There's 2 fielders who are chasing after it. The man who comes around from long leg does the fielding. And they get a couple. So Ekansh Singh to 9. 60 overs gone. We've got 4 until tea. I mean, Tom Helm will be wishing he could just keep on going. But maybe the tea break will come at a good time to give him a little breather, actually. 15 overs he's now got through. 6 maidens, 3 for 35. And, yeah, just the wicket in North East. Having another look back at it. It's just a brilliant length. He's banged the previous ball in short. And then that ball has drawn North East forward. And for once in his innings, and he's faced 80-odd deliveries, and he's got really good rhythm at the crease.
Helm bowls down the leg side to begin the over to Benjamin. It's through to Cracknell.
I didn't think North East looked flustered or didn't line up anything poorly at all, but just that one delivery has drawn him forward, and there's a gap between bat and pad, and the ball has smashed through that and into the off stump. And Helm's made North East look a bit silly in the end. But yeah, as you say, fantastic reaction from him. The off-stump cartwheeling and the roar of the bowler. Picking up his 3rd wicket.
Comes Helm. Now, short leg dives to his right as the forward defence of Benjamin is nearly breached in many ways. Did it take an inside edge onto the pad? Was it just pad? They were leaping behind the stumps of the LBW. Yeah, Helm wasn't interested, so if it were just pad, though, would they not have continued? Helm, would he not have got involved and asked the question?
I think it was doing too much, to be honest.
Down the leg side?
Yeah.
He was glancing it square. Here's Helm in bowl. Short outside the off stump and punched was almost a front foot cut, wasn't it? Square drive for 4. Benjamin has moved off the mark with a boundary. His 4th ball as well. 191 for 4.
Yeah, real counter-attacking century against Lancashire last week. Off the back of Harry Finch's 83, and wonder if he will try and play aggressively and positively once again here, Benjamin. He's had a good season in red ball cricket. Showed patience at times.
Comes in, bowls, and a lifting ball down the leg side is taken by Cracknell. Benjamin's first name again, it's lost.
Chris Benjamin, yeah.
I think I said when he walked out at Lord's, it was Joey Benjamin walking out to bat.
Benjamin.
Quickly corrected myself. It was one of those slips, famous cricketing name. Yeah. Rolls off your tongue incorrectly. Tom Helm, the Nackington Road end. Going to put his name all over today. At the moment it already is as forward goes. Benjamin pushing back. That'll be possibly if Kent 191 for 4. Let's say Middlesex get him for 300 or just below. It's one of those where the captain or the coach come out and say, well, somebody should have gone on. Although, I think, at the moment, wait till both sides are batted, because this pitch has been nibbling, and there is a little bit of familiarity about the game at New Road last week, where Worcestershire just didn't make it count in that morning session, having put Middlesex in. Helm in bowls, and this is played off the back foot just behind or in front of short leg, who retreats back to mid-wicket to collect the ball. They have a single. Benjamin moves to 5, 192 for 4 with but 3 overs to tea. And I did say, could Middlesex be a little greedy and think, come on, 5 down at tea, and then all of a sudden you feel like the day is evening up a little bit. Then it all leans towards the evening session and that second new ball. But yeah, at the moment, like I say, that feels a little bit of a similarity, a familiarity of that first day at Worcester. From there, though, Middlesex did go on and take control. They hit somewhere around 339, which we felt was above par on that pitch, and so it proved. I think Kent to take 339 from here.
I'd say so on this wicket. Morgan bowls. Defended away by Benjamin.
Who's most likely to go through Middlesex at the moment for Kent? Who's the form bowler?
Take your pick a little bit. Hassan Mahmood, the Bangladesh international, on debut last week. Took 9 in the match, got 6 in the second innings. Keith Dudgeon.
Seam it or swing it more?
It's quite skiddy. Quite zippy pace. Keith Dudgeon, the other overseas, took 6 in the first innings. Does swing it in the air. And this one's defended away by Benjamin from around about off stump. And then Matt Milnes has bowled well this season likewise. So it's a little bit of a sort of 3-pronged pace attack for Kent. And then you've got Grant Stewart coming into the team for this game. Will obviously swing it away.
Well, he'll almost play the Morgan role, won't he?
Yeah, I think he will actually.
Morgan's bowled well for only the 1 wicket so far.
He's in again here. Benjamin almost on the walk, defends out towards extra cover.
Is that 4 on the dot in this over? 4 on the spot?
3 so far. 3, yeah.
But this is what you want, that consistency of line length. Benjamin, you can see he's only faced 10 deliveries now, but still, you can see that he's thinking, I need to line this up. I really need to line this up. There's no margin for error because of the movement that Middlesex are getting.
Gently bounding in once again, Morgan, just straying slightly onto the leg stump, but turned away out towards a mid-wicket fielder.
Well, that was almost the one that got Dawkins, wasn't it? Although Dawkins won, it was swinging still for Morgan, then the swing's not...
at it a little bit more.
Well, exactly that. The swing's not so pronounced now, and that's where, you know, it was batter error this morning as such, but Morgan had put the pressure on to begin with that swinging ball. It's 62nd over. It's not doing as much for him through the air now as it was, but even still, Benjamin watchful turning that to mid-wicket.
Morgan bowls. just pushed nicely in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on by Benjamin, getting right forward to the ball. Single taken. 100 partnership in the test match between Henry Nicholls and Ravindra. Half century for Nicholls, obviously coming into the team to replace Kane Williamson. He's made a decent start trying to do so, really. Kent 193 for 4 here at Canterbury, on the cusp of tea. Couple of overs after this delivery. Sekhansh Singh waits for Morgan. Couple of slips in play, a little bit of extra width, and he's chased it. Through it goes to Cracknell, end of the over.
Just before tea, probably not the best shot on your number.
Leave those alone.
Your number 6's never gonna, number 7's never gonna particularly thank you for nicking that just before the interval. 193 for 4. So 2 to go until tea. Change of ends for Zafar Gohar. I like that from deploy. Change of ends had a big reward for Helm. They're going to give Gohar an over here before tea, just to see if there's anything more. Turning it against the slope, where he might potentially get a little bit more bounce. In doing so, equally, he might just slide one on the slope and bring the pads into play. Practice of his run-up to begin. And now it'll be Benjamin to face on 6 from 12.
Like I say, both of these two would be more inclined to try and be positive against spin, but obviously they only really need to get through this over to tea.
Well, I tell you what, if they do that after tea, I don't think Zafar Gohar will mind it. As he's in bowls, this is played defensively to point. No run. I think Zafar Gohar would love that. Come on, let's go toe-to-toe right now with a pitch that's got a little bit of seam in it and a little bit of bounce. I haven't seen one particularly spin for Gohar yet. As there is a wristy effort outside off stump from Benjamin, all along the floor, edgily, thick edge it is in the end. And they'll pick up 4. He's open in the face, but it was an edge nonetheless. Outside part of the bat.
Yeah, it does quite often play that sort of wristy drive. Benjamin, kind of sort of half cut shot, half drive. A little bit fortunate there.
Benjamin on 10. Gohar bowls. And, he's sweeping at one down the leg side. It feels far too far to the leg, despite one of the better appeals of the day from a Middlesex bowler. That was convinced from.
It was a good appeal from the bowler.
Yeah.
Keeper didn't join in.
No, the fact that he was, I think his initial movements were to run off down the leg side as well. He was running there to retrieve the ball off the pads in the end. 197 for 4. And Gohar's in. Bowls and short. He's thumped over mid-wicket, drags that one down. Benjamin slaps it over mid-wicket for 4 more. Kent 200 on the boards.
Yeah, as you say, dragged down from the spinner. Sat up for the wicketkeeper to hit him aggressively over the top of the mid-wicket fielder into the leg side. Nice big vacant space behind that fielder. Takes him on to 14, couple of boundaries in the over.
.201 for 4. Benjamin 14 now from 16. Gohar bowls and this is pushed back. It's actually, from what you've said of Benjamin and Singh would like to go at the spinner, it's feeling like quite a nice matchup this, and after tea through to that second new ball on a hot day like today, I wonder whether there might be a quick blast from Helm and then over to Gohar. But equally, Gohar might be reflecting which end he wants as he's in now, bowls, and this is ease to backward point, no run. End of the over, 1 to tea, 201 for 4. It's Kent's days so far, but Middlesex could just put one more on the board now. You fancy it at even the day a fair bit, because it would open the potential for Middlesex to go bang bang after the interval, and all of a sudden they're thinking about how quickly can they wrap this up, especially with the second new ball not far away. So important that Kent do try to get in 4 down here and go again with 2 top order batters after the interval.
Yeah, let us know your thoughts on the day so far. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. we can send a message to our BBC Kent Sport on X as Morgan is in and bowling. Turned away into the onside by Ekansh Singh. Two youngsters, two teenagers go head to head. Here on the BBC Sport app and website and on the Kent Cricket live stream. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent and Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London. And then Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network and the Spitfire joining us earlier on today. As Morgan gently in once more. Ekansh Singh just covering up on the back foot and the ball out towards the floppy hatted and sunglasses wearing Max Holden. An extra cover.
What's for tea at Kent nowadays? Cup of tea.
Well, yeah, cup of tea, and then whatever we decide to add to our list for the day. After our meal deal and a nice lolly earlier on, as this one's played away by Ekansh Singh defensively.
Oh, but it's on us to add to it.
Yeah, although there might be some little donuts in the press room.
You've got a rip in your jeans. You've got 2 rips in your jeans.
Where have I got a rip? On my pocket.
Shall I take a photo for you?
Yeah, where have I got it? Hope it's not in a embarrassing spot.
You might wish I hadn't taken this photo because you're going to have to bribe me not to put this on Twitter. There's 2 rips.
Here comes Morgan, bowls. All goes past the outside edge of Ekansh Singh's bat. Well, that's not exactly the best spot, is it?
To be fair, it's not the worst either. I did have a wardrobe malfunction at Derbyshire.
Thankfully, I've got a pocket behind said rip.
You got a pocket? Oh, is that a pocket?
Yeah,
I thought that was
like
your...
It's the sort of
Oh, I see.
check lining of the pockets.
You've got lining on your shorts. How hot are you?
Yeah, I know they're not. They're not the coolest ones.
Goodness me, that's a wardrobe malfunction of your own making.
I might have to wear a different pair tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here comes Morgan bowls to Ekansh Singh, solidly in behind this one, playing it out towards short mid-wicket. We're a ball away from a maiden. Morgan has not bowled a maiden so far, surprises me.
Yeah, I was at Derbyshire for a game a few years back and hadn't realised an almighty rip down the back of quite a nice pair of trousers, actually. I was disappointed with them.
Yeah.
I say trousers, they were, what do you call them? Chinos.
Chinos, yeah.
Huge rip.
Here comes Morgan, final ball of the session, flicked away by Ekansh Singh out towards long leg for a single. He will go in at the break on 10 not out. Ekansh Singh 10, 14 for Chris Benjamin. 202 for 4. Good session for Middlesex and particularly for Tom Helm, fighting back and removing Northeast for 42. Compton for 53, and then earlier on Morgan had got Dawkins for 50 exactly. Good competitive session. We'll be back in 20 minutes' time.
Their first coach line at this team is with Ekansh Singh on 10, Chris Benjamin 14. So I think you know that players very clearly to the next thought as a team that reminds to like day performance sometimes with donates like the National Text Donates campaign supporting Gordon's Blackton chat. Text 05 10 20 calculators to donate power to the cause. Text 510 or 20 to 70. 255 money starting from Gordon's Blackton chat on their records led by local boys and cricket guys throughout England and Wales. Which makes the mental health problems to get to improve with friendships, choose to make important self-care and the well-being skills. Bring the drive of full flow. And you can text 510 20 to 70255 to support things about and chats. I'll catch up the sports one as well. We'll start at the over. New Zealand in their second innings against England, that day through Tesla's second test. New Zealand 128 for 2, leading by 228 runs, moving to a strong position at the middle 65 miles. Actually, over 43 about 128 for 2 New Zealand in their second innings. Leading to 228 runs. Other games in the Rothesay County Championship, which are a lot of the games, including a Canterbury Cricket 1, where Middlesex were 184 all out against the Championship. And Middlesex were 31-41. Just looking at that, it's settled against their 6-3 for the Council White Championship 31-41. In the reply, the order team Surrey are 90-6. It's on the 64-year-old team there. Yorkshire, Leicestershire, Yorkshire batting first, 185 all out Yorkshire. Leicestershire joined the wicket batting at 17-41. Sunset Life Boys batting first in the original all out 208. Sunset's first innings the total there. Yorkshire all out Leicester's wide. In that Sunset first innings goes to we make 90. Sunset top score. Sunset 208 runs. And Yorkshire all out loss in the reply. And the other game was home was Sussex County Championship at the first. And they 191 all scored in the games with 52. Sussex was playing the fifth over. Total 42 loss. Before putting over Sussex 129 runs behind Hampshire. Again, the way to be very Division 2, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Chesterfield, Lancashire, all out for 161 in their first innings. Wiltshire, Derbyshire, 75 for 2 in the Rothesay, 86 runs behind. Down the pay at Northamptonshire. Northwest going nicely back in the first 209 for 2. The private vessel service is 123 rather than approximate 50 underneath one. The Northamptonshire 209 for 6 against Surrey. And we have a new competition of Gloucestershire 182 for 4. Whilst Nancy 91 got knocked out of the top scoring 182 for Gloucestershire against Middlesex. as heading back out, starting the session forward, and of course, what's Swiss Boy is leading outside Middlesex. After the series against Stills, XHC, and cross station. FX is going to be strike on the first over of the evening session for Middlesex Sponsored by Peter Rollins, Toby Roland Jones.
Well, welcome back to Kent, everybody. Here's Toby Rowland-Jones running into bowl in the evening session and goes past the edge first ball. Singh looking to drive. 202 for 4. You're listening to Cricket from the BBC, live on the BBC website and app. With myself, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, Ben Watts together here in this combined broadcast. You can pick them up, of course, on the... oh, dear. A seagull has just flown past and, well, let's say, left a little treat. Fortunately, there's nobody at dead stop, which is immediately below us. Here's Rowland-Jones in bowls and carving that one to cover where Holden Fields is. Singh once again, happy to engage. Is Singh happy to engage? Speaking of happy to engage, mint chop chip was secured at tea and happy to engage was Ben Watts. We've managed to do half a tub each. Probably I've done slightly more. I hope you finished it before you threw it in the bin, Ben.
I did finish it.
Good man.
That's a lot of ice cream that we've just seen off between the two of us.
Well, I reckon it was a triple scoop each. This here's Rowland-Jones in, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, plus the calories of the waffle cone. And if it was a chocolate-lined cone as well.
That's true. We haven't had the cone, so we've
just
on
had the
cone
ice cream.
and just gotten pure ice cream.
Welcome to my world. This is the thing I would do all the time. Never mind the cone, just give me the ice cream. It did cause a bit of merriment up and down the stairs for the pair of us, me bringing the ice cream and you bringing the bowls and spoons.
Somebody literally did stop me on the stairs and go, mint choc chip?
Well, nice to know someone's listening. Here's Rowland-Jones. He's in bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-on by Singh. There's no run again. It has cooled down considerably, and I don't think just because of the fans. But my goodness me, compared to first thing this morning, even the little walk to Tesco there at tea wasn't quite as oppressive as earlier in the day. Well, that set us up for the evening session, hasn't it? Set us up for a snooze. How many laps of the ground do we need to do after eating that much ice cream? Here's Rowland-Jones. He's in bowls and forward goes Singh defending. There's no run. What are your Friday night plans? What are you up to this evening?
I am probably just going home, to be honest.
Before tuning into Morocco, Scotland, of course. 11 p.m. though.
Well, that's late, isn't it?
Well, not as late as Brazil, 1:30.
Staying up for 90 minutes of the England game was hard enough the other day.
Well, at least it was worth it.
It was actually entertaining for once.
Good game, good game.
Yeah.
In comes Roland Jones, he bowls and forward goes Singh. It felt belatedly pushing that back to the Middlesex seamer. And our maiden over begins the evening session. 13 bowled for Roland Jones, 4 of those maidens, none for 18. And I think that really, for me, is probably the story of the day. Roland Jones could have had a couple, going on an economy of 4.1. Everybody else improved through the afternoon, better spells. Morgan was probably the pick of the morning.
Sorry, 1.4.
What did I say?
4.1. You've done him dirty there.
Listeners at home probably think he thinks that's true as well. That's at the level of his math. None for 18 from 13 for Roland Jones, 1.4 indeed.
You just misread it off the screen.
Indeed. Zafar Gohar, 4.3 is his economy, none for 51 from 12. The fact they've gone to him straight away after tea and back at this end as well, he could bowl through to the new ball.
Slow left arm in and flicked wristily up towards extra cover by Benjamin.
But what you were suggesting was this will be one of two ways, because they won't let him, they'll try not to let him settle.
Yeah, I think so. I think both of these two will look to play him with intent. So it could be a good contest, this, as Zafar is in and bowling. Forward comes Chris Benjamin with a solid enough defensive shot this time out towards extra. Max Holden in the covers. Zafar quickly back to his mark. Skipping into the crease and bowling a flat delivery. That's a really well-judged single by Chris Benjamin. The fielder coming in from point had to move a few yards away to his right. But Benjamin just played it with soft enough hands. He was able to get Ekansh Singh to come safely through for a single. 203 for 4. I'll spit my numbers out. Zafar bowls again. And jumping on the front foot, playing defensively, is Ekansh Singh out towards Holden in the covers again. Short leg in play. Slip. Short mid wicket. A bit of a long leg. Wide mid on and off as he goes back into his crease and plays again defensively. Ekansh Singh. It's mid on mid off. There's a sweeper on the offside. Sort of a deep cover point. Backward point as well. Couple of catches. As it straightens on Ekansh Singh, he turns it away out towards mid-wicket, end of the over. Very swift over from Zafar Gohar. The single taking Benjamin on to 15. 10 for Ekansh Singh. 203 for 4. After half centuries for the two openers, Ben Dawkins and Ben Compton, along with Sam Northeast, making 42 from number 3.
Roland Jones, 14th over of the innings for him. He's in, bowls and pushed to point, no run. He's on the spot again, isn't he?
Though I might have got through all of that ice cream, I have got through almost 2 litres of water today.
Well done. Is that how much we're meant to drink a day, 2 litres? It sounds about right, or more.
Probably about right, I reckon.
And I've barely touched my pints.
You were the one that went and got it as well.
Roland Jones in, bowls and pushed to point again. No run. Wait, wait, wait. The cry from Benjamin. We've still got the Grant Stewart show to come. Is he in at 8?
He's in next, I think. Yeah. Stewart 7. Milnes 8. Dudgeon 9. Sam Mahmood 10 possibly, or Parkinson 10, 11, one of those two guys.
Excuse me. Here's Roland Jones past the umpire. He bowls, and this is run again. Backward a point. This time Gully low to his right prevents the single.
Yeah, good stop that.
Geddes. Roland Jones bowls, and it's full and driven to mid-off by Benjamin. 203 for 4. Benjamin 15, Singh 10.
It's another decent tumbling stop, this time from the skipper.
Yeah. Keeping it tight here after the interval, and you feel that's going to be the way through to the second new ball now. And that's why the Gohar spell could be really interesting. Jones is past the umpire, bowls, and his toes once more. Benjamin pushes away into the offside. Joe Cracknell and Tom Helm, two voices you'll hear loudest there, trying to encourage the former skipper.
Tom Helm's got a good gig, hasn't he? Do a bit of bowling, go stand at slip.
Yeah, they're missing Higgins for this match, so they're a slip down.
Yeah.
So Helm's been given the go. Goes Roland Jones. He bowls. Oh, inside edge, is it? Past leg stump, over the top of leg stump, I fancy it is. Runs. Cracknell went low to his left, couldn't stop it. Stepped one way, then had to leap the other. No glove on it though. 207 for 4. Singh moves to 10, courtesy of the inside edge, and a lot of fortune on that one. Could easily have gone on.
It was a peculiar shot from Benjamin. He was trying to flick it away into the... Yeah, he's sort of rehearsing the shot now. He's maybe trying to sort of flick it off the hip into the leg side, and he's ended up playing with the bat a bit further away from the body than he might have liked and chopping it past his stumps for 4 runs. And that's Akansh Singh on strike then for Zafar. That one, a little bit of extra bounce maybe. Sort of gestured that it got slightly big on him there as he's knocked it back up the pitch. The teenager. Patient knock so far, 10 from 32. Looks to wristily turn it into the onside, and it's straight into the hands of the short leg fielder. Quick throw, little flick at the stumps. Is it Cracknell under the... Sorry, not Cracknell, is it? Caleb Faulkner under the lid. An under 19 teammate to Singh. Zafar bowls again off the back foot. Singh out towards extra cover. Good noise from the visiting fielders. Middlesex side out there in the middle. Zafar bowling and punched off the back foot. Nice high elbow. Good footwork from Akansh Singh, and it's fielded out a deep cover. Fairly straightforward. 1 run. And thrown into the wicketkeeper. He comes again and pushed away by Benjamin. Again, a tumbling stop by Max Holden, moving away to his left from extra cover to deny the single. Forcefully played by Benjamin. He's looked to be pretty positive so far against the spin, and again, and it's a quick dab and run, but past Holden this time. To get him up to 20 from 29. Kent scored a 209 for 4. Good example for young cricketers watching on the Kent Cricket live stream or listening to us here on BBC Sport Online of the way that Benjamin has looked to hit the ball into a gap and run his singles hard. Looking to score rather than just purely looking to survive out there.
Jones beginning the new over. 2 slips in a gully, bowls full straight and driven on a bump ball up to mid-off. Just kicks up off the surface. 209 for 4. So the second new ball is 11 overs away. What'll they do? Roland Jones then Navia Sharma maybe to get them through to the second new ball, then back to Roland Jones as well. You'd expect this would be a relatively short spell, but I think what they're also trying to do by having Roland Jones here with Gohar, as Roland Jones is in, bowls and hits on the hip. I think this is a good tactic in the sense that you're almost forcing Benjamin and Singh to go after Gohar because Roland Jones is not going to go anywhere. He's going to put it on a spot where you just can't hit it. So they will feel the need to score runs before the second new ball becomes available. So this could be a fascinating passage, but how long can Roland Jones go on for? He's 15th over the day as such, as his full ball driven to mid-off and there's no run. He's only bowled one. No, that's not true. He bowled 6 to begin, didn't he, Roland Jones? And did he bowl 6?
Yeah, 6 up top.
Is this his third spell or his fourth, though? I think it's his third. I think he's had a spell per session in this heat. And it is a game that you'd fancy should go the full 4 days, and that means second innings, so you won't want to have cooked your bowlers on the first day as Roland Jones is in. Bowls, that one is short and it's pulled off a length in front of mid-wicket. Wasn't that short, but just a little bit of width outside off, and then the length being slightly short. Then that's going to go, and go it did. 213 for 4. Yeah, it'll just be interesting to see how they shuffle the pack through to the second new ball, which you'd have thought would be Roland Jones and Helm to take it. So that's why you don't think this will be too long a spell from Roland Jones. He's charging in as ever. Long run up bowls and forward goes Benjamin. A little inside tickle down to long leg it goes. Potentially through his own legs. That's what's got the chatter going. Because if Helm takes the new ball, which he surely will, though they will surely give it to him from the Nackington Road end where he's taken 3 wickets.
Yeah, you'd have thought so.
It'll be a change of ends for Roland Jones then, and he'll be given this end, which I don't think he's bowled from today. As he's coming in fact, he definitely has, and he bowls now just outside off. Nice channel, left alone as it nips back. Benjamin 25, Singh 11, 214 for 4. So none for 27, Roland Jones. None for 54, Zafar Gohar. Deploy's having a chat with Roland Jones now. Gohar, what can he come up with? Wonderful performance, match winning in the second innings at New Road, and he came up with a hatful of wickets. Deploy in what was a tricky match, tricky surface, came up with an aggregate of circa 190 runs, but Gohar's wickets in the final innings, making sure there was no comeback from Worcestershire. Going back to that first morning, Max Holden and Sam Robson, a brilliant partnership, which dug in deep against a new ball that was doing enough for Worcestershire to have thought that was definitely a 4-wicket morning, sorry.
Zafar to continue. Another quick tip and run out towards a deeper cover fielder there from Chris Benjamin. Smart cricket from him so far against the spin. Coming up to 5 o'clock. I don't actually have an update for BBC Radio Kent at 5 o'clock.
Oh, what do you do?
It gets pushed back to our sport update at 5:35.
Will you be all right?
I think I'll be okay.
Knock you out of sync a bit?
Yeah. And I won't have to give the scores from elsewhere because Adrian will be doing an update as well. As this one's a shout for LBW.
Leg side.
Singh was trying to play it into the onside. He was definitely spearing down.
Even Gohar himself, he bowed his head at the end of his appeal to the umpire and pointed leg side. He's like, yep, just got excited, so it's leg side.
Just saw it hit the pads and had to go up. Oh, that one was off the stumps. That was a straighter delivery. Singh waiting in his crease to dab it away. At the minute, we're seeing Ekant Singh prefer to take on the spin by sitting on the back foot, whereas Benjamin is going out to meet it and looking to be positive and pick a gap and get a single to get up the other end. Sweeping here, though, is Ekansh Singh, and the line from Zafagoa was wrong on that occasion. Speared it in too much down the leg side, and Ekansh Singh was able to adjust. Gets a little bit of under edge on it. It wasn't completely out of the meat of the bat, but it's away out towards the relay or tent for a boundary. That marquee's been full all day with punters. Sing to 15, 219 for 4, Kent. Although the manual scoreboard says 220, so we've got a slight disagreement as it's pushed away out towards short mid-wicket by Ekansh Singh off the back foot again. Slight disagreement between the two scoreboards at the moment. Batter's scores are the same. As he's forward here and heading up towards wide mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps of the bowler's end. I thought Ekansh Singh was making pretty decent ground as mid-on fielder had to move away to his right, Roland Jones, and shy at the stumps. I think even with a direct hit, he might have been okay. 220 for 4, at least. Ekansh on 16 and 26 for Benjamin. 10 overs to go until the new ball. Roland Jones is getting a break. It's going to be Navs Sharma coming up from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, so there you go. It's Roland Jones to keep it tight for a bit. That would suggest Helm and Roland Jones with the new ball then. Sharma, 5 over spell here through to the second new ball. Maybe a bit of Morgan as well. Sharma's only gone at 1.7, which is really impressive.
Yeah, he really hasn't gone up many.
He's right arm over Sharma. He bowls a good length, a little short, just outside the off stump, and it's pushed through for a single. Just in between cover and point. Fraction short to begin.
Yeah, my only thought was that maybe if you want to give Helm the Nackington Road end, and Roland Jones doesn't really want to bowl from this pavilion end, then maybe Morgan gets the new ball, but that would be a surprise. But yeah, it will be interesting to see who gets what end.
Here comes Sharma. Bowls, and this is short and cut. Oh, now, how close to backward point? It was an ooh and an ah. We're sat back slightly in our box because of the heat today. Although we probably could sit further forward now. Be a sun gone round the back. But yeah, there was a yelp of excitement on that. Do the cameras track the ball here at Canterbury, or is it static?
It is static. I believe the issues with the live stream have been resolved. Now
no, it's cooled down a bit.
Now the computer has cooled down, yeah.
Did you hear that little...
I did hear that little pop,
see, that was what was happening when you were plugging in and unplugging earlier. And that was the other one at the back of the box. So here's Sharma in bowls, and this is pushed defensively to mid-off by Benjamin. No run again. I'm going to sit forward in the box. Sit up straight, as we were always told as a child.
Yeah, indeed.
Roland Jones. Sorry, Sharma. 2 slips. And a short mid-wicket now. I mean, just cut one potentially in the air to backward point. As he's in now, bowls and straight a line, clip through mid-wicket. That could be 4. Well, he did this with Morgan earlier. Faulkner gives chase. Ooh. He's done it as well. Dives forward, flicks it back in underneath him. And turns. They've got a couple.
Yeah, it was definitely hit in the air to backward point by Benjamin. And there's a hands-on heads from the wicketkeeper as it got through.
Hands on heads from the wicketkeeper.
Hands on head.
I was about to say, how many did he put it on Slip's head as well?
Rub your tummy at the same time as rubbing your head, yeah.
His Sharma bowls just outside off stump. Comms cam wasn't on there, was it? 226 for 4.
We haven't got one. Are you trying to put your fan back in now?
Oh, thank you, yes.
Let me do it.
I got it.
You got it?
This is great live radio as I electrocute myself or fall off the chair or both.
There we go.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So we've got a silly point and a short leg now, haven't we?
We do actually. You're surrounded, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Shane Warne captaining. Surround him. But it's not doing anything, Shane. Doesn't matter. Surround him. Sharma's in bowls, and this is driven to mid-on, and there's no run. 226 for 4. Benjamin 31, Singh 17. I always hark back to the fields that I saw Warne and Fleming set in my first couple of years doing this job, and goodness me, they would surround the bat at every opportunity.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting when Nathan Lyon was the overseas at Lancashire, and I remember a game up at Old Trafford where he very much had a split field. He would have about a slip, short leg, couple of catchers, and then he'd have guys protecting the boundaries as well. So he was going for the wickets, but also he didn't want to get hit for 4s. Have England finally got a wicket? Got a breakthrough? And Zafar Goa bowls to Benjamin off the back foot. He's trying to run this into the covers. Oh no, maybe it went down. Maybe it was safe. Nichols and Ravindra still going. It's an attempted sweep shot by Benjamin. And a pull shot. And it's dropped away into the offside. Half an appeal, but was sliding. And here he comes once again. He's swiftly through his overgoer so far. Benjamin playing it out towards extra cover. 226 for 4. 31 from 41. Chris Benjamin, 17 off 44 for Ekansh Singh. Slow left arm in once more past the umpire. Benjamin on the front foot, forcing it out towards the fielder at cover, not hitting it too firmly for there to be a quick single on offer. Here he comes again. Off the back foot, forced away past the fielder at backward point, moving around to his right for a single. Benjamin just waving up at the dressing room. There's a fielder out at deep point who did the fielding there, so just the one run. Maybe want some new gloves or something. Singh waits, final ball of the over. The 72nd of the innings, Zafar bowls, driven handsomely by Ekansh Singh, but straight to deploy at mid-off. And the end of another over. Saw that story yesterday.
Yeah, 227 for 4 here. There's Sharma. He's charging again from the Nackington Road end, number 25 from 12. A couple of times in his career already, young career. He's really blown the door open for Middlesex as this ball short goes up in the air with a hook to deep backward square that will go for 4, and that is the 50-run partnership for the 5th wicket. Singh 14 of them, Benjamin 36. The cry of catch went up. There's a long leg in place, but he wasn't getting anywhere near it, and I'm not sure it would have been down the throat of deep backward square. I think it was a controlled hook from Benjamin.
Yeah, it was quick onto the length there, Benjamin. And as a result, Middlesex have decided they're going to stick a man out at deep square. Maybe Sharma will chuck in a couple of more short ones, possibly.
Sharma's in, bowls, and this is run to deep third now, where there is a sweeper back. And it'll be 4 more, though, because they won't get around. Deep backward point just disappears out of our line of sight behind the Frank Woolley stand, isn't it?
It is indeed.
So 4 more it is, and they're going to reinforce that area right now, which is something I've been saying all day. The good ball. Well, they've got a deep square back, a long leg, and now deep third. It was Zafar Gohar. They've switched him with someone. Who's that? That's traded places with Gohar. Max Holden, I think it is headed down there. Gohar's gone into the covers. As Sharma runs in, bowls, length ball that's run again down to the deep third area. All eyes on Holden, who has stopped it. Oh, we can't see. The cry is 4 from the crowd. They've got 2. Max is getting the support of his team, but they're baying him from the crowd that was 4. We can't see it. It's out of our line of sight, I'm afraid, folks.
We can't see at all. But
No
Holden
angle.
getting heckled.
No angle we can see of that whatsoever.
Fred Atkins in the written press box might have had a better view than we had of that one. Yeah, the corner of the Frank Woolley stand juts out in front of our commentary position and obscures the view.
Sharma in bowls, and he's hooked again down to deep backward square. Just a single. Yeah, we've got no view of that whatsoever down there. I don't think there's any angle that either of us could create to try and follow that ball. It's a small blind spot.
Because, of course, we do actually have company in the commentary box today.
Oh?
We have, for those that are watching the live stream,
Yeah.
the camera that is broadcasting from this end.
But it's not ball tracking, though, is it?
No, but it is sat next to us in the
Do you think they could replay it?
the adjacent commentary box.
Do you think they'd have been able to replay that one on the stream? As here's Sharma bowls just outside of the off stump. That's nipping back in through to the keeper. 2, 3, 8 for 4. Who's directed and producing the stream with the replays?
Somebody in the over the other side in the written press area.
Somebody somewhere called something.
Yeah.
Is that your answer?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So
But historically, the replays aren't always. Don't know if you can actually do them on.
Well, they used to, I remember when it first came in, the replays. What was it? Was it live play back then, or My Action Replay, wasn't it? And you just hit a button and it would replay the last 10 seconds, whatever it was. As here's Sharma bowls, and they pushed a bit on. Yes, no. No is the agreement in the end, as Benjamin was charging down. 2:38 for 4.
Wouldn't have been able to see anyway on the stream whether it was stopped or not.
That the blind spot also has that, does it? Or it's just not at an angle to see it?
Obviously, it's just straight down the middle there. Because
It's quite panoramic, though, isn't it? It does have quite a...
It did have that panoramic shot earlier on,
Yeah.
didn't it?
Well, I assume that is... Oh, so is that just the static that goes to a panoramic when it's told to?
Presumably, yeah.
I see. I assume that was the third camera that we had up here.
No. It's the same
Oh, this is
one.
the actual one.
This is the actual one, yeah.
Oh, careful.
Returning on for Middlesex at the Pavilion.
2:38 for 4 it is. Benjamin 43, Singh 17. That was the end of the 73rd over. 23 remain today, so 7 to the second new ball, and Sharma is going to take a blow. Luke Holman's come on for somebody. I think Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yeah, so Seb Morgan replacing Zafar Goa at this pavilion end. In and bowling to Benjamin. He's flicking this away. Down to long leg for a single. That's the fielder. Makes good progress to make his ground and get there. Here comes Morgan once more then. We can probably safely assume that Rowland-Jones is definitely going to take the new ball now. Morgan's come back into the attack to bowl this spell. Off the back foot, punch drive from Ekant Singh out towards Holden. Extra cover, flash of orange on the bottom of his boots as he does the fielding. You can just see a few bits of bunting on the Frank Woolley stand fluttering in the breeze. As Morgan is gently past the umpire and bowling on around about 4th stump point in the game as it's angled away by Akansh Singh. In fact, overstepping in this final stride. There, Seb Morgan. No ball. Signal by the umpire. Couple more runs to the Kent total then when they add it. The two scoreboards are still disagreeing. 241 for 4 or 242 for 4, whichever you prefer. Oh, big attempted drive from Akansh Singh. He's nicked it. Taken behind the stumps. And Singh, having been out there for exactly 50 balls, departs for 17. Just felt like he got a little bit bogged down in that innings in comparison maybe to Chris Benjamin, who's found a way to keep on rotating the strike and being aggressive at times and find some boundaries. Akansh Singh just getting a little bit stuck against the old ball. Didn't see any sort of aggression from him against the spinner either. And he's on his way. So Kent 241 for 5. Good time to take a wicket for Middlesex ahead of the new ball being available.
Yeah, there was no doubt on that one. You could actually hear the noise on the effects mic, couldn't you? And playing away from the body on that drive at a length ball. Morgan has a richly deserved wicket. The youngster's the one who was the first to put the ball consistently in the right spot today. Sorry, second wicket. Second wicket, of course, he picked up the first, didn't he? By putting the ball in the right spot consistently.
Yeah, he's got both the England under-19 boys out.
The 18-year-old upstage in the years and the boys in the year above.
Yeah, indeed.
241 for 9, Stewart. Out to the middle at a time when Middlesex will be wary of a counter-attack, but keen to deal a couple of swift blows themselves and then set about finishing this off with the second new ball.
Another disappointment for Akansh Singh. 17 and 14 last week. He got 66 not out in the one innings at Beckenham against Durham. Game before that at Bristol, 12 and 18, 20 and 5 against Derbyshire here. His top score of the season, that's actually come for the England Lions, got 95 at Beckenham, coincidentally against South Africa A. But hasn't quite got into his groove again, I would say, this season. Grant Stewart then, the new man to the crease and hitting that pretty firmly. Out towards extra cover for a dot ball. Stewart's had some injury issues so far this season, which have meant he's been a little bit in and out of the team. The 32-year-old. This one sounded like a double noise as it's away into the leg side. Will indeed be Grant Stewart off the mark then. So yeah, so far this season, a couple of T20s against Essex and Sussex. And other than that, just played the opening game at Chester Street and then picked up an injury the following week. So just the second championship game of the season. Benjamin on strike to Morgan. Defends solidly out towards extra cover. Holden, who picks up, just comes into view on the live stream. Coming behind the bowler and the umpire. So 242 for 5. They're finally agreeing on the score. The manual scoreboard and the electronic one. 44 for Benjamin, 1 for Stewart. Akansh Singh out for 17.
A couple of sunbathers out on their balcony away to our left. Is there Freeman House?
Freeman House, indeed.
Is Freeman a famous Kent name?
Freeman, yeah. He was a spin bowler. A lot of wickets.
leading wicket taker. Is that
A
why?
lot of wickets.
Is that why it was Freeman in particular that gets the name?
Maybe, yes.
Here's Sharma. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and nips back in, hits on the hip. Stewart was looking for a pull. Once it had nipped back, straightening on him, it was more the line of a hook. With a deep backward square and a long leg set for exactly that. Or indeed the mistimed pull. 242 for 5.
Yes, the all-time leading wicket taker for Kent, Titch Freeman.
Stewart awaits. Sharma bowls outside the off stump, through to the keeper. It passes. There's no run. 242 for 5. Must admit, I'm not particularly familiar with Titch Freeman.
No,
It was great. It's great though when you walk up and down the stairs behind us here in the members' pavilion. It's the same entry, the same staircase entry that we have for our commentary box, and each cap is up and down that wall, isn't it?
Each capped player, yeah.
I think the top floor, as you're just about to descend down the stairs, is that from? Are they captains or caps? Those ones.
Caps.
That is caps as well.
County caps, yeah.
Here's Sharma, sends one firing in towards the legs. It's going down the leg side because it did really jag back on a very full length. It didn't go forward at all there, Stuart, but he didn't go across either. And he survives. I fancied from up here that was a not out.
Yeah.
Helm has both hands on his head.
No, like you say, it was full, but I think it was missing leg stump. Yeah, Kent players don't get caps on debut. You have to sort of earn a county cap.
Yeah, I was put right on that. Well, not put right, it was explained to me at Middlesex the other day. There's a difference between the cap on your first appearance and your county cap.
Yeah.
Sharma to Stewart outside the off stump. It's punched a point. There's no run.
So yeah, Alfred Percy Titch Freeman played between 1920 and 1935.
How tall was he?
Good question.
He was probably 6'5".
No, he was a spin bowler.
Yeah. Suleiman Ben.
No, true.
Ollie Rayner.
Ollie Rayner. Man of both counties. Mostly Middlesex. Bit of Sussex, did he play for?
Sussex, yeah.
Yeah.
Here is Sharma. Bowls outside the off stump. That keeps a fraction low. Jumping back in ever so slightly to strike side. His back foot is on middle and off. Oh, I tell you, actually, maybe that was closer.
Morgan bowls. Benjamin again running this quickly into the offside for a single. There's a shy of the stumps. Beating the keeper, backing up the stumps. Oh, seeing that again.
Yeah, it's taking middle and leg.
I mean,
because he didn't get across at all, but it hits him on the back leg. That's the thing. It gets through between bat and pad. It hits him on the back leg, and
I think the umpires have sort of erred on the side of not. Yeah, the umpires have definitely
as long as they're consistent,
erred on the side of not out, like you say. Morgan 2 Grant, Stewart then. Benjamin up to 45 from 50 balls. Oh, Stewart's had a big old waft at that outside the off stump. Throwing the hands at that delivery from Morgan. 243 for 5. Can't remember what you plucked a random number from the air area. Said
5 down at T.
Well, no, it was something like, would Kent be happy with 300 and something all out?
339. It was what Middlesex got in the first innings, having had that slow but only one wicket first morning. There were only about 60 odd on the board for one at lunch on day one.
I think you probably would take 339 from here. Turned away by Stewart into the onside. Beats the man at mid-wicket. Diving. I think he was diving with his wrong hand to his right there. And it's gone away up the slope for a boundary. Generally, if it comes off the bat of Stewart, it does so fairly swiftly. Ball stays hit, as they say. That fielder now has gone out to the boundary to field at deep mid-wicket. Stewart faces up to Morgan. Again, a real big thump off the bat as he plays defensively.
So that LBW, I'm just going back to it. It was for me. It was leg side. I was like, no, I'm not interested. But it was Tom Helm's disappointment that made me think. Let me have a look back and see, because Tom Helm was so disappointed.
I think in real time, you could see why the umpire made the call.
Yeah, because he doesn't get across. But the key thing, which we couldn't see from here, and I think which Helm was well aware of, is it hits the back pad.
Yeah, and it was full, short and wide, and so wide, in fact, that Stewart doesn't even try and play at it.
But everybody else settles down, including the bowler, without a great deal of disappointment. It might have been the youth of the bowler that settled him down. He's a very nice young man. Actually, he looks very surprised.
Yeah, I think he was pretty keen at first.
But it's Helm. I think they were all keen, but they all settled down okay. But it was Helm who really was saying that was out.
Yeah.
That was surely out. And at slip, he knew it. Back pad. And that, as we said, that back pad was on middle and off. The front pad may not have been.
Short ball and a big hook shot had it from Grant Stewart. Through it goes to the keeper. That was a better directed short ball from Seb Morgan. 15 overs, 2 for 66, 4 away from the new ball. Kent 247 for 5. England have finally taken a wicket, by the way.
Through at third or fourth?
Third.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel getting an LBW of Ravindra in the 70s.
It's funny the little things you pick up on in cricket, isn't it? As I say, you kind of looked at it and thought, nah, that's no problem. He's leg side of the ball, but Helm was so disappointed. He held that pose with the hands on his head for so long that you thought, hold on, was that closer than it first looked? And it certainly was.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a slight angle, obviously, from first slip, but had a better view than us.
It's full from Sharma to begin the new over, clipped to mid-wicket. He's on the boundary, deep square, really. Well, I think the key was that back foot, wasn't it? Which Helm probably, as a bowler, was weighing it all up even before the delivery. He's asking to come off for a brief moment before his spell of bowling. It's 3.5 overs to the second new ball. Helm's just said to the dressing room, can I have a change? He's just informed, I think, square leg umpire that he's needing to go off for a moment. Freshen up for the second new ball. But yeah, he probably had a close eye. He's probably weighing up what he'd be doing himself, wasn't he? Eyeing up that back pad as Sharma's in, bowls, and Stewart pushes to mid-off. He's very open, isn't he, in his stance, that he has that back foot back and across, but the front pad doesn't particularly come across. He's
just sort of cramped him for room there. He obviously wants to free the arms.
Yeah.
Grant Stewart.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be side on, does he? He likes to be open-chested. That harks back to a lot of those balls that are pulled away. I do remember that pink ball match, one thing they walked away from, and a couple of occasions as well. I think at Lord's, he went well against Middlesex, didn't he? Sharma's in short, and it's hooked to long leg for a single. It was noted that they feel early in his innings in particular, he's an LBW candidate, and that perhaps is why, because he keeps quite open rather than side on, and it opens up the chance at that front pad, and the bat aren't particularly together, as was in that appeal of Sharma. So perhaps that was a little bit of knowledge there from Helm, which made him think, no, that was close. That was closer than people have realised. As here's Sharma halfway through his run up, he bowls on a length, and this ball's dropped for a single, just fine of Zafar Gohar at cover, and that's the 250 up, and the first batting point of the game is brought up by Kent in their first innings.
Benjamin's tempo has been superb out there. His ability to manipulate the ball into gaps and run his quick singles. Decisive calling, 47 or 52 from him.
You say Kent would be happy with 339 from here. I think at this stage now, it was fourth or fifth wicket down. I think at this stage now, if you can, even with the second new ball around the corner, as Sharma comes in, he bowls. Oh, there we go again. Length ball, just nips back. It's basically clear the front pad, isn't it, from Stewart, and he's looking to pull that. But the length wasn't there for it. And equally with the seam movement, you're doing well to pull that
Yeah, it's one of those. I don't know. It's just one of those pitches where you feel like if Middlesex get on a bit of a roll with the new ball against the bowlers, they could go bang, bang, bang. Albeit Matt Milnes and Keith Dudgeon very competent with bat in hand, average in the 20s.
Here's Sharma in bowls. Cry of catch. Was that an inside edge onto the hip? Nearly looped to slip.
I wasn't sure if he hit it. Jumped up off the back thigh pad. End of the over. It's good stuff from Sharma, angling it into Stewart, who not particularly enjoying being cramped for room, seemingly. Very much wants to get the hands out in front of the body and hit the ball with power. Zafar's coming back on. So Morgan's taken his wicket, Vekansh Singh, and then Zafar Goa being brought back into the action, interestingly. Benjamin on 47 from 52. Faces up to the left arm spinner. Plays off the back foot out towards cover. Crackman picks his glove back up, the wicketkeeper, standing up to the stumps, slip in play. Just prodding forward here, Chris Benjamin. The be a 10 and fine leg. And good placement from him. Just strayed a little bit leg side, the spinner. And Benjamin cashes in. 4 more runs for him. He's got 600 runs this season at an average of 60. 200s and 350s. He's having a fine campaign.
Seagulls are hungry, post tea. Squawking away. Do you ever have the laughing seagull at Hove, right next to Harmsy's effects mic? And right on cue, irritatingly, it laughed every time David Townsend tried to say something funny last time we were down there. Every time.
My mum got attacked by a seagull the other day.
I thought you were going to say by David Townsend. That would have been a story.
That would have been a worry. Swept over her shoulder and just grabbed the ice cream straight out of her hand. I think she was down in Devon way.
Here's Sharma in bowl short, and he's pulled over mid-on for 4. You can't bowl there to Grant Stewart.
Did it go all the way?
Oh, my goodness me, it has. All the way for 6. Well, it's exactly what we talked about in his setup. And it's exactly what Middlesex have talked about in years gone by at bowling to Stewart. Stop bowling into his key areas. Yeah. Full and straight. And test that front pad, which is often missing.
Don't let him free his arms like that.
Seb Morgan's going through some stretches down below us.
Where have they lost the ball?
Suggesting he could be taking the new ball with Helm. Has it gone under the... it's gone under the big scoreboard down there, hasn't it? They've retrieved it now. But, yeah, that suggests to me that maybe then Helm takes the Nackington Road end. Morgan takes the... Pavilion end down below us, and Roland Jones replaces Helm then. Unless that, well,
it's a possibility.
Roland Jones hasn't bowled at this end yet.
Right, that next update coming then very shortly.
2 slips in place for Sharma as he moves in bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-off by Stewart. 3rd spell, maybe his 4th indeed spell of the day. But again, it's the time that runs are scored, isn't it? Middlesex.
Yeah. I mean, Seb Morgan's gone at 4.5 almost, but he's taken a couple of wickets.
Once it gets to 3, Middlesex are thinking we need to tighten this up a bit. So 3.5, they'll be a bit disappointed, I think, as Sharma's in. Oh, a lifting ball to Benjamin, who went back and was really tucked up as it seemed back at him and lifted and took on the splice of the bat as he tried to take the bottom hand off with a... I think he was just looking to run the ball initially, but he got really tucked up by it. The bottom hand came off, and fortunately for Benjamin, the ball died fine of gully. Take a single, but again, Sharma making things happen. Middlesex making things happen. But the second new ball nearly here. I think they will be disappointed to only have Kent 5 down at this stage. They fought back though. Kent were 150 for 1 at one point as this ball's full to Stewart, but with a bit of width. And he drives it to the cover boundary. But I think really what they think with Stewart, and I can see it myself in terms of that front foot, is if he's driving, get him driving to mid-off, straight off. Get that ball full and onto the stumps and see where he's going to go then. 268 for 5. Benjamin. Again, bang, bang here, boys.
Yeah, 31 extras today. 12 no balls, 14 leg buys.
12 no balls.
Yeah. Well, 12,
in total,
12 runs.
so 6, yeah.
Yeah, so 6.
But even still.
Still, yeah.
Here's a bumper from Sharma. He gets away with that one. And it's the end of the over. An expensive one. 10 offered, including the wide. 268 for 5. Sam Robson's going off as well. So who's coming on? Well, Helm's back on. So they're leaving the sub out there, so everybody's taking a moment. While they have a chance before the second new ball, Robson will want to be back in that slip cordon for second new ball. Equally, he can leave the slip cordon now because it's the spin. Let's go again from the Nackington Road end, and Roland Jones from this. But Roland Jones, over the years, Mr. Reliable. He's going at 1.8, number 27 from 15. It's rare you see Roland Jones bowling as accurately as he has done today and not pick up a wicket on a pitch that is offering a little bit. Can they make up in these last 16 overs tonight for the time that it felt they lost this morning? Roland Jones turning the Nackington Road end. Here's the first ball with the second new ball. Right arm over, he bowls outside the off stump. It's short, it's wide, and it's punched to the sweeper who set back. So just a single. 270 for 5. Stewart moves to 16. Benjamin 56, and they've got to be wary of this short stuff to Stewart. He loves it out there, anything short of a length. Full and straight required. Benjamin's 56 from 64. Third player to reach 50 for Kent in this innings as Roland Jones bowls to him, a forward defence. Push to Gohar at cover. Well, it's a lively field. They'll know this is their chance. 339, keeping them below 350 anyway. 270 for 5. Roland Jones bowls and Benjamin's forward, driving to mid-off, fielded by Deploy, no run. Roland Jones to Stewart, I think, is going to be the really interesting matchup because, but for that first ball that was short and wide from Roland Jones, he's pretty much been on the off stump, and that's the area. Actually quite frustrating for Middlesex, I'm sure, that Stewart got off strike to Roland Jones' first ball because that's the area where he can be tested. Roland Jones is past the umpire, he bowls and a little too straight, tickled around the pad down to fine leg. Morgan Fields. 271 for 5. Benjamin 56, Stewart 16. There's a couple of slips in the gully. Crouch down. Roland Jones bowls now. Length ball. Pushed to points by Stewart. No run. And that is one to come of the over. Both been on the back foot in this over now to Stewart. And you look for the ball that's just full of a length and nipping back in to Stewart from Roland Jones. Now that's the real test here. 2 have allowed him to play off the back foot so far. There's obviously a chance that he Does push the pad across and then swings to the onside on that length, but again, risk reward. Here's Roland Jones in, bowls. Oh, there we go. Beauty, just on a length, just outside the off stump. And indeed, Stewart tries to go down the ground. He swings and misses. It's through to the keeper, not far from the edge, not far from the top of off stump. And that is where Middlesex must leave it against Grant Stewart. He has 16 from 26. Benjamin 57 from 67. Kent a 271 for 5.
If he'd have hit that, it would have been off down the fairway. As it was, played down the wrong line. Well bowled. Not necessarily the shortest sort of shot you want to be playing against the new ball. Could have quite easily nicked it behind. So Tom Helm from the pavilion in then. Much to Kevin Ham from BBC Radio London's disagreement. Should have been from the other end, where he's taken his wicket so far today.
I mean, look, Roland Jones nearly took a wicket last ball there, didn't he? So
he's been economical, Roland Jones, certainly. His Helm bowls to Benjamin. Plays it away up towards mid-on.
I mean, this spell will... the proof will be in the pudding. You know, he's bowled it with his most threat from that end, so...
Yeah, and it was with the old ball as well. He ran in and bowled it hard into the pitch. Got rid of Compton, Bell Drummond, and dismantled Sam Northeast's off stump. Here he is once more. Couple of slips in a gully. A bit of an inside edge, leading edge. He was trying to play it off the back foot into the offside. It's squirted away into the onside for a single. Seeing a stat, most hundreds in tests for New Zealand. I'm assuming Henry Nicholls must have got it, yeah, 103 for him. Stephen Fleming, only 9 test hundreds to Henry Nicholls' 11.
Yeah, Fleming
surprising.
Was a phenomenal captain, wasn't he? He was a brilliant batter as well, but he was your Mr. Consistent rather than your Mr. Prolific in terms of the bat, wasn't he? He was your Mr. Gritty. And, but it was his captaincy where he'll always be remembered.
Helm bowls, full delivery to Stewart. He's in behind that one playing defensively.
Leave it there, Helmy. Leave it there.
Spot, isn't it?
How long can Stewart resist there or thereabouts on that length and just play straight to a second new ball? They've got a real chance here at Stewart with Helman and Roland Jones to get it in before he can get at them, and he's got at them a couple of times in the past, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Was it a century at Lords as well?
I think it was the century was definitely here in that pink ball game, wasn't it?
He did take him to pieces at Lords.
And strike here, playing up towards mid-off.
Doesn't look so comfy, does it?
Here to get century and wickets in that pink ball game here.
Yes, he does.
Strike here against Helm. Full delivery, drives it back past him without completely timing it. They're going to come back for 2. Helm disappointed at himself that he wasn't able to collect it with his right hand low beside him as it came back past him.
But to some extent, both of these will want to bowl at Stewart at the moment. If they can go bang-bang at one end, that'll put a bit of pressure on Benjamin as well. I'm thinking can bowl them out around him.
Out towards back point by Grant Stewart. In fact, behind square and away for 4. Disappointment for Helm. Again, it didn't feel like it came cleanly out the middle of the bat, but such is the brute strength of the man.
A little short and a little wide. That's all Stewart needs, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. 4
2
more runs.
combined is more than enough.
22 he moves to 278 for 5.
He's just a lot happier when he can free up his arms, whether it is the big shot or whether it is, like you say there, just pushing away, guiding. He's got no problem playing away from the body. He's actually playing under his nose. That's the more tricky part. Here's Roland Jones beginning the over to Benjamin. He's in, bowls, and Benjamin works off his hip down to long leg, a single. That's Roland Jones to Stewart once more. The last ball of his previous over to Stewart ended up in an almighty heave-ho, targeting the Nackington Road itself, let alone that end of the ground. But it was a swing and a miss that only just missed the top of off stump as well. Plenty of chatter still out there.
In 2018 now, that Grant Stewart game here.
Yep.
Got 6 in the first innings, 100. Second innings.
Roland Jones is in, bowls outside of the off stump, left alone on a length this time. That was a good leave by Stewart. It was left on length as much as width. It was just a fraction short of a length. Just outside the off stump, and Stewart happily lifted the bat up in the air, but yeah, you put that a fraction straighter or a fraction fuller, either or, and then the batter's got a little bit of doubt in their mind. .22 he has, Stewart, from 31. Roland Jones bowls on a length, just outside often on this one. Stewart is forward, just offering the drive. Just wonder, like Helm, though, if you've got to go a little bit straighter at him. That was a push for a single outside off rather than a forward defence.
Somebody's just messaged me saying, what Kool-Aid has Chris Benjamin been drinking this year? Averaging 60 in the county championship, 58 not out today from 70 balls. On a pitch where plenty of batters have struggled.
Roland Jones bowls, and there you go. One comes back in from outside off stump. Benjamin's left it alone. A fraction too wide, a fraction too short again, because that's come back quite a lot, and it's still missed both on line and length, the top of off. So in which case it started a fraction too wide. In particular, got to make this new ball count tonight, Middlesex. This is their chance to get back at them. I reckon 350 is a decent score on this pitch. As Roland Jones is in, bowls, and that's short and wide and eased. Back with a point off the back foot. Just a single. One's come of the over. Oh, who's out there getting all the applause from everybody? Is it Holden? Still it is. He's come fine from deep backward point. It's out of our line of sight, so we can only see him re-emerging back to his deep backward point positioning. .281 for 5. They're dropping back a deep square here for Stewart. I reckon this is the bluff, Ben. I don't think for one moment this ball's going to be short. Fraction full of a length, jagging back in from just outside off. Roland Jones is in. Bowls, oh, full and jagging back in, but it started too straight and it's worked off the pads down to long leg. But that's where they've got to leave it. They just overcompensated there. Roland Jones went a little too straight. And 282 for 5 it is. Stewart has 24. Benjamin has 59. And 17 overs he's bowled, none for 32 with 4 maidens. 17 overs for Helm, 3 for 47 with 6 maidens. Grew into the day, Helm. Roland Jones has just been consistent throughout it, but yet to find the reward.
Yeah, very tidy figures, less than 2 and over. But no scalps. Helm, his 3 scalps have come from the other end. Stewart, turns this off his hip out towards Roland Jones at mid-on, then decides actually there's not a single there. Shy of the stumps from Roland Jones. But Benjamin was back in time. Waits here, does Grant Stewart with a couple of slips in a gully. Helm, full delivery to him, off the pad as he tried to flick it away. The deep square leg fielder picks it up in the end, coming in off the rope. Must have got some bat on that. Don't think he signalled. Like by there.
I mean, it was leg side all the way. There was no thought of going up for an appeal, was there? Right idea, wrong line. Just a little too straight.
Here he comes again then. It's time to Benjamin, Tom Helm. Oh, full and wide outside the off stump, and he's absolutely walloped it out towards deep cover point for 4. Through the hands at that one, Benjamin, with the width that was offered, and nailed it. Moves on to 63, 287 for 5.
On the pronunciation guide that Kent produced, I'm just reading through it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's up, yeah, perfect. Ollie Curtis, Ben Dawkins, it's all there. But get down to Grant Stewart.
Yeah.
Have you noticed it?
No, what does it say?
Grant Stewart.
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 Rather than what?
Stewart.
It's got to be Stewart. Bowls here, Helm. Oh, a little bit of movement away, and it drew Benjamin into a stroke. Goes past the outside edge and through to the keeper.
Everything else is so deadly accurate, apart from that one, Stewart, which is just not grating, but sticking with me. Everything else, you read it as it says, Zach Crawley, Ben Compton, not Ben Compton, Tom.
Ben Compton.
Ben Compton. But Grant Stewart.
He's at the non-striker's end. Benjamin on strike. Helm bowls. Just dead bats a defensive shot into the offside. No run.
Oh, we must stick to the pronunciation guide then, mustn't we? It's Benjamin and Stewart. Sorry, lads, they'll be listening on the stream, won't they? Only teasing. Oh, here's an interesting one, though. The men's assistant coach, bowling.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Helm bowls. Oh, getting off the front foot. It's that slightly cross-bat drive attempted by Benjamin. Doesn't completely get hold of it, but gets a single. End of the over, 288 for 5.
Who's your bowling coach? Sam
Faulkner.
See, I'd go Faulkner as well. Faulkner in here.
How's it?
Full.
Faulkner
rather than full.
Oh.
So it's Caleb Faulkner, obviously, for Middlesex.
Yeah, okay. Faulkner.
Who is it now? Was it down here? Was it a women's match that we were doing together last year? And there was a name where I said, I've got to send this to Jonathan Doidge and Scott Reed and get them to say this name.
Oh, okay.
So it's a long... Roland Jones is in, bowls, leg side to Benjamin. It's worked away fine for 4.
Definitely played that. There might be a women's pronunciation guide in this commentary box somewhere. 50 partnership up.
Benjamin 24, Stewart 25. 51 runs off 64 balls. Might not have been Kent, though. I'm just thinking, was it? I'm going to look through the Kent squad. Name ball. Barnfather, that's it. Barnfather. We had to send Barnfather up to Doidge and Reed and get them to pronounce it. Here's Roland Jones. He's in. Bowls, and this ball's worked through square leg. Yes, no. Oh!
Steady, lads.
No. And on striker's end, the throw doesn't really come in anyway from Faulkner.
Through went to the keeper's end. Throw went to the keeper's end anyway. Presumably it'd be something like... No. Barnfather.
Well,
get them to what? Get
was
them
it
to
yourself
send
or
a
Matt
voice
that
note.
I did this game with last year? But I did think,
Yeah, get a voice note back from
Send it to him
Jonathan
now. Can I
Doidge.
play it down the line?
Yeah, see if we can play it. It's Roland Jones.
He's in, bowls. There you go. Full straight on the pads. That's got to be close. Not out.
All day.
Oh.
All day the umpire has been unmoved on the LBWs.
Do you know how close it was? But that's the delivery to Grant Stewart. As we've been saying from ball one, they cannot leave that spot to Stewart.
You say it's got to be close.
I mean, that clearly the umpire's gone leg side there on that one, and he does with that front pad, keeping it out of the way. But you think back to who was it who got struck back foot, and we look back on it, and he was plumb. Roland Jones is in, bowls a little wider on this one. It's driven by Stewart, and they'll pick up two.
I think it was Stewart, wasn't it?
Was it Stewart? No, it wasn't Stewart as well. Can't have been, can it?
I thought it was early doors in his innings. Yeah, I mean, that looked good to me.
Oh, it might have been now you said that. Is that Stewart? Because I took a picture of it. Is that Stewart, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, blimey.
He's living a charmed life. Maybe height was the only thought, but that's surely clipping.
Roland Jones to Stewart. Bowls just outside of the off stump. That's left alone. Which ball was it? It was the third ball of the over, wasn't it? So if we look back now on the stream. Rocking and rolling as we can. Yeah, he bats middle and off, doesn't he, with the back foot. Then front foot. Here's Roland Jones. He's in, bowls. Oh, half volley, and it's slapped back past the toes of the bowler. Well, it was wide outside the off stump, very full, and it just meant that arc of Stewart swung down and through the line of it and down the ground. It's almost golf swing like, isn't it? He moves to 31 from 39. 299 for 5. Here we go. I've got it rocking and rolling now. The stream, that LBW. Again, it's the back pad that's the interesting one, but how far across does the front pad come on it? Oh, goodness me. As you say, was it going over?
That's the only thought I had, because it's not what our original query was it sliding? And it doesn't look like it is.
But you can see why the theory is just angle it into his pads.
Yeah.
It won't last long. And that was why their great frustration in the Lord's game in particular is why you're bowling into his area.
Just got to be out of that, hasn't it? Here comes Morgan then, replacing Helm. Oh, that's a big chop from Chris Benjamin. He was aiming it through the covers and he gets it out towards backward of square. 300 comes up for Kent. 300 for 5 with 10 overs to go after this one in the day's play. Gonna be a late one today.
Did he get an inside edge, Stuart? That might be the answer, you know. Just seen a slight deflection there at the last. There's such a flurry that you miss it, but yeah, I reckon there might be an inside edge there, you know.
Now that makes sense. So otherwise it looked very out. Slapped away by Stewart. Cut shot out towards the boundaries, and it's so hard. There's a deep cover fielder out there, but he can't cut it off. And another boundary for the Italy international. 35 from 40 now. 304 for 5.
You line the two of them up next to each other, and you can see why that theory is middle stump, 2/3 of the way up. Just stay there.
Yeah.
And the wicket's coming. So you bowl anything other than 2/3 of the way up, middle and off. And the question is why? Why are you bowling anything other than that? Because technically that front pad is an issue for Stewart.
Yeah, why have you just given him that width to free the hands? Morgan to him again. That's a better shot from Stewart, readjusting his feet and playing out towards wide mid-on for a single. Oh, misfield.
So Helm had just 2 overs at this end with the new ball.
Presumably he's going to swap him.
With Roland Jones, yeah, so as not to bowl Roland Jones into the dirt today. He's already bowled 18 in the day.
Yeah, that's plenty, isn't it?
But you just wonder, should they have gone straight to Helm at the Accrington Road end and Roland Jones down below us? And yeah.
Morgan to Benjamin, who's on 70. Oh, he's thrown the hands at that. Very wide delivery, swinging away. Making it even wider. To be honest, if he makes contact with that, probably flies over the top of slip cordon. Morgan 2 for 72. To his 16th over of the day. Benjamin. Oh, nicks it, gone. Immediately looks round to the square leg umpire and says, has that carried? Two umpires discuss, finger goes up. Benjamin gone for 70. Morgan gets another wicket. Just a little nibble from Chris Benjamin behind, and a good catch low in front of him from Cracknell, which the umpires are happy with. And Middlesex get their first breakthrough with the new ball. And it is Chris Benjamin, the wicketkeeper, for 70 from 81 deliveries, carrying on his fine form this season. Getting a really good hand from the crowd here at Canterbury. He'll be disappointed with maybe half an eye on the 100 that he got last week as well, but just indicating to Dudgeon that there's a little bit of away movement and a good bowling change from the Middlesex captain deploy.
It's so similar to the Worcestershire game the first day of the Worcestershire game last week. They're just about keeping them in sight all the way, which is what Worcestershire did in the Middlesex first innings. They just about kept them close enough, but they still conceded a sizable first innings lead of circa 80 off the top of my head. That's what Middlesex are going to have to be wary of. They're going to have to, bear in mind, they'll bat last on this. They're going to have to go past the first innings score of Kent if they want to win this game. You'd think you don't really want to turn it into a one innings match unless it does flatten out, as you suggested it may well do. But it's done enough all day today that you'd have thought this will be in play all match long.
Yeah.
But it depends. There's a little bit of green on the top.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Kent do tomorrow morning when they get ball in hand.
Oh, sounds like they're clearing up after your tea downstairs. A few bottles in the recycling.
Morgan on the thigh pad, no ball. It was angled in to Dudgeon. Couldn't make connection with the bat. And the South African in at number 8. In ahead of Matt Milnes? Was he originally carded to come in ahead of Matt Milnes? I'm not sure. But he's made some good contributions with the bat so far this season. Keith Dudgeon faces Morgan here, left alone as it was bowled well outside the off stump.
Perfect ball that to remove Benjamin, wasn't it, from Morgan, angling in, just holding its line with the slope though, and had it not have taken the outside edge, there's a very good chance that was clipping 2/3, 3/4 of the way up off stump.
Sort of third, fourth stump.
Well, it's one of those that we've been discussing today, that smothering effort. Northeast was doing it. Was it Northeast earlier? I think it was Northeast, wasn't it? It was doing it earlier, really smothering the ball and off. But not far enough across there. And I think, given that all day long Morgan has swung it away, seamed it away, he's not really brought much back, then probably the line and length of that one was bowled. He just wasn't quite far enough across, was he, to... He's got a little bit trapped there. Didn't really get into position to play it.
Yeah, just...
He was late on it.
Just fiddled at it a little bit.
Here's Tom Helm from the Nackington Road end, replacing Toby Rowland-Jones. He's on a length to Stewart, angling it back in, and he turns a single to mid-on. But again, that is where they want to be to Stewart. They've got to stay on that spot. Now, Dudgeon, sorry. I immediately said it and looked at you. Sorry, I've said that wrong, haven't I? Dudgeon. The Dudge or the Judge? Both. Either. Just nod. It's all right. He said yes.
Yeah, it's very Dan Whiting. Dudge the Judge.
I was saying Dudge or the Judge. Is it one or t'other?
No, he was calling him both.
Oh. 3:08 for 6 as Helm's in, bowls, angles it back into Dudgeon. It's in front of me, why did I even hesitate? Dudgeon. Stewart. Dudgeon awaits. Helm runs in. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket by the right-hander. No run. It's the chatter out there. It's Holman coming across from cover to mid-wicket. To Dudgeon, the same as Middlesex have gone with. A straighter line to Stewart, so to Dudgeon, as this is a little shorter and he turns it off its hip to deep backward square for a single. 3:09 for 6. Where does it go from here? It's the big question really, isn't it? How far can the last 4? Stewart already on 37. Goodness me, he's got there quickly, hasn't he? I suppose the 6 and a couple of 4s clobbered have helped along the way. Tell moves in, just a slip and a gully now. Bowls, and he was going for that fuller straighter one, but he's pushed it down the leg side, and it's a good take by Cracknell, and that's kicked up a bit off the surface as well. He's taken that up above his left shoulder. It got bigger on him than he expected as it passed the batter down the slope. Just an interesting note on that bounce again, sorry.
Good footwork from Cracknell. Away to his left.
Deep
Just crowded over a little bit here,
yeah,
Canterbury.
Deep square and long leg. Set back as Helm is in, bowls, and width outside the off stump, and just gives him room to free up the arms and drive it straight of mid-off for 4. Can't let him free up his arms. Stewart's on to 41 from 44, 3:13 for 6. He will go for you, and more often than not, he'll hit the spot. But when you hit the spot for him, that's where Stewart's... Because if you look at every other part of Stewart's game, you think this guy's going to have a cracking average. He hasn't exactly got a bad one, has he?
Not at all.
But if that front pad wasn't such an issue for him, he'd
Like
have a
you
much
say,
better average. But
it's important to try and get him out early.
well, you don't want to change his game either. You don't want to particularly go in there and say, right, you've got to bring that front shoulder around more. You've got to be more side on.
Yeah.
He's open. He's got an open stance and an open approach to batting that obviously reaps rewards when the opposition don't hit their spot.
Morgan to Dudgeon. Solid defensive shot out towards extra cover. What is his career average, Grant Stewart?
I'm going to guess it is 29.
Yeah, I would have gone 28 or something around about that. 28.05.
There you go.
300s, 1250s as it's through to the keeper, drawing the hands at it. An away swing from Morgan.
I mean, that is the average of a guy who has got so much ability with the bat, but has a slight technical flaw that allows the opposition to get in. But when the opposition fails to consistently hit that spot, he's going to take you for some runs at 44 balls. There's a lot of batters who are on 11, 12 right now, not on 41, but this is a typical Stewart innings. If he's faced 44 balls, he's probably got 40.
Yeah. Bit of width to Dudgeon, and he's climbed into that. Sent it through the covers out towards deep extra. Got on top of the bounce there, Dudgeon. Nicely played. Away to the boundary. Yeah, Dudgeon this season averaging 22. Some useful contributions from 8-9. He's mostly batted at 9. Let's come in here ahead of Matt Milnes. Oh, that's a good comeback delivery. Straighter from the off, and then it moved away past the outside edge.
Morgan versus Stewart will be interesting because Morgan's been shaping it away just outside off stump, so it's not so much angling back in towards those pads. So he's got to start from a very straight line to bring that front pad into play with Stewart. So actually, it could go the other way. It could play nicely for Stewart, unless the youngster is able to adapt to a straighter line, which will open up the onside.
Short ball. Oh, that's hit Dudgeon as he tried to rotate on the pull shot.
Toe end of the bat he's looking at. Look at that, perfectly on the toe.
Lukaku.
And you've got the chalk.
Reverses the stroke. Dudgeon. 317 for 6. Morgan in and bowling to Dudgeon. Full delivery, edges it for 4, past. Second slip through a kind of vacant third, fourth slip area. There was 2 slips in a gully, and it's gone in perfectly in the gap in between them. So bad luck for Morgan. Dudgeon gets 4 more to move on to 9. 3-2-1 for 6.
It feels like there's been a lot of that today.
Lots gone down a third man, as you say, or
yeah, come on, let's get the wagon wheel up. Oh, I've nearly taken us off air there with my excitement for a wagon wheel. Yeah, let's put a number on it. Just how costly the vacant third man region has been today for Middlesex. As here's Helm. Again, something you can find in the match centre of the club's websites nowadays. There's Helms in, bowls, and just outside off stump. It gave Stewart the chance to club it again, but he gets a thick inside edge past the off stump and down to Morgan at long leg. 322 for 6.
Yeah, that was meat and drink really for Grant Stewart. Should have probably put that through the covers for 4. Ended up getting sort of too square on it.
Helm to Dudgeon onto the hip. Should just be a single. Long leg coming around to deep backward square, which will resume the Stewart-Helm battle. Right, reminding myself how to get up the wagon wheel stats. Do you go through all of these?
Oh, look at that.
I mean, it's a well spread wagon wheel, but for me, the number of 4, there's 70 runs. 70 of the 323 have come down to deep third.
13 boundaries maybe have gone down to third man.
Helms in, bowls, and this will be turned to deep square by Stewart for a single. There's your answer. 64 runs in boundaries to the deep third today.
So more than I suggested originally.
Go on, do it. You can do it. I'm backing you. No, 14, did you say? Or did you say 13?
Yeah, I said 13. I think
14 it was. His Helm, bowls to Dudgeon, draws the bat inside the line and through to the keeper it passes. The other thing that stands out to me on that wagon wheel is look at how many boundaries there are down the ground. 3 4s down the ground, and one of them was that clubbed effort a moment ago from Stewart. So between
that's a good point.
Mid-wicket, and this is where I just think they didn't bowl straight enough this morning. And not full enough, but there's so many runs square of the wicket both sides, which one suggests line but also length. As his Helm in bowls onto the hip of Dudgeon, this falls backward a square. I mean, if a ball's seaming and swinging as is today, as I say, you've got to get it on that full length, haven't you?
I'll just read on our maths, it's 16 boundaries. 16 4s, 64. I would, to be fair,
Do you know what I did? I got as far as 12 times 4.
That's
So I got to 48, and then I counted up 4 from there, but I forgot that it was counting up 4 from 12, not 4 from 10. Did you watch me do it as well? Did you wonder what was going on with my fingers there? Nearly had the socks off as well to help me out, but Helms in, bowls, and this is turn backward a square.
I just looked at the lines and tried to count them, so I clearly missed a couple.
Oh, you do well, because there's 3 of them grouped there, 2
Yeah.
of them grouped there, 2 of them there.
That's
326 for 6.
It's quite cool.
The wagon wheel.
Yeah.
You know where that is on the websites?
Mm.
In the tabs column on the Matchday Centre. Summary scoreboard, ball by ball, and then stats, folks. For those of you at home, videos there as well. But you can go through player by player, through the side. But yeah, 64 runs in boundaries alone down to deep third today, which is the good ball.
Yeah, and like you say,
Just 3 down the ground.
Very little straight down the ground.
Which is the particularly aggressive ball. You end up getting driven straight. But Middlesex, not been much of that today.
Morgan to Stewart. Back of length, punched away off the back foot. Work to do for the sweeper, moving around from deep cover to more deep extra. They come back for 2. Stewart to 48 from 49 balls.
But not only that.
Oh no, 46, sorry. They were very quick there on the scoreboard.
Of this total, only 22 runs have come in the arc between wide mid-off and wide mid-on.
In boundaries, is that?
No,
or
in
just
total.
General. Morgan to Stewart. Lets this one go outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. Just one slip now for Stewart, plus a gully. Point cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Long leg, fine leg, deep cover.
As I say, very much echoes of New Road day 1 last week. Have they been more at the hips or have they been more at the knees? For me, Middlesex have been more at the hips today, and that wagon wheel.
A lot of runs behind square.
Yeah.
So Morgan bowls. To Grant Stewart, bit of width outside the off stump, drives it out towards deep cover. The fielder is there, and it will be just 1.
This is where Stewart and Morgan's an interesting matchup. Morgan's had great success today, hanging that ball just outside off stump and swinging it away, and straightening it a little and beating the edge. Picked up 3 wickets, but if he gives any little bit of width outside off like that to Stewart, he's going to carve away, and that's why Deploy's very clever, setting back the cover sweeper there. Because of the away swing that he's getting with the slope, he could go into the arc easily for Stewart.
Fired a long way down the leg side on that occasion to Dudgeon, asking the ball to do too much. Morgan, good keeping though. It has clouded over for the first time today.
Feels almost stormy, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's almost like a weather front coming in off the sea. You can hear a few more gulls.
Why is it coming in from the west or the south? The north. Certainly not the north, the warmth.
Pushed away here by Dudgeon, out towards extra cover.
Well, the heat it's a fair bit. It's directly from the south coast.
I think it normally does come from the west.
But is this heat wave coming up from the south?
Don't know. Good question.
You have the cold northeasterly at Lords or the warm southwesterlies. If the weather's coming in from behind the media centre, it's a pretty cold day at Lords.
Morgan once again past the umpire. Bowls a beauty. That's so good. Drew Dudgeon forward, moved away.
Well, that's where
to be honest, too good to get him to nick it. Through it goes to the keeper. End of the over. 3-2-9 for 6.
That for me is where Morgan set the tone this morning. Slightly fuller and onto the off stump like that, swinging it away. And Morgan, well, actually, let's have a look. How many runs of each of the bowlers have gone down to deep third? So of the 74 runs in this innings that have gone to deep third, Morgan, look at that. He's conceded 28 of them down there. So that's good balls down to deep third that have conceded 28 of the 85 runs that Morgan's conceded. So that could perhaps be something Middlesex reflect on, that they've conceded 6 fours to deep third off Morgan.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when you said it earlier on about the ball swinging away, not having a third man was an interesting choice.
Navia Sharma's replacing Tom Helm. He bowls just outside of the off stump to Stewart. This, again, will be a matchup of interest because he has that extra bit of pace. He gets that bit of bounce. And as we've just seen there, that's seamed away up the slope. We haven't seen many of those today. I'll have to watch it back on the replay and see if it was late swing or whether it was indeed seam. But I think there's been enough there for the bowlers today that Middlesex will be disappointed to only have Kent 6 down at this stage.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And it would also be a warning. You know, this pitch might flatten out, but it'll also be a warning to be wary themselves. As Sharma's in, bowls just short of a length and swinging across the line at that one. Stewart drags a single to deep backward square. Fascinating day to watch. Slightly frustrating for some of the things that we've just pointed out there going through the wagon wheel.
Couple away from a half century now, Stewart, to join Dawkins, Compton. Benjamin top scoring in the day was 70.
Let's go back to look at that first ball of the over from Sharma to see if it was late swing or seam. As full ball from Sharma now is watchfully eased to backward point by Dudgeon, either trapping the bat down on that one. Let's have a look. That ball from Sharma. I don't think we'll get a replay on it, so we'll have to do it at proper speed. It was swing, actually. Swung it up the slope. It started to move, and there's the handshake from the batter, Dudgeon. I'd like to see the replay from behind. That's sometimes the easier way, just to see that late swing, but you can clearly see Dudgeon. Sorry, Stewart it was. Stewart's gone back up the track there to Dudgeon and said that swung away up the slope. As Sharma's in again, he bowls and short and pulls through mid-wicket for 4, and it's another boundary square of the wicket. It's another boundary off a short ball. And Dudgeon, whether it's Dudgeon or Stewart, well, all day Kent have been scoring in these lines and these lengths.
Yeah, it's been a profitable area, hasn't it? Kent have latched onto anything short.
Again, Sharma was very, very economical this morning, wasn't he? And perhaps didn't force him to play enough, maybe. You could read that into it, because Compton in particular was batting for exactly this, as Middlesex did at Worcestershire, to get them up into the 300s. And Sharma's in, bowls better, full straight onto the off stump, and Dudgeon is forward.
Dungeon and Dragons.
It's a good cartoon, Dungeons and Dragons. When we were a kid. Made into a terrible movie, as I seem to remember. Have you seen He-Man yet?
No. No, I haven't. Can't remember the last time I went to the cinema.
Are you not a movie fan?
No, I am.
You've got Grant Stewart
I
on your
don't
side
get
and
out
Bertie.
very much these days.
Bertie who?
Bertie Foreman.
And you're not a movie fan. His length ball flies down the leg side, jagging down the leg side from Sharma. 3-3-4 for 6.
No, I very much am a movie fan. Just haven't been to the cinema since pretty much my kids were born, to be honest.
Toy Story 5's out soon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good.
How old's your youngest?
1.
No, no. No, mind you, they have viewings where you can take the 1-year-old along and they can cry down at the front.
I think my
While
3.
you watch the
I
movie.
think my 3-year-old would like it. To be fair.
Absolutely. What do you mean would like it? Your 3-year-old hasn't seen Toy Story 1?
No, he hasn't yet. No.
Oh, are you clever from you?
Mm.
You have to restrict the screen time before 4, they say, don't they?
Yeah, that's the thing. Morgan bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Stewart.
Cracking study that, wasn't it? They did in America as a university in the 70s, and it took nigh on 40 years for them to work out the results of a group of children that had no screen time whatsoever before the age of 4 or 5, and a group that had screen time before 4 or 5, and the results were quite striking in terms of patience, concentration.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was I saying? Here's Morgan.
Bowling to Stewart. Oh, that's the delivery. That's the delivery right there. Starting it on leg stump and swinging it towards middle and off. He plays it up towards mid-on.
Now, can Morgan leave it there to Stewart? Because if he does, there's only one winner, and it shouldn't take long, you'd have thought. Middlesex will be very, very frustrated. In fact, let's have a look at Stewart's wagon wheel as well, because they'll know they
good shout.
Haven't got it in the right area to him.
Not enough. Morgan to him again. Oh, knocked him over. Off stump out the ground. Stewart has played a bit of a cross-bat shot to that one. Didn't know if it kept a little bit low or if it was a little bit fuller than perhaps he realised. But he goes 55 balls at the crease. A couple of runs shy of a half century, Grant Stewart. 448, and it is Morgan who's going to walk off with at least a four for tonight. Kent reduced to 334 for 6 as Stewart departs.
I fancy it didn't swing, and Stewart was potentially playing for the swing on that one.
That's
Now,
a
whether it nipped back or not, we'll see on the
Maybe
on the
just
stream
held
at
it
the
fine.
in a moment. What ball was it? Must be this one, curious. So, where there's been that little bit of width outside off, and I said it almost swings into an arc for him out. I fancy that didn't swing.
Oh, it did
Might have been.
I think it did back.
Yeah, and it might. There you go. He's made signal. That's the first one almost all day that Morgan's got to come back. But well bowled, young man. He's put that just out stump again into the corridor of uncertainty. He's been swinging them away all day long, and Stewart almost had a smile on his face as if to say, "Yep, done by that one."
Yeah, I don't know if he's run the fingers over it or something.
Might have kept a fraction low, like you said. Was that more halfway up off stump, that one? But let's have a look at the release from him.
Has it come out the hand differently?
I don't know. I haven't paid enough attention to his hand release yet. But in terms of the line and length, that line and length all day has been swinging away from the right-hander, and Stewart's clubbed at that through the covers to get him. I'd also looked up on his wagon wheel there just before he got out. Was Stewart scored 10 runs of his, 48? Between mid-off and mid-on. But none of them were to mid-on. All 10 were to mid-off. They were towards more the extra cover where he had slapping that wide ball. None of them was particularly down the ground from where he's been given that width. We saw, I think he got one from Helm, didn't he, and one from Jones, where he clubs one basically, a half volley down the ground without moving his feet. And that's why you've got to keep it straight to him, because he hasn't scored a single run between mid-on and the straight. And that's where you've got to deliver it and say score runs there.
Yeah, it's well bowled, said Morgan. 4 for 85. Matt Milnes in his sights. Swings away from the right hand there. It started on a good 4/5 stump anyway.
The only reason I'm so confident in that analysis of Stewart, which I'm always hesitant of.
You've watched a lot of Grant Stewart over the years.
Because I've watched a lot of Grant Stewart and I've listened to a lot of the debriefs, which have been in bars in the evening where Middlesex have lost a game to Stewart. And thought,
what did we do wrong?
Yeah.
Have we bought it?
And the coaches have pretty much told them quite clearly, this is what you've done wrong.
Yeah. Here comes Morgan. Oh, that's a beaut. It's a no ball, but it swung back late past the outside edge. 330. 6 for 7. With 4.2 overs remaining in the day. So we come up towards 20 to 7. Morgan with 3 slips. Bit of cloud cover here at Canterbury. Handsome enough drive from Matt Milnes. But he won't beat mid-off. They might be done for the day at the test match. Stumps in a number of the other county games as Morgan bowls wide of the off stump. Milnes lets it go 4 overs.
Three, 6 for 7. Dodging 14. 4 overs to go. There's still a chance. Get them 8, potentially even 9 down tonight. But you've got to put those balls on the stumps as we've been seeing today. And that'll be the interesting thing for me when Kent come out to bowl. They bowl it that little bit straighter, that little bit fuller. Look at where they've scored the runs and say, well, if they're going to score the runs, tell them they're scoring it down the ground. They're not scoring it square of the wicket. As Sharma's in, bowls just a fraction short of a length and on the back foot dodge and runs him back with a point. There'll be a chase on here, which will be won by the ball. And to deep third, it's another boundary. It's been costly today for Middlesex on a seeming swinging ball, the amount that have leaked down there. .340 for 7 now. Closing on that. Third batting pointer. Sharma's in, bowls full down the leg side. Cryer catch it, maybe bat on pad making a noise, but through it passes to the keeper. And a dot ball. Fascinating day at Canterbury. It's set up nicely for tomorrow, both ways. Middlesex to come out and say no. They'll go bigger on day 2. Will it be a flatter surface? Maybe quicken up a little bit. As this ball's eased by Dudgeon back, it would have point again. Down to the vacant deep third it goes, but they have got who down there now? Well, it might have just been Zaffa go half from backward point, and the ball didn't have the legs to go all the way. Sharma and Dudgeon exchange a word or two. A word or 3 by the looks of it. What's that all about? Deploys at mid-off. Roland Jones is at mid-on. Dudgeon is not short of a word in reply by the looks of it, whatever it is. A point being made. Well, here goes Sharma to Milnes, 4 balls face. They're going to bring in a short leg. While they do, I'll see if I can catch up with what that chatter was after that last delivery. Let's have a look. It was that run down to, goes around Sharma. I think he's saying that Sharma was in his way. He was saying that Sharma at the end of his follow through had walked straight into the path of Dudgeon's run. As Sharma's in, bowls, darts one back in at the pads of Milnes, traps that bat down on it. Might have been doing too much anyway and going down. But they've taken 2. Well run, that's sharp running. Deep third comes around. Ben just stepped to the back of the box for a moment, but you'll see the run here. Sharma at his end of his follow-through has gone down, so Dudgeon's had to go around it, and it's led to a fair bit of conversation. Firstly, with the bowler, Sharma says, well, what's up? Dudgeon turns to the skipper at mid-off, Deploy, who gets involved. I think the umpire was slightly...
He was just looking at the ball, wasn't he? I think he was...
yeah, I mean, lesson learnt maybe for Sharma. You can kind of understand that his follow-through's gone down virtually to where the batter sets off. Sharma's in, bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Milnes on this occasion. Have a look at it again. He's watching the ball, but yeah, his follow-through... To be fair, if he'd have veered off in his follow-through, then he possibly would have collided with...
Yeah.
He's kind of kept a straight line of his. But I do think that Dudgeon has a small point, as if to say, youngster, no, get out of the way.
Yes, yeah.
And then he's made that point to Deploy as well, and to the umpire also. And then Roland Jones gets involved, and it's a conversation, polite conversation between all, but a conversation nonetheless.
Conversation was had.
Sharma in bowls, again the one that jags back in with a slope. It's another no ball, I think, or is he just going to signal leg byes? No, it's leg byes that he's signalling the umpire.
Yeah.
To long leg it goes, where Morgan fields it, and he can hold on to the ball because it was the end of the over. 3-4-4 for 7. Sharma none for 61 from 18. Morgan 4 for 87 from 19. And well, Helmer's the man who really blew this open today in that afternoon session. But it's Morgan, I think, who's been... Well, he was the first one, I think, to pick up the baton today and say, this is where we've got to run with it, lads.
Got to put it on this spot. Create pressure.
Yeah.
And he's got his rewards. Come stumps. Can he get another one? Can he?
Ball to a tail ender. It possibly was a perfect ball to a top order, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really has been a fascinating day today. One of the things I think that's been helped today, though, is you're banging line, and it's great to watch when you are.
Morgan bowls. Squares up Milnes slightly. Squirts it away in front of backward point for a single. 345 for 7.
You're at a wide, long on at New Road, aren't you, for the commentary position, or a deep third, depending on which end the bowling is. But here we are perfectly in line to ball by ball line this up without having to check the replays to see what a ball may have done or what line it was on. Makes a big difference.
Facing up Dudgeon to Morgan. Again, he goes past the outside edge. Another beauty that leaves the right-handed batter bowled on a superb length.
Well, that one being too good for Dudgeon. We saw the one that was too good for Mills. This one was even a fraction wider, I think, but Dudgeon, being the better batter, was not just fending at a ball off. He was looking to get into position to play and couldn't.
Here he comes again. Morgan. A little bit of outside edge, but soft enough hands from Dudgeon to take it down towards third man again. They're setting off after it. A couple of fielders, backward point and gully. And they'll rein it in. So 2 runs to the total. 3, 4, 7 for 7 with 2 to go here on BBC Sport Online. BBC Radio Kent's Ben Watts. BBC Radio London's Kevin Hand, and by the Cricket live stream.
Well, the natural release of the ball, the natural variations of that, the handkerchief, the top left corner of the handkerchief, the bottom right, that ball there that was run away, that was the one really that he needed to bowl to Mills. That fuller length that would get the edge, whereas Dudgeon's run him on the fuller length, as you say, with an angle bat, the soft hands. But these are the very fine margins and very fine lines, which at the moment Kent have just edged on the first day, I'd say, as here's Sharma in, bowl short wide and cut down to the vacant deep third. And that brings up the third Kent batting point as almost on cue to deliver the points. That is where Kent surely will be saying to themselves, square of the wicket and deep third. If they're going to score, don't let them score there.
Yeah, a lot of runs are coming that area for Kent today.
But all 3, square of the wicket on both sides and down to deep third.
Some good partnerships. 82 and 76 was it for the first couple of wickets, and then the partnerships between Ekant Singh and Chris Benjamin, and then Benjamin and Grant Stewart.
2 slips and a gully go down. Milnes is on 7 and Sharma's in. Bowls fuller, straighter and edged down to the vacant deep thirds. Zafar Gohar's giving a hard chase here. And it must be coming up 100 runs down there now today. And although the first one of this over was a run to deep third, there have been a lot of good balls like that one that have gone down there. And it's been costly for Middlesex. And they're going to have to come up with those runs themselves somehow when they get out there in the middle there. 85, is that the latest score?
That sounds about right.
89 have gone down there now. 89 of 355 for 7. As I say, a vast number of those have been good balls. So here's Sharma, he's in, bowls, top of off, defended for a single, just fine of mid-off. It's an easy game from up here because we've got all of this in front of us to work with live. And also we're bang in line to be able to analyse this one again, which we not always are, but they've not quite been at their best today, I think it's fair to say, Middlesex. It cost Worcestershire dearly on day 1 when they were playing catch-up thereafter. The key now is the second innings, the second day. It could be a very costly morning still. And if Dudgeon keeps going, 400's easily on. As here's Sharma, he's in, bowls, a bouncer. That's quick, it's sharp, it goes down the slope, and it's taken by his left ankle by Cracknell, having leapt up outside off, but then veered and dipped on passing the batter. One thing we've had all day today is something to talk about. It's, bearing in mind the batters have been on top, but the reason why there's been so much to talk about is because you fancy the bowlers probably should have been. Should have just been the bowlers' day. But that morning session...
Yeah, it's been a good cricket wicket.
Yeah. It has. That morning session has been one that Middlesex has been battling to recover from all day. Sharma's in, bowls, full straight down the leg side, angling away down again. He's working up some pace here, Sharma. He's pushing it through hard. I think he's angry and he's looking for something to take off the field with him. None for 70 from 19 now is not something that Sharma will be accustomed to. He's an outstanding talent.
Yeah, feels desperately unlucky.
Well, he's got one ball left to try and take a wicket off with him on the first day, and obviously have tomorrow to come back and the second innings to take more. .7 is economy. Morgan 4.5 as his Sharma in bowls. Oh, it's a beaut. That's where Middlesex have got to stay and should have been all day. Just outside the off stump, that has come sharply back in towards the top of off, left alone by Milnes, but the margins were very fine there, and you could easily have seen the off stump struck and the bail flying. 3.56 for 7 at worst. There'll be 8 down tonight now, Kent, and that for me will make it Kent's day.
Yeah, it's been a good contest here on day one.
One more here. Well, that's all you'll get. It's the cry from behind the stumps. Joe Cratton, it is Milnes on strike, and this will be an interesting matchup. You'd be thinking Morgan here should be trying to hit the stumps every ball.
Hunting the fifer. Here he comes on the stumps. First up, Milnes defending it into the onside.
I mean, if he leaves 6 there against Milnes, we've seen the ones that hold their line. We've seen the ones that have swung away. And he's bowling to a number 9. Leave 6 there, and Milnes will do well to walk off tonight with his wicket intact, because Morgan is an extremely talented young bowler, and there's lots happening for him all day. The 4.5 economy is something that over the years he'll want to work on, but the 4 wickets are the standout.
Yeah, lovely smooth action. He's swinging away from the right-hander here. Milnes able to let it go this time. Just a little too wide.
Yeah. Something's making Roland Jones chuckle at mid-on. Who's saying what? Let's have a look. What's he saying? Not me, he's saying, not me. Who is it that's saying something to Roland Jones? Trying to see. Cover is Max Holden. Zafar Gohar at mid-on.
Morgan to Milnes. Steps across his stumps and tucks himself in behind that one. Plays defensively up the pitch.
It's 2 of 3, isn't it, in the over from the youngster? So just keep the last 3 on that spot. You might just have something. You wonder, is it worth at this stage sending... Where have they got an extra one? Mid-wicket. Send Roland Jones at mid-on a little wider. Send mid-wicket into 4th slip.
Morgan bowls. Let go outside the off stump. Good leave. It's swung away by Milnes.
Well, he's got 2 to go straight, and they've been on the stumps, which have been defended. The 2 that he's swung away have both been wide enough to be comfortable leaves. But it's an over where it's all there. You can see the threat, even still at this stage of the day. You can see how much threat there is, how much danger. There we go. 4th slip's going in. Good from Leas Deploy. He's going to take out the cover to put in the 4th slip. That's good captaincy. It's going to put something in the batter's mind as well.
Yeah, he's going to go to gully there, Holden. So 3 slips in a gully for Morgan. A couple of balls remaining.
Well, he's as good as 4th, isn't he, where he is? If it goes through, though, that's going to be annoying.
Bowls to Milnes with width. Milnes lets it go. He looks up at the sky, annoyed at himself, said Morgan.
Well, you know, he's taken out the cover to go into that 4th slip stroke gully. So he's not taken out the mid-wicket, which is good as well. It's good captaincy again from Leas Deploy, because it's saying to Morgan, don't worry about going straight. Having just put the 4th slip in, because you've still got mid-wicket to protect you, so yeah.
Bowl straighter and swinging away. Final ball of the day. Morgan beats the outside edge, but Milnes survives. Kent 7 down at stumps. Made an over to finish 4 for the day for Seb Morgan. 356 for Kent. Half centuries for Dawkins, for Compton. 70 from Chris Benjamin. 48 from Grant Stewart. 42 from Sam Northeast. But no single batter has got away from Middlesex. 3 wickets for Tom Helm to go with the 4 for Seb Morgan. Bowled good economy rates most of the day. They've looked really threatening at times as well. arguably unlucky not to have Kent more down, maybe all out come the end of the day. It's been a good contest, Kevin Hand.
I think the two things you look at in terms of the wickets column and the runs, that economy rate's too high, and where have the majority of those runs come? Square of the wicket on both sides and down to deep third. The deep third one is the one where really you've got to look at it and think, if you'd have had a deep third in all day, you've perhaps saved yourself nigh on 70, 75 runs there. And if Kent are going off at around about 280, 300 for 7, well, there you go. Or you look at it and say, well, look, you haven't had the deep third. Have you had an extra slip in? Have you bowled well enough? And they're 350 for 9 overnight. But 350 for 7, Middlesex have got a lot of work to do here, not just with the ball to finish this off, but with the bat to respond to this, because I feel on a surface that's offered a lot all day, swing and seam, that's heading towards a good score.
Thanks, Kevin. You and I will be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Join us then when Kent will resume on 356 for 7 here against Middlesex. Stumps on day 1. Thanks for joining us.